Marks of Eiliria, Strangers from Another World, a novel by Timothy R. Green, narrated by Adam Daly.
You are listening to the audiobook of Marks of Eiliria, Strangers from Another World. Hi, I'm Tim Green. I'm the author of this horrible novel. This was the book that I decided to cover in Season 2 of the Storytime podcast. Once again, Adam of ZOP Gaming is taking up the narrator responsibilities and doing a fantastic job of reading my horrible early prose. This book is my second book I ever wrote. The first one, a part of a planned 8-book series. Why 8 books, you ask? Quite simple. It was so people didn't think I was copying Harry Potter. True story. This is the first novel I wrote knowing full well I, Tim Green, am a planner. An outliner! By the end of the story, if you make it that far, you'll know that I still had a very long way going plotting-wise. Though some of the best things I ever came up with and plotted within the series are here. It just happens to be in later books. I want to make sure you're as aware as possible. This, by far, is not a professional recording. The draft being read is very much a first draft. You can learn more about the background of the story and the writing insights by listening to the Storytime podcast Season 2, but I decided to add the prologue intro episode of Storytime podcast Season 2 at the end. If you're still here, I want to say thank you. Thank you for giving my second book I ever wrote a listen. Even if it is absolutely horrific with a twist that ruins the entire story. Maybe I shouldn't talk about the twist. Nah, it's fine. Enjoy.
1. Mark at Midnight. What was that? Zack shot up from his bed in the dark. He sat there listening, thinking he heard something that awoke him from a dream that he never wanted to wake up from. After a few moments, a flash of lightning outside his bedside window was followed by a loud booming clash of thunder. It was this that Zack realized it. It had to be the thunderstorm that had woken him. He lay back down, trying to get comfortable, so he could drift back to sleep and hopefully back to his dream. It was no more than a few moments after his head hit the pillow that he heard it again. This time he knew it was not thunder. The noise came from within the house, the sound of plates falling from the china display and shattering as they hit the ground. It was clear there was someone in the house. Without thinking about it, Zack jumped out of bed and grabbed the handle of one of his katanas he collected, pulled it from its sheath, and headed for his door. Holding his katana in his hand, Zack slowly grabbed the doorknob, turned it, and opened it slowly. He walked out into the hall and slowly moved around the second floor. He peeked into his mother's room to see her sound asleep, then closed the door. As he closed the door, he heard something stumble down below. "Great. Drunk," said Zack. Zack slowly made his way to the back staircase that came out into the kitchen, and trying not to make a noise, walked down the stairs one at a time. Every few steps, one of the stairs would squeak that would echo through the whole house. Zack stopped after each one, just in case the person heard him coming. After a few minutes, he made it down into the kitchen. Zack slowly moved around the kitchen into the dining room with his katana held high, ready to strike at anything that might jump out or attack him. As he came to the door frame, he checked the corner to make sure no one was waiting to attack. Making sure it was clear, Zack turned his back to the corner and sidestepped into the dining room. Slowly moving to his right, he was able to check the whole room and peer into the living room. Once he was standing behind the dining room table, Zack winced from a sudden pain that shot through his right foot into his leg. He turned and looked down and saw he was not paying attention to where he was going, and stepped right on one of the sharp pieces of the broken plates that he had heard break while he was still in his room. Zack knelt down, looked at his foot, and saw that the piece of glass only punctured his skin and was not stuck in. He slowly stood up and made his way towards the kitchen again, limping on his foot. Once he was back inside the kitchen, he made his way over to a closed door, opened it, and walked in. He felt around on the side of the wall for a light switch, and after moving his hand for a few moments, found it and switched it on. The room was a small bathroom. Zack set his sword down, opened the medicine cabinet, pulled down a box of Band-Aids, took one out of the box, sat down on the toilet, and quickly pulled the plastic tab off the Band-Aid and placed it over the small hole in his foot from the plate. Once the Band-Aid was on, Zack stood up with both feet, winced again from putting weight on his wound, then turned to grab his sword, only to see that it was no longer where he had leaned it up against the wall. Zack quickly switched the light off and slowly made his way into the kitchen. Zack knew he needed to get back to his room so he could get another one of his swords. He headed for the stairs when he realized that whoever was broken in had just taken his sword without him even noticing. He could be waiting at the top of the stairs. So Zack turned and headed into the living room. He moved slowly and checked to make sure no one was waiting around the corner. After scanning the living room to see what he could see in the darkness, he saw it was clear and turned to head up the stairs when he thought he heard a noise in the dining room and turned just as a flash of lightning outside lit up the whole house. Zack saw who had broken into his house. He was shocked by what this man was wearing. Nothing from this world. The man was leaning on the door frame with his right arm holding him up, with his knees bent. From the way he looked, he was not in good shape. Not drunk like Zack thought, but injured. His face could not be seen since it was covered by a hood from the cloak that covered most of his body, except for where his arms was holding against the wall. The cloak hung behind it. He had a dark blue jacket that was open, with a dark brown tunic with a leather belt at his waist, with darker brown pants and boots. Under it all, he wore chainmail that showed on his arm, where that fed into a dark silver gauntlet on his right hand. On the ground next to his feet lay Zack's katana, which had to be the noise he heard before he turned. Zack stood still, frozen, seeing a man who looked like he was some kind of knight. The man made the first move and stepped towards Zack, but that was all he needed to wake him up. Since he was unarmed, Zack rushed at him and tackled him into the dining room table. His armor and chainmail rattled as Zack hit him, and they fell onto the table. Zack rolled off and landed on the floor with a loud thud. His shoulder throbbed from hitting the man and his armor. If he was not wounded already, he most likely would not have been able to force him back. His head rang from hitting the floor, but he pulled himself together and made a dash for his sword. Zack reached it and grabbed the handle and got to his feet and raised the blade to his face, ready to strike as he turned, but he never got to. As soon as Zack turned, he dropped it. The hooded man was standing in front of him, with his arm stretched out and his pointer finger touching Zack on his forehead. With a simple touch from this man's finger, Zack's arms went limp and his body stiffened. Around the wrist of the hooded man, he noticed a glowing band. With Zack unable to move, the hooded man lowered his arm. "Sorry," said the man in a gruff voice. "I did not mean to wake you." He slowly limped around to the back of Zack. As he passed Zack, he could smell the dampness of his clothes mixed with blood. He noticed that his clothes were damp from where he tackled him earlier. Once the man was behind him, he reached inside his cloak and pulled out a small silver tool, touched it to the mouth, and then placed it on the back of Zack's neck. He quickly but carefully drew a perfect red upside-down crescent moon. The ink was in his blood. He touched the tool again to his mouth for more blood and touched it to Zack's neck again, forming a small dot below the crescent moon. "I needed a place to hide," said the hooded man. "A place where it's safe from whom is after me and what I have." Just after saying that, the crescent moon started to glow and fill the whole house with light. As the mark lit up, Zack closed his eyes and fell to the floor as the light from the mark faded. He hit with a loud thud and was out. 2. Penny Perkins. The next morning, Zack walked down the hall of Oneonta Middle School. He could not recall the events that had occurred. As he walked to his locker, he noticed that people passed him. They were giving him strange looks. Girls would turn and talk to each other after looking at him. This was normal for him. He was not the most popular kid in 8th grade. But today was different. The girls were not just looking at him like he was an outcast, but more like they looked at the popular guys, almost amazed that he noticed them. Zack did not think much of it. He figured another rumor must be going around about him. As he reached his locker, number 135, and quickly placed his lunch in the bottom of the locker, he then popped the latch that opened the top where his books were. Oneonta Middle School had so many students that the lockers were all grouped in sections. painted blue with 2 small rectangular doors above each 2 lockers. Each locker had access to one of the levels to keep whatever they wanted in it. The majority of students kept their books there, while others only put their lunches or other things they did not want the teachers to see. With the top level door open, Zack quickly loads his bag with books he is going to need for the next few periods. With his schedule this year, it was hard for him to make it back to his locker at the end of each period. He grabbed his math and science books, even though he did not have them until after lunch. Homework was due, but he never did it at home, which did not make his mom happy at all. Zack figured that since he could get it all done in study hall, why bother doing it at home? Once his backpack was fully loaded with all of his books, he closed his locker and headed for the cafeteria for study hall. He walks a little slower with his bag, not heavier with several books inside, but nothing as heavy as the previous year when he kept everything in his bag and never used his locker. Zack did not have far to go, since his locker was right next to the door that led straight into the kitchen, with the cafeteria right next to it. After a stop at the water fountain, he found his seat where he always sits, and plopped his bag down with a loud bang. The sound echoed through the cafeteria and into the halls. The noise got Mrs. Grimhorn's attention. She gave him a dirty look, her way of saying, "Don't do it again." Zack knew Mrs. Grimhorn would do nothing, since he did it every day, and it was always the same. Nothing else came. What else would the old hag do? She was in her early 60s, and she was just waiting for her time to retire and stop caring what the students did. Her face was wrinkled like an old prune, and her long silver hair she kept in a bun, and wore the same dress every day. Well, at least that is what the students thought, since all her dresses looked the same as the other day. Dark maroon with little flowers sewn into them. A loud beep came over the PA system that reverberated off the walls as students quickly headed to their classrooms. Zack paid no attention to the bell, pulled out his science book, and sat down to start working on his homework. Science, the one subject Zack loved next to English, which he only liked. He wrote part. However, Zack hated taking science classes, since he hated having to remember everything they went over. If he actually tried, he would easily ace the tests, but he didn't care enough about school. It was not long after the second bell that Zack overheard some girls a few seats down on the other side of the table talking about him. "Have you seen it?" asked one girl. "No," said another girl. "I heard about it. It has to be fake." "It's real," said the first girl. "Well, it looks real, not something you could put on with water." "What is it of?" asked the other girl. "A red, upside-down, quarter crescent moon," said the first girl, "with a dot below the moon in the center." Zack looked over at them, and the girls quickly turned and looked the other way. The one who could still see started to giggle and told the other girl he was still looking. Zack could not figure out why so many people were finally paying attention to him. It is one of the things Zack's wanted since coming to middle school, to be popular. That and date the girl of his dreams. After a few moments, he stopped paying attention to the girls and continued with his homework, but noticed that they and others got up to get a drink or go to the bathroom and make sure they passed by him. By the end of the first period, Zack had finished all of his homework and was drawing on some paper to pass the time. He grabbed his bag and headed for English. The rest of the morning, people constantly looking at Zack, some laughing, others looking like he was new to the school and wanted to talk to him, but was too shy. At the end of the fourth period, Zack left art and headed back to his locker. It was only 30 seconds till the halls were clear, and he dropped off all of his books and grabbed his lunch. As he closed his locker, a scrawny kid stood there looking at him with huge dark brown eyes filled with hope of something he heard was true. The kid had short black hair. He put gel in to keep up and wore a green shirt with dark loose-fit jeans and dark sneakers. Zack just looked at him with a strange look. "Ryan, will you stop looking at me like that?" said Zack. "It freaks me out, like you're in love with me or something." "Is it true?" asked Ryan, trying not to look stupid. "What's true?" asked Zack. "Your tattoo," said Ryan. "You did get a tattoo of a red quarter upside-down crescent moon with a dot below it, right?" "No," said Zack. "I'm only 14. My mom would never let me, not to mention freak out, if I was 18 and got it on." Ryan's head dropped with disappointment, thinking his best friend had gotten something no one else their age could get. "Why do you think I got a tattoo?" asked Zack. "Especially one of a crescent moon." "It's all over the school that you have a red tattoo on the back of your neck," said Ryan. That's what the girls were talking about, Zack said to himself. Ryan, look on my neck and tell me what you see, said Zack. Zack turned around and Ryan's face lit up like a fuse seeing the tattoo. He even touched it. When he turned back around, just seeing Ryan's face told him that there was a tattoo on the back of his neck. He could not believe that he had a tattoo. He ran off to the bathroom, looked in the mirror and turned and tried to see it, but his neck was wrinkled up, making it impossible to see. If you want to see it so bad, why not see if Violet has a palm mirror with her, said Ryan. Zack took off out of the bathroom and headed up towards the high school where Violet's locker was. Zack did not think that Violet would have a mirror with her. On the way up, passing through the line of students, some going to lunch, others on their way to the next period, Ryan tried to get Zack to tell him how he got it, but Zack had one thing on his mind, and that was to see the tattoo he had. A few minutes later, they turned the corner to see Violet standing next to her locker by the band room. Zack stood stunned. How beautiful she looked, with her curly blonde hair and sharp blue eyes. She wore a pink dress with spaghetti straps and black sandals. With everyone passing by, some students hit Ryan, causing him to bump into Zack, which snapped him out of his daydream. He walked over to Violet and tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, Zack, said Violet as she turned around and saw him. What a surprise. I was just coming to meet you guys for lunch. Do you have a mirror? Asked Zack. Not much of a hi. Haven't seen you since the bus, but yeah, in my locker. No, sorry, I mean palm mirror, asked Zack. Oh, yeah, said Violet. I think I have a makeup case. Violet pulls out her purse, opens it, and starts digging through it to see if she can find out what Zack was looking for. If I live to be 100, I'll never understand why girls have so many things in their purses, said Ryan. Ryan, said Zack, the best thing is to try not to understand girls. They are just too complicated to figure out, especially when they ask a question, and when you answer it, they get mad at you for not knowing what they really mean. Violet pulling out a small compact circle and handing it to Zack. Just so you know, guys are just as complicated as girls, and I don't want to know what goes on in your heads because I think I would not want to hang around you if I did. Hey, said Ryan. Leave it alone, said Zack, opening the makeup case. It is only fair after what we said about girls. Ryan shrugged his shoulders like he did not care. So, why do you need my makeup case anyway? Asked Violet. Zack opened the makeup case and then positioned himself so he could see the back of his neck. As Zack turned, he saw the red upside-down crescent moon tattoo. Once he could see the back of him through the small mirror, getting the reflection from Violet's mirror in her locker, he moved the makeup case until he saw the tattoo. He lowered his head, now seeing that it was true. He closed the makeup case and gave it back to Violet and headed down the hall. Violet quickly grabbed her lunch, closed her locker, and ran after him and Ryan. So, you're going to tell us when or how you got that tattoo? Asked Ryan. Have you noticed that I just found out I had it? Answered Zack with a shocked look on his face. So, you're saying you just woke up this morning and had a tattoo on the back of your neck? Asked Violet. That, or someone gave it to me after my mom dropped me off, said Zack. Why were you not on the bus? Asked Violet. Someone broke into our house last night and I had to clean up the broken china plates he broke. Oh, said Ryan and Violet. The trio reached the cafeteria and sat on the floor by the windows like they always did. They pulled out their lunches and began to eat and tried to figure out how a tattoo just magically appears on the back of someone's neck. It was not long before Ernie Collins walked out of the kitchen and sat next to his friends at the trendy table. Zack saw him and hoped he had not heard about his tattoo, but it was not his day. Hey, Parks, said Ernie. You should go have the nurse look at your neck. I think it's bleeding. Oh, wait, it's your stupid attempt at trying to be popular. Get a tattoo. You'd be considered cool, the bad guy. Aren't you a little young to get a tattoo? Shut up, said Ryan. So you have your friends fight your battles? Asked Ernie. Why don't you shut your mouth when it comes to things you don't know what you're talking about? Said Zack. You gonna make me, tattoo boy? Asked Ernie, standing up. Yeah, said Zack, standing up. Just like the last time you ran your mouth in the woods. Everyone was now paying attention to them, and Ernie did not like that Zack had just told everyone he had beaten him up. He walked towards Zack, ready to fight. I believe there was no one there but you and me, said Ernie. So, it's your word against mine, and my words carry more weight. Stop trying to play the bad boy, because you just don't do it well. I may not play it well, said Zack. At least I play it better than you. and I can back up my words and not run away in tears after taking a punch. What did you say? Asked Ernie. You heard me, said Zack. Just so you know, I did not have this tattoo last night. Wait, are you trying to say that your tattoo just magically appeared while you were, sleeping? Asked Ernie. A roar of laughter echoed off the cafeteria walls at Zack's explanation. Ernie had a big smile. It had been a while since he was able to embarrass Zack like this in front of the school. But the one thing that Ernie did not notice was that Zack was not made or embarrassed at all. Ernie quickly saw that Zack was standing there with a big old smile on his face and quickly got everyone to quiet down. Quiet, everyone, said Ernie. Tattoo boy has something he wants to say. But it has something to do with the magic that put the tattoo on the back of his neck. I can prove that I did not get it last night, said Zack. How are your two Joker friends going to vow for you? Asked Ernie. They don't count. They most likely knew about it. We count, said Violet. Just because we are friends with Zack doesn't mean our word doesn't mean anything. When it comes to this school, it does, said Ernie. And you are nothing but jokes. And because of that, your word means nothing. So, Tattoo Boy, if you're going to prove it by witnesses, you might want to have someone's word that counts. Since I decide whose word counts, you can't prove it. Oh, really? So you're saying your girlfriend doesn't count? Responded Zack. Ernie went red in the face after hearing what Zack said. He started to walk towards him, ready to hit him, and Zack started to talk. That's right. I was at Penny's house until 10 last night, working on a project. Go ahead. Ask her yourself if I had that tattoo last night. Ernie turned and looked at Penny, who was sitting next to the chair he was sitting at. Her real name was Brooklyn, but she got the nickname Penny from her copper red hair. Her long hair came down to the middle of her back, and she had green eyes. She wore a pink designer t-shirt with hip-hugger jeans and black designer sneakers. She was the most popular girl in the 8th grade and was the girl of Zack's dreams. She moved away from her area back when they were in 4th grade, back when she was good friends with Ryan and Zack. She moved back to Oneonta just before school started and hung out with them again until Ernie and the other trendy guys of the 8th grade started talking to her. So, Penny, did I have this tattoo last night? Asked Zack. No, said Penny. Ernie did not respond. Zack, on the other hand, had an even bigger smile on his face, finally outshowing Ernie in front of everyone. But Ernie did not stay quiet long. He looked right at Penny. You probably couldn't see it, said Ernie, because it was covered up by makeup. I saw him with makeup kit before lunch. Must have forgotten how to touch it up before school. The cafeteria was once again roaring with laughter. Even the teachers were laughing, but Zack was determined not to let Ernie win this one. I would rather wear makeup than get caught wearing my older sister's clothes. The cafeteria went dead quiet. Ernie's face glowed red hot from his anger, and he walked over and pushed Zack against the windows. Zack hit with a loud thud as his back hit the windows, but it did not faze him. Zack quickly got his balance and shoved Ernie right back. Ernie stumbled back a few feet and was not happy. He shot at Zack's legs and grabbed them, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Ryan and Violet had to move out of the way as Zack fell. Once on the ground, Ernie tried to hit him with his fists, but Zack covered his head, and after a few blows that did nothing, Zack was able to turn over and get Ernie on the ground. The two rolled around on the floor trying to hit each other, but no blows connected, and it was more of a wrestling match, with the two trying to get the top and not keeping it. After a few moments, Ernie regained the top and went to punch him, but a teacher grabbed him and pulled him off, allowing Zack to catch Ernie right in the nose. Another teacher grabbed Zack and pulled him to his feet. The two tried to get at each other, but were held back. What is going on here? Asked one of the teachers. He started it, Mr. Jones, shouted Ernie. I don't care who started it, shouted Mr. Jones. There is no fighting on school grounds, both of you, to the principal's office. I think you should probably let him go to the nurse first, said Zack with a big grin. Mr. Jones looked at Ernie as blood was starting to gush out of his nose. The one blow that hit caused Ernie to bleed. Ernie quickly leaned his head back as they rushed him to the nurse's office. Mr. Jones escorted Zack to the principal's office. 3. Man in the Woods. Mrs. Johnson, said Mr. Jones, Zack needs to see Mr. Payne. He and Ernie Collins were fighting in the cafeteria. That was what was going on over there? Asked Mrs. Johnson. It must have been going on for at least 10 minutes. Why did no one try to stop them sooner? I believe the two were having an argument before they actually started to fight, said Mr. Jones. Why didn't anyone stop them from arguing? Asked Mrs. Johnson. Because the teachers favor the trendy kids and Ernie as their leader, belted out Zack. But since he was making fun of me, they let it slide, but as soon as he gets in trouble, they jump in to save us. I don't believe I asked you, interrupted Mrs. Johnson. You will have to wait. Mr. Payne went out for lunch and will be back soon. You can sit there and be quiet until he gets back. Mr. Jones, thank you for bringing him in. Where is Mr. Collins? Getting his face cleaned up from the blood that came out of his nose, Zack said to himself. What was that? Asked Mrs. Johnson as she shot Zack a look that told him he would do as he was told. Ernie is seeing Mrs. Foley, said Mr. Jones. Zack got a shot in on him as Mr. Baker pulled Ernie off from him. He was bleeding pretty badly. I'm going to go check on him now and tell Mrs. Foley to have him stay there until Mr. Payne has seen Zack here. Good idea, said Mrs. Johnson. Zack sat in the chair and turned to see Mr. Jones turn his head, but before he left, he swore he saw him give him a wink of good job. It was no secret to the school that the younger teachers favored the popular students, while the older teachers had been there longer favored no one. Mr. Jones was one of the few teachers who tried to make sure everyone was treated equally. And Ernie and his friends did not like Mr. Jones at all, since they could not get any favoritism from him. Zack sat in the yellow padded steel chair for the rest of lunch, in the first part of fifth period, which he had math and was happy not to be there. As he sat waiting for Mr. Payne to show up, he looked at Mrs. Johnson, who was in her mid-50s, but looked older than she was. A beanpole with short silver hair and a wrinkly face. No matter what emotion she would be expressing, she looked angry. Zack could smell the old perfume she wore that smelled like something his late grandmother wore. After 40 minutes of waiting, Mr. Payne walked into the office, but to Zack, it felt more like decades had gone by. Mr. Johnson got up and walked into his office after him, and a moment later came and motioned with her long, bony pointer finger to come in. So Zack got up, walked over to the door, and sat down in a more comfortable chair in front of Mr. Payne's office. Mrs. Johnson closed the door as she returned to her seat. For several moments, a very uncomfortable silence filled the office. I hear you and Ernie Collins were arguing and then fighting at lunch today, said Mr. Payne, breaking the silence. Tell me what happened. This was a shock to Zack. He had been in trouble with teachers multiple times, but this was the first time anyone ever wanted to hear his side of the story, as all of them before knew his reputation and did not bother to hear his story, when he often told the truth. Why do you want to hear my side? Asked Zack. You're not just going to hear Ernie's side and believe him? Why do you say that? Asked Mr. Payne. That's what all the teachers do when I get in trouble, Zack said. They believe everyone else and not me. Well, Mr. Payne said, you have to admit that your reputation is not the best. Oh, please, everyone in this school knows Ernie acts one way and does the exact opposite, Zack said. However, since he's popular, they overlook it. And when someone like me does the exact same thing or less, we get hammered for it. That's not right. And I'm going to go look into that, Mr. Payne said. I'm still new to the school, but I heard there were many problems. But I was never told what they are. Zack, I'm going to level with you. Fighting on school grounds calls for a 2-day suspension. Before I have to pick up my phone and call your mom, I want you to tell her, I'm not going to lie for you, but I need to know your side. You want to hear my side? Here it is, Zack said. Ernie tried to make fun of me, and I shot one back better, and he couldn't take it and shoved me into the windows. I shoved him back, and then he shot in on my legs, took me down, and we started to wrestle. When some teachers finally broke us up, they pulled Ernie off me, and I shot and hit him in the nose, causing him to bleed. Far as I'm concerned, I was defending myself. Okay, Mr. Payne said. I want you to go to your locker, get your things, and come back and wait in the office. I'm going to go talk to Ernie, and then I'm going to call your parents. Zack stood up, opened the door, and walked out into the office, followed by Mr. Payne. They both turned left once they were out in the hall and headed up the hallway. Zack stopped a few feet from the office at his locker, while Mr. Payne continued and stopped at the door on the left, right before the hall sloped up. He knocked and then opened the door, stepped in and closed the door behind him. Once the door was closed, Zack opened his locker, grabbed his bag and jacket, and closed it. Mr. Haas, the gym teacher and the wrestling coach, was standing next to him. Zack did not notice him walk up. His physique was bulky and short. He was balding on the crown of his head, which was hard to notice unless you were looking for it. His thick, dark brown hair covers it up well.
I saw you and Ernie fighting,
said Mr. Haas.
You know, Ernie's on the wrestling team, right?
Let me guess, said Zack. You're going to make me work harder now since I was messing with one of your boys, right?
No,
said Mr. Haas.
I was actually giving you a compliment. Ernie's one of the best on the team, and you stayed with him to the point where he couldn't really do anything. With a little practice, you could be a good wrestler.
Oh, thanks, Zack said.
You should think about joining the team. It would get you in shape as well.
Mr. Haas said.
We spar against everyone on the team at least once to help everyone get better.
You're saying that I could get another shot at Ernie? Zack said.
I said nothing of the sort,
said Mr. Haas.
But you would have to spar against him at some point. That is, wrestle, not fight. You might want to think about it.
I will, said Zack.
That's all I say,
said Mr. Haas. Mr. Haas headed up towards the high school, while Zack headed the few feet back to the office, where he found himself once again sitting in the same uncomfortable chair. It was not long after he got to the office that Mr. Payne returned. He did not say anything to Zack, and he just walked into his office and shut the door. Zack thought he would be there forever, bored to death. It was only 10 minutes, and Mr. Payne asked Zack to come into the office. So Zack grabbed his bag and walked, and once again sat in the far more comfortable chair. Once seated, Mr. Payne closed the door to his own seat behind the desk. I just got off the phone with your mother, said Mr. Payne. She was not too happy to hear you were getting suspended from school for 2 days. She told me there was no way she could come pick him up, and leaving him at home with no one there was more reward than punishment. Figures my mom would want me to actually get punished, said Zack. She cares more about me learning my lesson than why I did what I did. I highly doubt that. Your mom is trying to raise you by herself, and that is not easy for her, said Mr. Payne. Anyway, we came to an agreement that you are going to spend the rest of the day in ISS. Also, for the rest of the week and Monday, you'll have lunchtime detention. What's ISS? asked Zack. ISS stands for In-School Suspension, said Mr. Payne. Oh, great. I was looking forward to catching Urkel today, Zack said. Where is ISS? You know those folded-up dividers that cover an area? Said Mr. Payne. There are desks in there, and a teacher keeps an eye on the students who are there. You will have to do your schoolwork for the rest of the day or until it is done, and then you will have to find something else to do until the bell. You will not be allowed to sleep or talk. Great. My day was going so well, Zack said. Now it's just been ruined. You might want to get some books to do work. I notice your backpack looks a little empty, said Mr. Payne. Zack slowly got to his feet, walked over to the door, opened it, glanced over to see Mr. Payne dialing another number. Zack figured he was calling Ernie's parents as much as he wanted to hear what he said to Ernie's parents. He continued on his way out. After stopping at his locker, he reported to the folded walls where Mr. Jones was watching another student. He did not say anything, just looked at Zack, and he knew enough to take a seat and start working on something. So he went to take the seat next to the other student, but Mr. Jones cleared his throat as a way of telling him not to sit there. So he took another empty seat. Since Zack finished all of his homework that was due for the day, he started to draw, but it did not last long. He had not been sitting drawing for more than 5 minutes. Mrs. Johnson showed up with a folder and handed it to Mr. Jones, then walked away as he looked through the folder, then stood up and walked over to Zack.
That's a good drawing, said Mr. Jones. It will have to wait until you're finished your homework.
I've already finished my homework, said Zack, looking up at Mr. Jones with a smirk on his face.
I'm not talking about the homework you just put off until your study hall this morning. I'm talking about the homework you have due tomorrow.
How can I do homework that I don't have since I'm not in the class? Zack said sarcastically. A loud slap echoed through the halls from Mr. Jones, flopping the folder that Mrs. Johnson had handed to him onto Zack's desk. Here at ISS, we like to serve our guests by getting the work for them from their teachers, said Mrs. Johnson. It's one of the many services we offer to help you pass the time. Mr. Jones turned and headed back to his chair, then stopped, turned, and faced Jack.
When you're done, give it to me. I'll make sure it gets back to your teachers.
For the rest of the day, Zack sat in his chair working on schoolwork from all of his classes, and by the end of the day, Zack had finished all of his homework before the day it was due. He even had 40 minutes left to himself, so he went back to his drawing, only to catch Mr. Jones, who is back to supervise. The teachers take periods watching the students in ISS. Mr. Jones took most of his free periods, except 1 or 2 to watch the students. "Zack," said Mr. Jones, "I thought I told you to do your schoolwork." Just as Mr. Jones finished saying it, Zack grabbed the folder and walked up to him. "I finished it all 10 minutes ago," Zack said as he handed him the folder, then turned and walked back to his seat and continued to draw. Mr. Jones flipped through the folder to see that the work that should have taken at least 4 hours to complete was all done. He even pulled some of it out to see if his answers were correct. He was shocked to see that the answers were correct. This shocked him since he knew that Zack barely kept a C average. Knowing Zack finished his homework left him to draw, and when the bell rang, he got up, left, and went right to his locker, unloading the books, and heading out to the bus, where he met Ryan and Violet. On the way home, Zack found out that Ernie was kept in the nurse's office to do ISS to keep the two of them apart, as well as detention for the week. This did not make Zack happy at all. Having to see his face every day for the next week was not the thing he wanted to do. When he got home, he had a long talk with his mom, who grounded him to the house as soon as he got home, which only made Zack even madder. Over the next 3 days, Zack and Ernie avoided each other and stayed on opposite sides of the room during lunch detention. They both tried to cope with being around each other, and once their lunch detention was over, they both quickly left to get away from each other. On Thursday, Zack had finished his lunch and was a little tired and rested his head on his arms on the desk and was completely out of what was going on. While he was zoning, all of his thoughts swirled around his head. His feelings for Penny, being grounded, wanting to shove Ernie's face into a wall. In the middle of all these thoughts, the hooded man from Sunday night came into his head. Zack jumped at the bell that rang, signaling the end of lunch detention. Snapped back to reality, with full memories of how he got the mark of the upside-down crescent moon. He jumped up from his seat and ran out to the hall, excited to tell Violet and Ryan, but as soon as he reached his locker, he remembered he would not see them until they walked home. The rest of the day seemed to go by extra slowly, as he eagerly waited for school to end. At the end of the last period, as the bell rang, Zack made his way through the halls to the main entrance, where Ryan and Violet were waiting for him. They all made sure that they could leave as soon as the bell rang. With their things ready, they walked out the doors and headed towards the parking lot, instead of heading up towards the high school, where the bus was parked. "How was detention?" asked Violet. "Boring as usual," said Zack, "but very helpful." "How so?" asked Ryan. "Well, it helped me recall how I got this mark on my neck," said Zack, like it was no big deal. "What?" shouted Ryan and Violet together, stopping him in the middle of the parking lot. "How did you get?" Zack recounted the events from waking up to going downstairs, cutting his foot, to finding the hooded man in their fight, all ending in a brief flash. Ryan and Violet could not believe what they were hearing. It was completely unreal. They did not completely trust Zack, or saw the scattered china and the scab of his foot where the plate punctured him. They would not believe him. "Wow," said Ryan as they began walking again. "What do you think he did to make you freeze?" I'm not sure," said Zack. "I probably had something to do with why I did not remember the events. I mean, I woke up in my bed, but both my foot and shoulder were sore when I woke up." "Well, it could have been that flash of light you said became free and moved, but it was falling," said Violet. "I think it could be that you hit your head, causing you to forget it, and you woke up, found yourself downstairs, not realizing what happened, and went back to your room and fell asleep." "Sure," said Zack. "That could be another reason. Who knows what happened? I'm just glad I know how I got it." "Too bad you can't tell anyone," said Violet. "Why not?" "Because I would be the laughingstock of the school," answered Zack. "They already think I'm nuts for saying it magically appeared. Saying some hooded man caused me to freeze by using magic, then drew the symbol on my neck and left." "The school would probably have him committed to the psych ward," said Violet. The three of them continued their talk as they walked. They eventually came to the end of the parking lot, where all the smokers came to smoke. Of course, they had to be off campus to smoke, so they would go to the other side of the fence by the soccer field, behind the gate. A dirt path led to Wilbur Park, which several students took to get home. Zack and Ryan walked over to the gate, unlatched it, pushed it open, and walked through and continued on their way. Once they passed the gate, the conversation changed with the hooded man. "Aren't you grounded?" asked Violet. "Yeah," said Zack. "What's your point?"
Well,
said Ryan.
if you're grounded, you shouldn't be walking home from school. Should you?
"I don't see a problem with it," said Zack. "My mom said that I am not to leave the house as soon as I get home. So until I get home, I am not grounded." "I hardly think that your mom had that in mind," said Violet. "If she didn't have it in mind, she should have said to come straight home and not leave," growled Zack as he started to get a little mad that his two closest friends were arguing with him. They continued talking about whether what Zack was doing was right as they walked across the path, but they were so focused on arguing, they did not notice the tall, bulky man wearing a trench coat and black-rimmed sunglasses slowly approach them from the way they were going. As soon as they passed, the man turned and cut them off.
Sorry to interrupt your argument,
said the man.
I'm looking for someone. Would either of you know a Zack Parks?
"I'm him," said Zack without even thinking about it, which caused a big grin to appear on the man's face. With lightning-fast reflexes, the man grabbed Violet by her arm, pulled her close to him, pulled a knife, and held it to her throat.
"The three of you are going to come with me,"
said the man,
"or I'm going to kill her."
"Okay," said Zack and Ryan at the same time.
"We will go. Just don't hurt her."
"Walk up the mountain until I say stop," said the man. Zack and Ryan slowly walked up towards the back end of the soccer field. They moved slowly, hoping someone would come along and see the man holding a knife to Violet and call the cops. However, no one came. Since they left the school so quickly, no one else was close to coming. They walked up past the soccer field until they were completely out of sight of anyone who might walk by.
"Okay, that's good enough,"
said the man. Zack and Ryan quickly turned around and faced their captor. Zack tried to show he was not afraid, even though beads of sweat were starting to form on his forehead. His whole body was shaking. Zack glanced over at Ryan, who looked like he was about to pass out.
"All right, let's make this quick," said the man. "I want whatever he gave to you the other night."
Zack looked at Ryan and looked back at them as if he had no clue what he was talking about. "What man?" said Zack.
"Don't play games with me, kid. I won't hesitate to slit her throat. I want what DaMarkus gave you."
"Who's DaMarkus?" said Ryan.
"Guy who broke into your house a few nights ago,"
said the man. It hit Zack that this man was talking about the hooded man, but he had no clue how he knew about him or that he came into his house. "He didn't give me anything," said Zack. "He came in, broke some plates, I wrestled around with him, and then..." Zack realized that the man did give him something, but it couldn't be what this man was after. It was just a symbol mark on his neck. What would this guy want with a symbol of an upside-down quarter crescent moon tattoo? "Actually, he did give me something," said Zack. "He gave me this moon tattoo."
"What?"
said the man.
"Let me see it."
"It's on the back of my neck," said Zack, slowly turning around, reaching back with his hand and pointing to it. "I woke up with it the next morning."
"The mark of Eiliria,"
said the man, mumbled to himself, but Violet overheard him.
"That is what I came for." "How are you going to take it?" asked Ryan. "Permanently painted on his neck."
"I have my ways," said the man as the man approached Zack. Zack turned around quickly to catch him off guard, which caused him to tighten his grip on Violet, which he loosened as he approached Zack. "You can do whatever you want to take the mark off my neck, only if you let her go first," said Zack.
"Okay,"
said the man as he let Violet go, and she quickly moved over next to Ryan, who put himself between her and him.
"However, none of you leave until I get what I want, or I kill your friends here. Then I come after you, kill you both. You understand me?"
"Yes," they all said.
"Good,"
said the man.
"Now turn back around. This should be painless."
Zack slowly turned around, not knowing how removing a permanent ink symbol was going to be painless. The man slowly approached Zack, just in case he tried something, but once he saw he was not, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a strange-looking pen that was polished silver and reflected any light. He placed the tip of the pen on the back of Zack's neck, right on the dot. The mark began to glow bright blue, and the pen slowly turned red to white, and the man let out a scream as the pen scolded his two fingers, and he was forced to let it go. The pen dropped to the ground as Zack turned to see what caused him to yell. The man turned and faced Zack and backhanded him, which caused him to fall to the ground.
What did you do to prevent me from removing this mark?
Shouted the man as he pulled off his sunglasses and stared at him. Zack turned and looked at him in his cold, fearless, angry, dark brown eyes. Nothing, he said. I've done nothing to the mark since I got it 3 days ago.
Liar!
Shouted the man as he grabbed Ryan by the arm and pulled out his knife again.
You have one chance to tell me, or your friend here dies.
Zack slowly got back to his feet, not taking his eyes off the man as he held the 4-inch blade not far from Ryan's chest. I don't want you to hurt my friend, said Zack, but I did nothing to it.
Say goodbye to your friend,
said the man as he thrust the blade into Ryan's chest. Zack tried to stop him from stabbing Ryan, reaching his right hand out towards the man. What happened next shocked them all. The blade never entered Ryan's chest. The moment Zack reached out his hand, a bright yellowish light shot from his hand and struck the man in the chest. He swore through the air and smacked into a huge tree with a loud thud. Stunned by what happened, no one moved. Zack looked at his wrist, and a strange design was glowing around it. A moment later, it vanished, but Zack still did not move from his spot. Not sure what had just happened, Ryan and Violet came first and shook Zack, snapping him out of his thoughts. He's out, said Ryan. Let's get out of here, said Violet. They took off down the way they came until they came to the path that led to the park or to the school, turned right, heading back to the school, their muscles bulging, trying to get as far away from that man and to help. They made it back to the school, where they called the police. 4. DaMarkus of Eiliria. 3 police cars pull up alongside the middle school soccer field, and 6 officers quickly open their doors and slam them shut as they head past several students and head into the woods. 1 officer stays behind to prevent students from entering the woods. The students were angry, not that they could not go this way, but that they could not see what was going on. Moments later, another cop parked in the visitor parking spot. The door slowly opened, and a tall, muscular man in a police. This man's uniform was different from the officers who went into the woods. His uniform is the only one that a man gets to wear, and that is the chief of police. After climbing out of his car, he shut the door and headed into the middle school main entrance. Once inside, he turned left and walked into the office where Mr. Payne, Mrs. Johnson, and Mr. Jones were, with Zack, Ryan, and Violet sitting in chairs. The 3 were trying to comfort each other after what had happened. The police chief walked in and shook hands with Mr. Payne.
Are these the kids?
Yeah, said Mr. Payne. They came running out of the woods and came right in here. After seeing the red marks on Violet's arm from where he held her tightly, they called it in.
Good. 5 men are checking the woods now,
Chief Burns said.
Another officer is preventing anyone from entering the woods on this side, and another officer went to the park to block anyone from that side from entering.
That's good, said Mr. Payne. The last thing we need is for this guy to grab another hostage.
Did they say what happened? Asked Chief Burns.
Not really. They told us how he got them, said Mr. Payne. They said it was a blur about how they got away.
Let me talk to them alone, said Chief Burns.
No problem, said Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne looked at Mr. Jones and Mrs. Johnson, nodded to them that they needed to leave. The 3 of them walked out of the office into the hall while the police chief walked over and sat down across from the 3 of them, who were pale as if they had just seen a ghost. There was silence. Neither of the 3 said anything after the chief sat down. After seeing that they were not going to talk, the chief broke the silence. I know you must be scared about what happened, said the chief. It's all right. You are safe. I'm Police Chief Kenneth Burns, but you can call me Officer Ken or Burns. I need to know what happened and what this guy looked like. Again, there was silence. But after a few moments, Zack spoke up and he told the chief what happened. Eventually, Ryan and Violet spoke up and told things that Zack left out, but neither of them said anything about how they got away. They were not about to tell the police chief that Zack stopped him from stabbing Ryan when he stretched out his arm and a bright yellowish light shot from his hand. They came up with an idea that he went to stab Ryan and lost his balance and fell backwards and hit his head on a tree, which is when they took off.
Chief,
said a voice in Officer Burns' radio.
Go Jefferson,
said the chief as he grabbed his mic on his right hand, tilted his head over so his mouth was closer, and pressed down on the black button. We found where they were,
But the man is no longer here, said Officer Jefferson. We did find the knife so we can check for fingerprints, but it looks like he got away. We think he might have headed back down the path and into the parking lot not long after they took off. We also found some blood on the low part of a big tree. That makes sense, said Chief Burns. The kids tell me he fell backwards and hit his head on a tree, but they were not sure how he fell. It had to be something big since the blood was about 20 feet up from where they were standing before they took off, said Officer Jefferson. Said Chief Burns. I'm not sure what caused it, and I don't think these kids will be any help. Either they know what caused it, and they are not going to tell us, or they don't remember. To me, it doesn't matter. We need to find this guy. What do you want us to do? Asked Officer Jefferson. I want you to get some dogs up there and let them smell that knife, the blood, said Chief Burns. Walk through the woods and see if they can pick up this guy's scent. I'll be out to see the scene in a few minutes. Will do, sir, Officer Jefferson said. Jefferson out. Do you think you can give us a description of this guy? Chief Burns asked. Nothing more than what we told you, said Violet. Okay, I'm going to check out the scene. Mr. Payne is going to call your parents and get you guys home. But I want you three not to go anywhere where there is not some kind of crowd. This guy might try it again, but it's highly unlikely if he is smart. I'm going to have a cop car outside your houses just to be on the safe side. With that, Chief Burns stood up, walked over to the office door, opened it, and walked out into the hall. He briefly talked with Mr. Payne and then headed out to the scene. Mr. Payne, Mrs. Johnson, and Mr. Jones came back into the office and sat down. Mrs. Johnson called all their parents and got a hold only Ryan and Violet's. 10 minutes later, Mr. Jitter showed up to pick up Ryan and told Mr. Payne that he could take Zack back and would make sure his mom knew what happened today. On the ride home, it was very quiet. Mr. Jitter did not say much, and Ryan sat up front while Zack sat in the back. Both of them wanted to talk about what happened, but knew it had to wait until they were alone. Unfortunately for them, it would have to wait until morning. When they arrived at Zack's house, Zack noticed his mom's car in the driveway, and he was not looking forward to what she was going to say about him not being there when she came home. Zack unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the back door on the driver's side, stepped out into the street, and closed the door behind him. Once out, Mr. Jitter told Ryan he would be back in a few minutes and got out of the car. Zack was already at the door and walked inside, only to see his mom sitting on the couch. "What do you not understand about being grounded?" she asked him. "You are to come straight home and not leave this house for the whole week. That was your punishment for getting suspended from school. Now, what part of that don't you understand?" "I'm sorry," said Zack. "I'm just getting home now, and I tend to stay here now that I have come home." "That's not what I said," said Mrs. Parks. "Yes, Mom," Zack said. "That is what you said. You told me that when I came home, I had to stay here. So when I come home, I will stay home. But if I don't get in until 9, then that's when my grounding starts." "You know what I mean when I told you that you were grounded," said Mrs. Parks. "Don't go taking what I said just so you can get around being punished." "I am not getting around being punished," Zack said. "I am doing exactly what you said, and so far I have obeyed. But if this is what I am going to get for obeying, then screw that. I'm not going to do it anymore." Zack stormed up the stairs, turned into the hallway, and went right into his room. A loud bang reverberated throughout the house as he slammed the door shut. Zack was very angry. He almost lost both of his best friends, only to come home and have his mom accuse him of not listening. Sure, he was going to take a literal what she said about being grounded when he knew what she really meant. But he listened to her, he stayed home, and did not leave. After a few minutes, she heard a door shut and a car start up. He knew Mr. Jitter had told his mom what happened and was leaving. A few moments later, a soft knock came at his door. Zack ignored it, but that did not stop his mom from coming in. She opened the door slowly, walked in, and sat down on his bed. "I thought this was my room," said Zack in a calmer voice. "It is," said Mrs. Parks. "Then I believe you need to be invited in before entering," Zack said. "Honey," his mom said, "you know, I was not going to wait for you to calm down to come talk to you after what Ryan's dad just told me." "I'm fine," Zack said. "We got away with nothing to worry about. You can leave now." "Zack, you got lucky today, and I'm thankful someone is looking out for you,"
said Mrs. Parks. I'm sorry for yelling at you before even finding out why you were just coming in. You can't hold what you're feeling inside of you. If you do, it'll just build up until one day you can't hold it back anymore and it all comes out on someone you never intended it to. It had to be scary seeing Violet being held at knife point as well, Ryan almost getting stabbed. I told you I'm fine, Zack said. I just want to be alone. Mrs. Parks could tell Zack was still mad and knew that until he calmed down completely, there would be no use talking with him. She slowly got up, walked over to him, kissed him on his head, walked back over to his door, walked out into the hallway, and closed it behind her. Zack just sat in his chair looking outside, wondering why this guy wanted the mark on his neck so badly and why he was willing to kill his friends to get it. For all he knew, it was just a tattoo. About an hour later, Zack went downstairs, warmed himself up some leftovers, and took them back up to his room where he watched some TV for the rest of the night. He went to bed around 10. It was a long day, and he was tired from everything that had happened. The next day was normal as it could be, having cops posted at the front doors and cops wandering the woods just in case this guy showed back up. Other than that, it was normal. Everyone was talking about what happened, and they were wondering why Zack, in their minds, is nothing special. It would be more likely that Ernie gets attacked since he's popular. Zack tried to put out of his mind people talking about him. He went to his classes, even lunch detention, and made it through the day. Zack was happy it was Friday. He did not want to go to school again until Monday. But of course, come Monday, he would not want to go either. On the ride home, Zack sat with Ryan and Violet, and they told each other what their parents told them. They all wanted them to come home right after school, but they were able to convince them that with the cops in the neighborhood, they were safe. Zack told them how his mom told him this morning he was no longer grounded, based on what happened, but he knew it was just because she felt bad for yelling at him after what had happened. They decided to hang out at Ryan's house and even went to see a movie that night. When Zack got home, he went straight to bed, but could not get to sleep. For most of the night, I tossed and turned trying to get to sleep, but could not find a comfortable spot. Eventually, his body gave up and fell asleep in an uncomfortable position. It was not long after Zack finally fell asleep that he started to have a strange dream about a hooded man. Flashes of what happened 3 nights ago, after seeing the bright flash from when the man touched the mark, everything went black again. That's when the dream got even weirder. Zack found himself standing in the middle of a lightly lit room with a big spotlight from above. Outside the light's barrier, he could see nothing but thick darkness. Not long after appearing in his room, he started to notice movement on the edge of the light. It was just a silhouette of a person, but as it got closer and closer to the light, Zack realized it was the Hood Man. Not sure what to do, he realized it was just a dream, and he could just wake up, but he did not. He tried pinching himself, slapping his face as hard as he could, but nothing would get him to wake up. As the hooded man moved closer, Zack realized how big this guy was. There was something different about him this time. He was standing upright, not hunched over like when he first encountered him. Zack realized he was not injured. He was fully healed, and he knew that was not good for him. After several minutes, the hooded man moved into the lighted area and walked toward Zack, who tried to get away but found himself unable to move again. When the hooded man was several feet away, he stopped and reached up and pulled down the hood of his cloak, revealing his face. He had dark brown hair that came down to his shoulders. He had long oval glasses that were blue tinted. He did not look like someone you would expect to be a warrior, but based on what he was wearing and Zack feeling the armor he had under his clothes, he knew he had to be one.
"Don't worry," said the man. "I am not going to hurt you. I only took your sword from you because I was injured and could not take the chance of you finding me. Even if you were not skilled with it, I would not have been any match for you."
"Who are you?" asked Zack.
"Where are my manners? I am sorry. I am DaMarkus of Eiliria," said DaMarkus.
"Eiliria?" Zack asked.
"This is going to sound strange," said DaMarkus. "Obviously, I'm not from Earth. Eiliria is another world that is in another dimension, where Earth's place is in this universe. I was forced to come here while on a mission. I was found and opened a gateway to Earth, and since I had been here before a long time ago, probably about 14 to 15 years ago, I headed to a place I knew, mainly because I was afraid my enemies might be able to reopen the gate and come after me.
That's nice. But why don't you tell me why you broke into my house and put this mark on my neck? Asked Zack.
Well, said DaMarkus, my enemy opened a gate and he sent his first man, Gaimji. He is the one who attacked you today. By the way, I was impressed that you were able to use my mark to stop him from hurting your friend. You must be a skilled warrior to use something you did not know you had.
Huh? Said Zack. I'm not sure what you're talking about. How about getting back to why you were in my house?
Yes. Gaimji is a skilled warrior. Nothing compared to me, DaMarkus said. However, he caught me off guard and injured me. I was able to fight him off and get away, but I need a place to hide and heal. I knew a woman from here back when I first came here, and I thought I saw her go into your house from the woods. However, as I was not about to leave the woods during the day, I was hurt. So I waited until night came, but while I waited, Gaimji found me again and we fought and narrowly escaped and headed for your house. My injuries were worse, DaMarkus continued, which made me slower to get such a short distance as to your house. I was going to stay in your garage for the night, but I realized I could not wait until morning to treat my wounds, so I broke into your house, hoping I would not woke anyone. To my surprise, I was in the wrong house. You passed right by me in the living room. After knocking the china over, I went under the table to hide. I was surprised you did not see me, but that's how I knew you had the sword.
Okay, you answered why you were in my house, said Zack. Not about this mark on my neck that you used your blood to draw?
After you finally found me and tackled me, said DaMarkus, I might add was not a smart thing to do. I may have dropped your sword, but I could have had a weapon covered under my cloak. I was only moving around to get help from you, but then you tackled me. When we fell on the table, I realized the only way for me to survive was to hide out of sight of everyone. So, using my marks, I used the last of my strength to cause you to not move.
What do you mean, out of sight? Interrupted Zack.
Make it simple, said DaMarkus. I'm inside the mark on the back of your neck. It's a little trick I learned, and while I'm inside, I can heal from my wounds without having to fight off Gaimji if he happens to find me. However, the mark was supposed to be invisible. Only my friend Alclien, who will be coming and looking for me, was supposed to be able to see it. But I guess freezing you used more strength than I thought.
How is that possible? Asked Zack. This can't be true. This is just a dream, my mind trying to make sense of all of this that's happened.
I'm the reason you're here, said DaMarkus. This is not a dream. I've recovered some strength, and after Gaimji's attack, I thought I should let you know what is going on and apologize for causing you any problems. So, I am using my abilities to talk to you. Of course, this slows down my healing, but I just wanted to let you know, Alclien would be arriving soon. He is the only one who can get me to come out besides me, and once that happens, your problem will be over. Gaimji shouldn't be much of a problem. Since you have your law enforcement keeping an eye on you, this has been great, but I do need to go. If I use too much of my strength talking to you, it will take even longer for me to heal.
Zack's eyes flew open, and he shot up in bed with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could not believe what he had just dreamed. Was it real? Did DaMarkus summon him into his mind to talk to him? Or was it, as he said in the dream, his mind just trying to explain everything? After several moments, he decided it was not worth trying to decide right then. So he lay back down, closed his eyes, and within minutes was sound asleep. 5. Payback. The next morning, Zack got up a little tired from not falling asleep until later. He jumped into the shower, got dressed, and headed down and grabbed some breakfast before heading over to Ryan's house and then to Violet's. When he arrived at his house, he knocked on the side door. Mrs. Jitter opened the door, invited Zack inside. Zack walked into the kitchen only to get nearly run over by Ryan's 11-year-old sister, Brianna. Ryan was sitting at the table finishing his breakfast, not moving very quickly, but after looking at Zack, he noticed that he had that certain look on his face that no one would think anything of. But Ryan knew the face meant he knew something that he did not want anyone to know. He quickly downed the last of his juice and grabbed his backpack. kissed his mom, and headed for the door. As they walked outside the door, Zack gave Mrs. Jitter a wave and followed Ryan outside. Once in the driveway, Ryan turned to him and looked right at him. With a sparkle in his eye, Zack knew he wanted to know what he knew. "Not until we get to Violet's," said Zack. "I only want to do it once. No one overhears and I get into another fight."
You know, you could just control your anger and not fight when someone pisses you off,
said Ryan. "And make people think I'm afraid?" asked Zack. "Not gonna happen." Within a few minutes, they arrived at Violet's house, and she was waiting for them in the living room. Her dad had already left for work, so she grabbed her bag, and they headed for the bus stop. Violet noticed Zack's face as soon as he walked into her house, and wanted to know as well. Once they were on their way towards the bus stop, he began. "I learned something about my mark last night," said Zack casually, like it was nothing, but both Violet and Ryan, and when he did not continue telling it right away, they were not happy.
"And?"
said Ryan.
"What did you learn?"
"Nothing big," said Zack. "Just met the guy who gave it to me. That's all." Ryan and Violet's jaws had dropped, and if it were possible, they would be touching the sidewalk. They want to know everything, but Zack kept stalling in, telling them what happened. "Are you going to tell us, or what?" asked Violet. "I would," said Zack. "However, I am not sure I can tell you it all before the bus stop, and I don't want anyone overhearing, especially after saying the mark appeared magically. If anyone heard what I have to say, they would think I was nuts."
"So when are you going to tell us?"
asked Ryan. "After school. You guys can come over to my house now that I'm no longer grounded," said Zack. "I'll tell you there so no one can overhear." Ryan and Violet looked at each other with a look of impatience, then looked back at Zack. "What?" said Zack. "Did you forget that we are not going to be on the bus on the way home?" said Violet. "My dad and I have plans for a month for tonight to get dinner after work, so I am going down to his office after school."
"I have a dentist appointment," said Ryan. "I am going to be leaving halfway through 8th period. I won't be back until closer to 5, since I will have to wait until my dad gets out of work."
"Oh," said Zack, who was not happy. He was going to be all alone on the ride home, especially with Ernie just looking for a way to get some payback on him. "Well, come over after dinner then. We can go up to the cement wall and talk there." "Did you forget that we're not supposed to go where there aren't crowds?" said Violet. "Officer Burns told us that just yesterday, and you already want to break it?" "He did not say don't go anyway," said Zack. "He suggested it. And don't go saying I am bending what he said. That's just what he said. He can't tell us what not to do if we're not breaking a law. Also, even if that guy shows up, we know those trails better than anyone, and we could get away."
"Okay,"
said Ryan. The three of them walked in silence for the rest of the way to the bus stop. The three of them wanted school to be over fast. For Zack, it meant 2 days before he had to go back, and for Ryan and Violet, they would get to hear what Zack had to tell them. The days flew by, and Zack kept his distance from Ernie, even more than he normally did. Did not want him to know that he was going to be alone until the last possible minute. When the day finally ended, Zack grabbed his stuff and headed for the bus. And at the front, he could see that if Ernie decided to try something, he would have a head start. When the bus was full and it headed up, Zack couldn't help but overhear one of Ernie's buddies pointing out that Zack was alone. As soon as he heard this, he knew he was going to have to head straight home to avoid him. He was a faster runner than him, so as long as he kept a good distance between himself and Ernie, he would be safe. 20 minutes later, the bus doors opened. He got off at a different stop to throw Ernie for a loop, but it did not stop them from getting off. Walking as fast as he could, he got a good lead on the 4 who were following him. Once the bus left, Zack could hear the echoing of shoes running on the blacktop, so he took off running as well without looking back. He did not want to know how much of the gap they closed before he left. After running for a few minutes, Zack decided he would run through some yards and head up to the trails. He could lose them if they followed him. Jumping over small fences and outrunning dogs, Zack cut through the backyards until he came to Ryan's house and shot up the path that led to the trails and into the woods. In a few moments, he found himself in a familiar area and stopped to catch his breath. He did not hear them following him, so he made his way along the path until he rounded a bend between 2 of the mountains and passed by the old cement wall that was there. Zack remembers his grandpa telling him stories about how they used it for practice back around World War II before he did. He liked coming up here because it allowed him to feel like he was near his grandpa, and it was a nice place to hang out, get away from everyone he did not like. After pasting the wall, he headed down towards the back end of the Greater Plains Elementary School field. Once he got there, he cut across the creek to the other side and could see his house when he felt a hand touch his right side. And the next thing he realized was that he was falling to the ground. As he hit the ground, he rolled to lower the impact on the blacktop. Once he got up, he saw that Ernie had come from behind one of the houses and pushed him.
So, you thought you could get away by running through some woods and going through the trails,
said Ernie.
I know you better than you think. I know exactly where the trails come out, and I came right here and waited. You should have cut through the school, and you would have made it. Now it's time to see what happens when you mess with me.
Zack slowly stood up and got to his feet and looked Ernie straight in the eyes and saw he wanted to fight, not just beat him up. This made Zack happy. As much as giving him a bloody nose was, it was not all he wanted to do to him in the first fight. So he's raised his hands, and the two started to fight. Ernie made the first move and threw a punch that narrowly missed Zack as he avoided it and caught him on the cheek with his right. What Ernie did not know was that Zack would go down to the Boys and Girls Club and take boxing lessons, making it harder for Ernie to stand a chance against Zack. On the ground, he would have had the advantage, but the way he fought at lunch, Zack was not worried. Ernie got made for getting hit and started throwing punches that Zack could see coming and dodge and counter them. With Zack dominating the fight, Ernie had had enough and knelt at one of his friends who slowly moved behind Zack and pushed him, catching him off guard. He did not fall to the ground, but lost his balance, where he had to drop his hands to catch himself. This opened him up, and Ernie drilled him with 3 quick punches that stunned Zack. Ernie got one more punch in before he missed the next few. Zack was back on his game and getting angry. Ernie was determined to win, so he had his buddy push him again, but Zack expected it and avoided it and hammered him with a punch to the gut, dropping him. With him on the ground, Ernie came in with a hit, but Zack ducked, grabbed his legs from beneath him, and took him to the ground. Ernie slammed into the ground and knocked his head real hard. Lucky for him, from the fight, that they had moved from the street onto the grass. Zack mounted him and started punching him, but he did not get more than one hit in before Ernie's 2 buddies grabbed him and held him. Ernie got up, still stunned, but once he cleared his head, he hit Zack hard in the face with a few good shots that caused his feet to go out from under him. He fell on his knees and spat out blood. His nose was also bleeding, but not as badly as Ernie's. The fight was over. Zack lost and stood no chance against Ernie as long as his buddies were there. He stayed on the ground, but that did not stop Ernie from kicking him in the gut, causing him to roll over onto his back. Looking up at the sky from his back, Ernie leaned over him, told him it wouldn't be smart for him to keep his mouth shut, or he might have to do this to him again. Then he and his buddies left. Later that night, a knock at the door came, and Zack's mom opened the door to see Violet and Ryan. She invited them in and told them Zack was in the kitchen, and they made their way through the living room into the kitchen, only to be shocked to see Zack sitting at the table with a bag of ice on his face. He had a busted lip that had swollen to twice its size and 2 bruises on both sides of his face. They also noticed he had his arm holding his side.
What in the...
said Ryan. He got beaten up, interrupted Zack's mom. However, he won't tell me who did it. I thought it might be the guy he got into a fight with at school, but he won't say. When did this happen? Asked Violet, sitting down next to him, pulling the bag of ice from his face. After school, said Zack. It's as bad as it looks. I can't feel the bruises, and my lip went numb about 5 minutes ago. The only thing that hurts is my ribs. I never knew getting kicked there hurt so much.
Did you go to the hospital?
Asked Ryan. He refuses to go, said his mom. Maybe you guys can get him to go, or at least get him to tell me who did it. I'm not going to, said Zack as he stood up and winced from the pain in his ribs, threw down the bag of ice, and pushed in the chair. We're going over to the school. I'll be home later. No, you're not, said his mom. You are not going anywhere until you tell me who did this to you. Zack did not listen and walked out the back door. Ryan and Violet were not sure what to do, but a few moments later, they followed him out. The way over to the playground was quiet. Zack did not say much, and Violet and Ryan did not want to ask. Once they were on the other side of the creek, Violet broke the silence. So did Ernie do this? She asked. Yes, said Zack. They were fighting, and since he was losing his 2 buddies, they helped him out, or Ernie would look like this, and most likely, doesn't look like he got some good shots on him before his goons jumped in. Ow.
So, why didn't you tell your mom this? Asked Ryan. She just wants the best for you. And just disrespecting her and not listening it's not right. If I tell her, Zack began, she'll just call up Ernie's parents and then come Monday, I am going to be the guy who has to have his mom fight his battles. I refuse to let that happen. Ow. Also, just because you two are not brave enough to do everything your parents tell you does not mean that I am. Also, if she wanted me to listen, she wouldn't have had to lie to me all those years about my dad just so I think that he was a bum for leaving when I was only a year old. She just doesn't want to admit herself that she attracts the wrong guys, first my father, then my stepfather. Clearly, there is something wrong with her. There was another silence as Ryan and Violet could tell that Zack was getting mad and wanted to avoid an argument. So, tell us about what you found out about your mark, said Violet. Yeah, said Ryan. I almost forgot that was when I saw what happened to you. We've waited all day to hear us, so tell us already. It's nothing big, said Zack. It is only a dream I had, so it's most likely my mind trying to make sense of things. Stop stalling like you did this morning and tell us, said Violet with a look on her face that Zack knew when she meant business. Fine, said Zack. Zack told them everything he remembered from his dream, and neither Ryan nor Violet interrupted him until he was done talking. When he was done, they were not sure what to make of it, but it made sense of what happened if it was true. You know, this sounds like the stories your mom used to tell you about your dad, said Ryan. What if the stories were true? And this guy knows who your father is. I just said those stories were lies, shouted Zack. She just wanted me to think highly of my father. Too bad. Zack, said Ryan. If this is true, this guy knows who he is. Maybe he can introduce you to him. Shut up, shouted Zack. Enough with those stupid stories. I've had enough with all this trouble this mark has caused me. Anyway, are you more interested in those stories than I ever was? And what I told you was just a dream. If it was just a dream, then why did you act like it was true this morning? Asked Violet. It was interesting, and I thought it would be cool if it was, answered Zack. Kind of like what you read in books, but real. I've always wanted to have an adventure like that, where I'm the hero, and everyone looks up to me, not down like they do. Anyway, I'll worry about it if this is true. If that Alclien, however you say his name shows up. How will we know if this guy shows up? Well, since Gaimji, said Zack, I think that's what DaMarkus called him, attacked me, and he was the enemy. I guess if this guy's real, he will not attack me? Violet and Ryan could see that this was putting Zack in a worse mood, so they decided to switch the topic and get it off everything that happened today. Are you going to the homecoming dance tomorrow? Asked Violet. No, said Zack. I'm not allowed to since I was suspended this week, and Ernie can't go either. Violet looked at Ryan shocked, then back at Zack, and was not sure how to put it. We overheard Penny at lunch talking about her and Ernie's plans for the dance, said Ryan. So it sounds like Ernie is going, and if he can go, you should be able to go as well. If I could go, said Zack, I would. But I'm not about to show up and cause more trouble by finding out I'm not allowed. Why not have your mom call Mr. Payne and see if it's all right for you to go, said Violet. I guess, said Zack. What if I can't? We won't go either, and we'll all go see a movie or something, said Ryan. Okay, said Zack. The three of them talked for a few more minutes before it was getting too dark for them to be on school property. They said goodnight and headed for home. 6. Homecoming. Hey, Zack, said Violet. My mom just got off the phone with Mr. Payne, said Zack. He's allowing me and Ernie to go after what happened in the woods. Why does Ernie get to go since I was the one involved in that? Awesome. Do you want to go with me? Asked Violet. Of course, said Zack. Really? Said Violet. Yeah, you, me, and Ryan always go to dances together, said Zack. Oh, yeah, said Violet. That's right. Forgot that for a moment. Just got excited you get to go. What's wrong? Asked Zack. Nothing. Why do you think there's something wrong? Asked Violet. I've known you for 3 years and you're my best friend, said Zack. I think I know when something's wrong. There's nothing wrong, said Violet.
I talked to my dad when I got home, and he told me he'd be willing to pick us up after the dance if your mom or Ryan's parents would take us. I'll ask my mom tomorrow, said Zack. She just went to bed and has been tired lately and not sleeping too well. Okay, let me know, said Violet. I gotta go. All right, see you tomorrow, said Zack. The next morning, Zack's bruises on his cheeks were nearly gone, and his lip had a scab on it. He went downstairs to talk to his mom about getting a ride to the dance, and she told him she would be willing to take them to the dance, especially since it meant not having to pick them up at 11. With having a ride, Zack called Ryan and Violet and let them know to be ready by 7:40. The rest of the day, he just hung out at home watching TV or playing video games. The next thing he knew, it was 6:45. He turned off the TV, ran upstairs, jumping into the shower, and then changing into some more formal clothes. The homecoming dance was a semi-formal dress, and he did not want to be the one who walked in without fitting the dress. With everything thinking he got a tattoo would be cool, he knew if he did show up in casual clothes, people would think that as well, even though he would prefer to be casual rather than dressing up since he hated it. He would tolerate it for the night. He put on a pair of white cargo pants with black silky collar button-down shirt. He threw some gel in his hair, not too much, so it wouldn't make it hard, just enough to make it look nice but still move. By the time he finished with his hair, it was 7:35, and he went back into his room, grabbed a can of Axe body spray, sprayed a quick streak of it across his shirt, under his arms, into his crotch, and across his feet, and then placed the can back on his dresser and headed downstairs. He jumped the steps 2 at a time and jumped the last 4, landing on the floor, shaking the whole house, and a loud thud spread through the entire house. Zack's mom was watching TV, and when she saw her son, she grabbed a camera by her and quickly pulled it to her face while Zack was fixing his shirt. She called his name, and he looked up as she snapped a picture of him. "Delete it," said Zack. "No," said his mom. "I will not see you dressed like this again until next year or your prom." "Mom, you know I don't like my picture being taken," said Zack. "Why do you torment me by taking them?" "Because I'm going to want to be able to look back on these days," said his mom. "You may not, but you will understand when you have kids." "Me? Have kids? Ha!" laughed Zack. "I don't think so. Far as I'm concerned, kids are God's way of paying you back for what you did to your parents. I have no intention of having kids." "Because you know how hard you are to deal with?" asked his mom. "Not just that, but I would most likely end up with a son or daughter just like me," said Zack. "I want to keep my hair when I'm older, and having to deal with someone like me, I would be so stressed I would lose it all the time by I was 40. "Okay," said his mom. "You ready to go?" "Yeah," said Zack. "You do know I'm going to find that picture and delete it." "No, you won't. I have 4 hours to get it off the camera and get it printed," said his mom. "Even if you do find it on the computer, I'll already have several copies of the photo hidden." Zack and his mom headed out to the car. Zack hopped into the back seat, but his mom gave him a look that told him she was not his personal driver and to sit up front. So he climbed up front. Once inside, Mrs. Parks started up the car and backed out of the driveway. A few minutes later, they pulled up to Ryan's house, and Zack got out and ran to the side of the house and knocked. Ryan and Violet came out, both of them dressed up. Ryan had his hair spiked like he always did and was wearing a blue-collared shirt with black pants. Violet had her hair premed and had a tight white strapless dress that came down to just above her knees. She had matching shoes and a purse. They all walked down to the car, and Zack sat in the back with his friends. His mom did not say anything and did not mind now that his friends were in the car. Violet sat in the middle while Ryan and Zack sat on the sides. "Hey, Ryan, Violet," said Zack's mom. "You both look nice tonight." "Thanks," they both said. Once they were all in, she backed out of Ryan's driveway, and they were on their way. 10 minutes later, they pulled up to the main entrance of the Oneonta Middle School. Zack opened the door and jumped out, and Violet got out next, followed by Ryan. Zack shut the door and waved to his mom, and they headed into the building. Once inside, Mrs. Johnson stood at a table where you paid and then you got your hand stamped. There were a few students ahead of them, so as they waited, they pulled out their money to pay. That was the one thing Zack could not understand about these dances. You had to pay to get in, but always on TV, they were free. The line moved quickly, and Ryan and Violet paid their $4 and got their hand stamped. When Zack went to pay, Mrs. Johnson did not take his money and gave him a look of curiosity about why he was there. You do know that since you got in trouble, you are not allowed at the dance, said Mrs. Johnson. Normally. My mom called Mr. Payne, and he told her that he could come. Do you think I'm going to believe that? Asked Mrs. Johnson. I'm not letting you in until you can get a hold of Mr. Payne and talk to him myself. He said he was going to call and let someone know that I and Ernie could come, said Zack. Check with one of the other teachers. I am Mr. Payne's assistant, said Mrs. Johnson. Why would he not tell me this? You just don't want to let me in, said Zack. That's why you're not going to check. I'm going to call my mom and have her call Mr. Payne to let him know that you're refusing to see if anyone was told I could come in and to call him and find out. Mrs. Johnson did not like being threatened, but knew Zack would call, so she asked a student nearby to go ask the other teachers to come to the desk. You're going to have to wait here until the teachers come and tell me, said Mrs. Johnson, or I can get a call. Fine, said Zack as he turned to Ryan and Violet. You guys go in. I'll find you when I get in. No, said Violet. I'm going to wait for you. Stay here, said Ryan. Whatever, said Mrs. Johnson. A few minutes later, Mr. Jones walked over and tapped Mrs. Johnson on the shoulder and whispered in her ear something. Her face quickly showed disappointment based on what he said. After finishing, Mr. Jones looked at Zack and then headed back into the dance. You can go in, said Mrs. Johnson as she looked at him. However, if you cause any trouble, you are out. Whatever, said Zack as he handed her his money and she stamped his hand. All this trouble to get in did not start the night off well for Zack. The dance was in the cafeteria, and the DJ had his table set up against the far wall next to the kitchen. He had several lights set up that flashed and blinked to the music. Around 30 people were there already. Most of them passed by Zack as he was waiting. They found a place to sit and talked. Violet did not mind sitting and talking, but Ryan, from the look on his face, was bored and wanted to get crazy. After 30 minutes of talking, Ryan convinced them to get up and dance. Zack had no interest in dancing, but Violet quickly joined Ryan, and after a few minutes of bugging him, he gave in, and they walked into the cafeteria and started to dance. Violet was the only one who knew how to dance, but that did not stop Ryan from going crazy like he did at every dance. He was a geek and liked geeky things, and he was a popular geek. Not like Ernie and his buddies. Everyone knew him and liked him. Zack just kind of moved to the beat of the music with his arms at his side, not doing anything. He wanted to be going nuts like Ryan. He was a good breakdancer, but never did it because he was afraid that people would make fun of him. After the third song, Zack started to enjoy himself and even moved his hands a little and started to get into his groove. Halfway through the song, he was about ready to go into some breakdancing when he looked over and saw Penny and Ernie walking in hand. She was wearing a backless red dress with matching shoes and a purse. Her copper hair was curled and pulled into a ponytail. He could not take his eyes off from her until Ernie stepped in front. That is all Zack could think, was that he should be the one holding her hand. All the fun just vanished after seeing them. He walked over to the wall by the drinking fountain and sat down. A few minutes later, Violet realized that he was gone and looked around and saw where he was sitting and went over and joined him. Why'd you stop dancing? She asked. You look like you were just starting to let go and not care. I was, said Zack. I was just about to start breakdancing too. Why didn't you? Asked Violet. You're great, and everyone would have been shocked that you could do it. That's why, said Zack. He pointed to Penny and Ernie, now dancing close to each other, to the fast-paced music. Violet sat back against the wall. By the way she was sitting and he face, she was not happy that Penny was the reason why he stopped having fun. I have a question for you, said Violet. What? Asked Zack. When are you going to get it through your head that she is not the person you thought she was? Asked Violet. Who? Asked Zack. Who do you think I'm talking about? Asked Violet. Penny, said Zack. Yeah, said Violet. I don't know what you're talking about, said Zack. Yes, you do, said Violet. You just don't want to admit that she ditched you because she liked being accepted by the popular crowd, and being seen with you was not good for her image. Why are you being so uptight about this? Asked Zack. Because she pretended to be all of our friends only until she realized better people thought she was hot. said Violet. I think I know her better than you, said Zack. I've been friends with her since 3rd grade, said Violet. Yes, I know. She moved away at the end of 4th. How many times has she written you since then? Called you? None, said Zack. I didn't write her or call her either. Look, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Fine, said Violet. The two sat against the wall, not talking for a while. They just listened to the music. Zack watched Penny and Ernie, and every minute he just got more depressed, and his night got worse. As some time passed, Violet pointed at Ryan to Zack, who was surrounded by 3 girls, dancing with his arms going wild in the air, going nuts, and the girls just laughing and going along with it. A few moments later, the song ended and the locomotion started playing. Before anyone could start, Ryan jumped out of the girls and started the train. The 3 girls grabbed onto him quickly, and the others joined in as they moved. Ryan danced, going nuts with his arms still wild as he led everyone around the cafeteria. Zack and Violet just laughed, as this was Ryan to his fullest. The few times they would get to see him being truly himself. As they laughed, they looked at each other and realized they were mad at each other for no reason. I'm sorry, said Violet. I shouldn't have brought that up. I'm sorry too, said Zack. It's just, I like Penny so much, and it's hard to face that she did ditch us. That's fine, said Violet. Let's just move on and not worry about it. They sat and watched as Ryan was still leading everyone around, but the train was so long that people were not moving at points because they were stuck. This went on for the remainder of the song. When it ended, the DJ put on a slow song, and Ryan quickly went from hyper to calm and grabbed one of the 3 girls he had been dancing with. Zack turned to see Violet singing along with the song, and then she turned and saw him looking at her. What? Asked Violet. Nothing, said Zack. I just heard you singing the song. Okay, said Violet. Want to dance? Nah, I'm just not in the mood, said Zack. I don't want people to think we are dating. Zack, it's just dancing, said Violet. Guys dance with girls that they are not dating all the time. Also, you owe me a dance, remember? What? Asked Zack. Yeah, at the last dance, you said you would dance with me, said Violet. I got sick and had to leave. You told me that you would dance at the first dance this year. Well, here it is. Oh, yeah, said Zack. I'll dance later. Violet did not take no for an answer. For the rest of the song, she bugged him to dance. After the song ended, another slow song started, and Violet continued to annoy him. Finally, after several minutes, he gave in, and they both stood up and walked out onto the floor next to Ryan. Zack put his hands on her hips as she wrapped her arms around his neck. They slowly swayed back and forth to the song, but it only lasted for a minute when the song ended, since it took half the song to get Zack onto the floor. When the song ended, the DJ got on the mic and dedicated the next song to a girl who was requested by her boyfriend. When the DJ started to talk, Zack let go of Violet as she unwrapped her arms around him and turned towards the DJ. Once he heard another slow song was going to play, he made his way back to where he had been sitting. When Violet turned to him and started dancing again, she saw he was not there and looked for him and saw him sitting by the fountain again. She was not happy and walked over to him and stood over him like a giant. You have to dance for a whole set, said Violet. Fine, said Zack. But I am doing it later in the night. I don't feel like dancing right now. You promise? Asked Violet. Yeah, I'll tell you what, said Zack. If I don't dance with you through the whole set before the dance ends, I will go out on a date with you. Zack knew that would get Violet to believe that he would dance. She knew that was the last thing Zack wanted to do. If he went on a date with her, she might start thinking that there is a chance they would start dating. Now, having his promise, Violet sat down and they listened to the music. When the song ended, another fast song came on and the dance floor came alive. About a half hour later, Zack and Violet were talking when Penny walked over to them. This made Zack's day, since rarely did he get a chance to talk to Penny. Hey, Zack and Violet, said Penny. You are enjoying the dance. I am now, said Zack. I was, said Violet. That's good, said Penny. I just wanted to say sorry for what Ernie and his buddies did yesterday. When I saw him last night, and he told me what happened, I yelled at him for not letting it go, that you got a good punch on him. You probably knew about it, said Violet quietly to herself so Zack could hear, but not Penny, but she did. What did you say? Penny asked. Nothing, said Violet. Yes, you did, said Penny. If you have something to say to me, then say it to my face. Okay, said Violet. I said you most likely knew Ernie was going to ambush Zack and did nothing about it, and were only trying to make it look like you had nothing to do with it. I did not know anything about it, said Penny. If I did, I would have stopped Ernie or told Zack about it. Why would I want a friend to get beaten up? What friend? Asked Violet. Violet, said Zack, trying to get her to calm down. Zack's not your friend, said Violet, standing up and getting face to face with Penny. A friend would talk to him every now and then in public, and not just when her boyfriend or popular friends were using the bathroom. That's right. I saw how you waited until Ernie went into the bathroom to come over here. A real friend would not have ditched him after realizing the popular guys thought you were hot. I did not ditch Zack or any of you, said Penny. Oh, really? Said Violet. Then when was the last time you hung out with us? I can't remember. That's because it was the first week of school. Since then, you have not said one word to me, and as far as I know, very few words to Zack or Ryan. Penny was shocked to be accused of such things, but did not say anything. As she stood there, she could tell from her face that she was thinking about what was said and wanted to respond, but did not know how to. After a few moments of silence, which Zack was very happy for, Penny spoke. I guess I've been spending a lot of time with Ernie and his friends, said Penny, but Zack knows I would never do such a thing on purpose. There you go again, shouted Violet. You keep referring to Zack because you know he likes you and are using his feelings against him, so he will understand. After tonight, you will keep not talking to him or only when Ernie and your other popular friends are not around. You know what I think the problem is, said Penny. I think you're just mad that Zack was starting to like you. Then I came back. He realized what a real girl looked like. He stopped liking you and started to like me. Penny's last comments did not go over with Violet. Her face was starting to get bright red, and it looked like another fight would happen for the second time this week, but this time between two girls. Zack started to stand up to prevent anything from happening, but before he could, Mr. Jones walked over. Girls, said Mr. Jones, I don't know what the problem is, but it is getting out of control. Either settle it or leave. With that said, Mr. Jones walked back over to the table by the entrance, where he was before. Violet listened to Mr. Jones and turned and walked over to where they always ate lunch and sat down away from Penny. Zack could tell she was pissed and decided to let her cool down before going over. Penny decides not to make things worse by continuing to talk to Zack. Sorry about that, said Penny. I'm just gonna go find Ernie, and again, I'm sorry about what he did. It's okay, said Zack. I can take a punch, and lucky for me, Ernie can't punch. Enjoy the rest of the dance, said Penny. By the way, you look nice. Penny turned and headed towards the mob of students dancing. Zack sat back down and watched as she walked away. His night just went from bad to amazing. The girl of his dreams came over and talked to him. The only thing that would have made it better is if Violet had not said anything, and if he had asked her to dance and she had said yes. Zack had not been sitting long when Ryan came and sat down next to him. He was all sweaty from the dancing he was doing. It was his first break and most likely his last one. So, what started the catfight? Ryan asked. I'll tell you about it later, said Zack. He did not want to relieve what had just happened again that night. The two sat and listened to the music for a little while. Then a slow song came on. Ryan jumped to his feet and went and found a girl to dance with. He had just cooled and was no longer sweating. Zack decided to help Violet get her mind off Penny by asking her to dance. Also getting it over with and preventing anything from happening that would cause them not to dance, and him having to go on a date with her. He slowly got to his feet, brushed himself off, and walked over to where Violet was sitting. Would you like to dance? Asked Zack, offering his hand. No, said Violet. I'm not in the mood to dance now. You sure? I want to dance. No, you don't, said Zack. I'll dance later, said Violet. They always do slow songs right before the dance ends. Okay, said Zack. Just know that if we don't dance because you're not in the mood, it cancels the date. The deal is if we don't dance because I was not wanting to dance. I know, said Violet. Since they were not going to dance, Zack sat down beside Violet and just listened to the music and watched people dance. A few minutes later, Mr. Jones stormed into the crowd, waving his hands, shouting for the music to stop. No one could hear him but those next to him. When he finally got to the DJ, he told him to stop the music. But no one knew why he was saying this until the music stopped and they heard the fire alarm going off. "Everyone, we need to exit the building as fast as we can," said Mr. Jones over the mic. The mob of students dancing quickly turned into a hustle for the door. Ryan walked over to Zack and Violet, who stood up and walked towards the main entrance. After not moving, Zack thought it was stupid when there was a door right next to them. So he tapped Ryan and Violet on the shoulders and pointed to the door, and they walked out to the back of the school. A few other students saw them and followed after them. Once outside, they walked up towards the wood line and waited for the alarm to go off. After several minutes, the alarm was still blaring and the sound of the fire trucks was on its way. With that, the other students decided they should go around and meet up with everyone else. Zack, Ryan, and Violet decided that they should as well, but Zack does not want to walk all the way around the building. He could tell that the building was not on fire, so he headed back into the building. Violet and Ryan saw him do this and went after him. Back in school, they caught up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder.
"Zack, we should not be in here," said Ryan. "We should go around like everyone else."
"It's pointless," said Zack. "By the time we get around, the alarm will be off and everyone will be back inside, and we could miss part of the dance." "What are you going to say when you come out of the building?" asked Violet. "Tell them I was in the bathroom?" said Zack. "You really think they're going to believe that?" asked Violet. Zack did not get to answer Violet. Just as she asked, the blade came slashing down upon him. He moved out of the way and fell to the floor while doing so. He turned to see who was behind the attack. He was shocked to see Gaimji standing there wearing the same clothes he had on the first time he attacked Zack. Zack was not happy to see him, especially now that he had a sword. "You," said Zack.
"That's right. I am back," said Gaimji with a big smirk on his face.
"Why don't you just leave me alone?" asked Zack. He was nervous that he might go for Ryan or Violet to get him to tell him why he couldn't remove the mark.
"I found a way to get that mark back," said Gaimji.
"How's that?" asked Zack. This was a mistake to ask.
"By killing you."
Gaimji pulled up the sword and charged right at Zack. For being a big guy, he moves very quickly. Before he could move, Gaimji was on top of him and was coming down on him with his sword. Zack closed his eyes as the blade cut through the air swiftly and right through Zack's chest. Well, that would have been the case, but at the last second, Zack blocked the sword. A clang echoed off the hall walls as Gaimji's sword hit the sword in Zack's hand. Zack opened his eyes to see the sword that appeared out of thin air, but it was not in his hands for long. The force of the attack caused it to fly out of his hand. Gaimji was shocked by the sword's appearance, but not long enough for him to pull the sword back for another attack. Zack rolled out of the way and scrambled for the sword. He reached it, picked it up, and got to his feet. He held the sword hoping he could bluff and Gaimji would just not attack, but it did not work. Gaimji attacked with more force and Zack tried to block, but closed his eyes as the attack came. After hearing the clang again, he opened his eyes to see that he had blocked it. Gaimji could not believe that he had blocked 2 attacks. Zack pushed him back, but Gaimji attacked again. Zack did his best to defend himself, but the blows came so fast that all he could do was block. The 2 of them fought through the hall and moved up towards the high school. After a series of attacks, Gaimji got the upper hand and disarmed him.
"You did well," said Gaimji. "For a kid in a world that does not teach sword fighting as a part of life, but you must die."
Gaimji thrust his sword into Zack's chest, but once again, he did not get him. The moment Gaimji had began his attack, out of nowhere, a cloaked man tackled Gaimji and forced him to the ground. Ryan and Violet were shocked just as much as Zack was. 2 of them got to their feet, and when Gaimji saw who had attacked him, he became angrier and attacked with much more power. The cloaked man defended himself with a sword. As Zack looked closer, he noticed that the sword he had drawn was a lot like the one he had been using. Then it dawned on him that if he could get the sword, it would be 2-on-1. He turned and looked to see where the sword had landed, but he could not see it. He thought maybe the cloaked man grabbed it, but the sword flew in the opposite direction from where the guy came from. At that moment, Ryan and Violet ran over to him. "We need to get out of here," said Violet.
"No," shouted Ryan.
Zack knew they were right, so they ran down the hall until they came past the office and turned right and headed out the door. Zack, who was behind them, stopped at the office and turned back and looked around the corner to watch Gaimji and the cloaked man fight. Within moments, Gaimji was disarmed, so he turned and ran towards the high school. The cloaked man resheathed his sword and began to run towards Zack when he quickly exited the building. Chapter 7. Alclien Drake. Zack ran out of the middle school moments after Ryan and Violet. As he came, he saw them talking to Mr. Jones, who waved him to come over. Once Zack had reached them, he stopped running, bent over, and started breathing heavily to catch his breath. "What were you three doing inside the building?" asked Mr. Jones. "The fire alarm has been going off for several minutes now." "We left when it originally went off, but on the other side," said Violet. "However, then others who followed decided to go around. We decided to go through the building, not to waste time, since we could see there was no smoke coming from the building." "That was a very poor choice," said Mr. Jones, "especially for you two. I would expect this from Zack." "It was a poor choice," said Zack, who had caught his breath and stood up slowly. "Once inside, I was attacked by the man who attacked us in the woods." "What?" said Mr. Jones. "He came back?" "He must have been brave. He had to know that the police were looking for him." "I think he pulled the alarm," said Ryan, "hoping to separate us from everyone else so he could kidnap us." "How did he know you would come back into the building?" asked Mr. Jones. "He didn't," said Violet. "He had to be on his way to find us when we ran into him." "How did you get away?" asked Mr. Jones. Violet and Ryan looked at Zack, not sure how much to tell without sounding like they had lost their minds. Zack looked at them and realized he was going to have to come up with the answer. "Another man attacked this guy and fought him while we got away," said Zack. "Another guy?" asked Mr. Jones. "What did he look like?" "Never saw his face," said Zack. "It was covered by a hood." "This is getting too weird for me," said Mr. Jones. The police pulled up, as well as the fire trucks, and the firefighters and police walked over to Mr. Jones to see what was going on. He pulled him aside and asked him about the alarm. He told them what Zack and Violet and Ryan told him. The firefighters checked the building and cleared it to go back inside. The police entered the building and started searching for the two men. Zack, Ryan, and Violet were kept away from everyone until the police chief could arrive. While the police were searching the building, Mr. Jones had to tell everyone that the dance was ending early due to an attack by two men. They would have to call for their rides to come pick them up. Several students came forward and told him they did not have a cell phone. Mr. Jones talked with the officer in charge about getting back inside to let those who did not have a cell phone call. The officer told him he would let them inside only after the middle school had been cleared. The students who did not have cell phones only had to wait a few minutes before the okay to re-enter the middle school came. Zack, Ryan, and Violet were brought back into the office, where they waited for the students to finish making calls. When the last student had finished, they left and were alone with Mr. Jones and Mrs. Johnson. No one was saying anything, and Zack and Ryan and Violet just sat in their chairs, thinking that the two attacks on him could not just be about the mark on the back of Zack's neck. 10 minutes after the last student made their call, the police chief walked into the office and shook hands with Mr. Jones. Mr. Payne was with him. They met each other in the parking lot before coming in. "Another attack within 2 days," said Chief Burns. "This man is very brave and has not to be right in the head to try another attack on you three. Only a few days after the second one failed." "Second one?" asked Mr. Payne. "Yeah. I found a break in the report dated Monday by Zack's mom," said Chief Burns. "Apparently, someone broke into his house Sunday night and caused some minor damage, and then left for some reason. I'm guessing this guy tried to attack Zack while he was sleeping, but caused too much noise, got scared, and ran off. Then decided to get him after school, but that failed, not at a dance." "Why did you not mention the break-ins after he attacked you in the woods?" asked Mr. Payne. "I didn't think about it," said Zack. "I didn't make any connections to things like that. I only figured some drunk guy or on drugs broke in and to find some money to get more beer or drugs, or both. If I could make any connections like that at my age, I would have Chief Burns' job." "Very true," said Chief Burns. "Now tell me about this hooded man." "I told Mr. Jones everything," said Zack. "He came out of nowhere and attacked the other guy, and we ran away. I stopped to see what was going on and saw the two fight, then decided to follow my friends out." "Okay," said Chief Burns. Have your officers found them or anything? Asked Violet. I was told some officers found a broken window up in the high school, answered Chief Burns. The glass shattered to the outside. It was almost like someone was thrown against it. The two of them headed into the woods. My guess, still fighting. But whoever this hooded man is, you owe him your life. What now? Said Ryan. I'm going to let you three go home, said Chief Burns. I'm going to have a police car right outside your houses and 2 more patrolling your neighborhood for the next few nights. I doubt he will try this again, since someone else prevented him this time. And I'm sure he will realize we are going to keep a very, very close eye on the 3 of you for the next several weeks. If he tries, we'll take him down. Mr. Payne, can I have a word with you outside in private? Sure, said Mr. Payne. I'll be right out. Chief Burns walked out into the hall and closed the office door behind him. Mr. Payne turned and looked at Zack, Ryan, and Violet. Why don't the 3 of you make your phone call to your parents and ask them to come pick you up? Said Mr. Payne, then turned and walked over to the door, opened it, and walked out into the hall. Closed it behind him. He started to walk, and Chief Burns went with him until they were out of sight. 15 minutes later, Zack and Ryan were both sitting at the back seat of Ryan's dad's car. Violet's dad decided to come pick her up after what happened, and Zack's mom did not pick her up. He knew she had to be asleep, so he left a message that he was going to stay over at Ryan's. It was all quiet except for the music being played on the radio. It was the oldies station that Ryan's dad liked to listen to. When they arrived at Ryan's house, Zack and Ryan got out, went into the house, and headed upstairs to Ryan's room. When they walked inside, Zack flicked the light switch to turn on the overhead light and walked in with Ryan behind him. Ryan's room was pretty big. He had posters of comic book characters as well as music artists. Directly to the right as you enter was Ryan's bed, with a wooden nightstand next to it and a small light on it, with a digital alarm clock. Across the room was Ryan's desk, cluttered like always, with comic books, CDs, old homework, you name it. It was probably somewhere on the desk. Between the desk and the bed were 2 windows with a poster between them. Next to the desk was a tall bookshelf full of books and more books on the floor in front of it. Not far from the bookshelf was his closet. Next to the door was to the left as you came was his 2 dresses next to the closet. Ryan closed the door as he came in and walked over and plopped down on his bed, and Zack grabbed Ryan's desk chair. Ryan was tired from all the dancing he had done, as well as running from Gaimji and the hooded man. For a few moments, neither said anything, but it was not long before the silence was broken. Who do you think was the hooded man? Asked Zack. I'm not sure, said Ryan. Do you think it could have been that Alclien guy? Why do you think that? Asked Zack. Like you said, how would you know who this guy was? Asked Ryan. He wouldn't attack you like Gaimji did. Well, you were right. He attacked Gaimji. Oh yeah, said Zack. I guess I did say that. I could be, but I think it was DaMarkus. Why would you say that? I thought he was hurt, said Ryan. He was, said Zack. When he appeared in my dream, he seemed fine. Maybe he came out to fight Gaimji off and realized how much he healed and decided to leave. Without telling you or removing the mark? Asked Ryan. I don't know, said Zack. I just want it all to be over with so I can get back to normal life. What happened to wanting to have an adventure? Asked Ryan. I would love to have an adventure, said Zack. If you were not paying attention, I am not prepared for an adventure, though. You saw me trying to fight with that sword that appeared in my hand. If I were going to go on an adventure, I would like to go on one where I was not going to die in the first battle. That's true, said Ryan. You really did suck with that sword. Ryan and Zack talked for a little longer as they switched topics from what happened at the end of the dance to what happened between Penny and Violet. Zack filled him in on what happened. It was all because Violet was jealous of her and that she still thinks he likes him. Well, of course she still likes you, said Ryan. It's only about a month ago you liked her too, if I recall correctly. You sat in the same spot and told me you were going to ask Violet to be your girlfriend, but when Penny came along, you started to like her. Violet realized it and decided to be friends with her, but she ditched us, and you cannot say she didn't ditch us, because she did. Violet thought you would realize she did not like you, realize who your true friends was, and the one who stayed by your side and ask her out. Zack did not respond to what Ryan said. He knew deep down that Ryan was right, and he had been unfair to blame it completely on Violet. Penny would have easily backed down, but she didn't. Around midnight, the two of them went to bed and quickly fell asleep. In the morning, Zack went home only to get yelled at by his mom for not coming home after what happened. He told her he left where he was and a cop was watching the house, before heading upstairs and preventing a fight. After showering and eating some lunch, Zack called Ryan and Violet and they came over. They went over to the elementary school and hung out there for a while, but Zack wanted to be away from people, so he headed up to the cement wall. Ryan and Violet knew they should not be going up there, especially since Gaimji had attacked them twice in a public place and used the woods to get away. Regardless of what they thought, they went with him. Once they reached the wall, they sit on the picnic table and just hang out. After a while, Ryan brings up the hooded man.
Hey, Violet, who do you think the hooded man was?
Asked Ryan.
Not this again,
said Zack.
I just want to know what she thinks, since I already know who you think it is, said Ryan.
I would say that Alclien guy, who DaMarkus talked about, was coming to look for them, said Violet.
2-1,
said Ryan.
You're outnumbered.
Just because I am outnumbered does not mean that you two are right, said Zack. You have been wrong about things before, and you're not wrong, and you are wrong about this. Care to bet? Asked Violet. What? Said Zack. You want to bet money on this? No, said Violet. Something else.
What?
Asked Ryan, interested. If Ryan and I are right, you have to do something that we say, said Violet. And I am right, you both will have to do something I say, said Zack. No, said Violet. I would have to do something you said, and Ryan would have to do something as well, but different if you wanted. As well would go for us if we win. You would have to do something I said as well as something Ryan said. Do we have a bet? Do you think we're going to find out who this guy is? Asked Zack.
That was not the question,
said Ryan.
We can worry about it if we find out who the guy is when 10 years have passed and we still haven't found out.
You know what? Sure. It's a bet, said Zack. Now, can we drop this? Sure, said Violet. Let's talk about how we didn't dance last night, and now you have to go on a date with me.
Wait a minute, said Zack.
That was only a part of the deal if we did not dance, and it was because I did not want to. I remember asking you, and you said no, then the alarm went off, so we did not dance because of you. Both Ryan and Violet just started to laugh. Zack's face was red, and he had a confused look. He had no clue what was going on. After a few minutes of them laughing, they calmed down. I told Ryan that if you brought that up, you would get all defensive and come up with an excuse, said Violet. You did not disappoint. The three continued to talk and enjoy the peace from everyone and what was happening after being up in the woods for nearly 3 hours and not really doing anything. They started to get bored and decided to leave and go back to Ryan's house and watch a movie. So they got up off the table, turned to the longer way through the woods to get to Ryan's house. After they crossed a small stream, Zack took off running. Violet and Ryan took off after him, trying to beat him out of the woods. As they ran along the path, their muscles pumped to get as fast as they could. The path slowly started to climb, which allowed Violet and Ryan to catch up. But Zack still made it up to the top before them, only to stop quickly. Ryan and Violet did not see him stop and ran right into him, knocked him down. They fell on top of him. When they looked up, they were shocked by what they saw. The hooded man from the dance was standing no more than 10 feet from them. He was wearing the same thing DaMarkus wore, right down to the boots. The only difference was that his jacket was a dark maroon. The hooded man stood looking at them, and he slowly reached up to his hood and pulled it down, revealing his face. The man was not DaMarkus. He had jet black hair that came down to his shoulders, with dark brown eyes and scruff on his face, not enough to be considered a beard. Zack, Ryan, and Violet slowly got back to their feet, looking at the man. They were still not sure if they should trust him. As far as Zack was concerned, it could be a trick to kidnap him.
Not here to hurt you, said the man. I'm only looking for my friend DaMarkus. Which one of you is Zack Parks?
Who are you? Asked Zack.
My name is Alclien Drake, said the man. I came looking for DaMarkus, and from what Gaimji told me last night, he's in the mark on the back of Zack Parks. I saw the three of you there last night when he attacked. One of you two should be him.
Ryan and Violet looked at Zack, saying he knew it was their way of saying they told him so. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell him.
I am Zack. I should have known, said Alclien. You were fighting with Gaimji. You should be a great warrior if you trained and worked hard. You did a good job for that little skill you had. What happened after we left? Asked Ryan. I chased after Gaimji and caught up with him at the other end of the school and threw him through a window, said Alclien. We continued to fight in the woods, where I was able to get some information from him. He eventually got away. You won't have to worry about him anymore. As long as he knows I'm around, he won't bother you, especially once I switch DaMarkus to my mark.
You mean it's over? Asked Zack.
Yes, said Alclien. With no mark, Gaimji will have to come looking for me, but he knows he does not stand a chance against me.
Great, said Zack. Now, how do you switch the DaMarkus to your mark?
Turn and face your friends, said Alclien. It will only take a moment and will not hurt you at all.
Are you sure? Asked Ryan. People usually say that when it's gonna hurt. Why do you care? Asked Zack. I'm the one who's gonna have to go through it.
I promise. I will not hurt you, said Alclien.
Why should I trust you? Asked Zack. I just met you.
True, said Alclien, but I should have earned some of your trust. I did save your life last night. And also, did it hurt when DaMarkus put it on you?
No, said Zack.
Then why would it hurt to remove it?
Asked Alclien. Zack realized he had a good point and turned and faced Ryan and Violet. Alclien walked up behind him and placed his right hand over the mark on the back of Zack's neck. A moment later, the upside-down quarter moon with the dot at the center under it appeared on the back of Alclien's hand, glowing white with a tint of blue. The mark on the back of Zack's neck began to glow as well. A few moments later, the glowing stopped, and Alclien removed his hand, but found the mark still there.
That's strange, said Alclien. The mark is still there. That should not be.
At the moment, a bright flash came from the back of Zack's neck. Everyone but Zack was blinded by the light, and when their eyes finally readjusted and could see, they were all surprised to see DaMarkus standing right next to Alclien.
DaMarkus,
said Alclien.
Why did you leave the mark?
Alclien, said DaMarkus.
My old friend, glad you finally got here. I did not leave. This is just an image of me, so I can communicate with you all. We cannot waste any more time. You need to protect Zack and his friends while I finish healing. You can finish healing in my mark, said Alclien. This way, he does not have to deal with Gaimji anymore. I wish it were the case, said DaMarkus. I have realized something, and one is that he mark will not remove. I was in a rush, and I made a mistake that makes the mark impossible to remove or switch.
Wait, said Zack. You mean this is not over?
I am sorry, said DaMarkus. I wish it were, but it is just beginning. Until I am healed, all that can be done is have Alclien protect you in case Gaimji comes back, or worse. DaMarkus, said Alclien, what happened that caused you to rush?
I'll have to tell you later, said DaMarkus. I only have so much time to every time I communicate. I use the strength that I have recovered, and that prolongs my healing.
I see,
said Alclien.
I will do what you ask. It is my duty and honor to serve the true king. I will need to return and inform the council of what is going on before I can stay here long term.
Good, said DaMarkus. Before you leave, I need to speak with you in private about another matter. Why can't you talk about it with us? Asked Ryan.
In time, said DaMarkus. However, you are not ready to hear it.
DaMarkus and Alclien walked about 40 feet from Zack, Ryan, and Violet and began to talk. Zack tried to hear what they were saying, but could not hear them. They were talking too quietly for anyone to hear them from so far away. They only talked for a few moments before they returned.
It will take about 2 days for me to report to the council and get back, said Alclien.
Do hurry, said DaMarkus. If Gaimji returns or brings help, or even if he comes, it will be very dangerous for them.
I know,
said Alclien. How will you find me when you return? Asked Zack.
That's easy,
said Alclien as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small golden coin. One side was completely smooth, and the other side had a strange symbol.
It will allow me to appear nearby no matter where you are.
With that said, Alclien turned and faced the opposite direction. On his arm, columns of characters appeared going all the way up to his shoulder. There were 6 in a column, separated by a band before another set of column of characters. The same ones but different characters were in different columns. Alclien reached in and pulled out another coin, just like the one he gave to Zack, and placed it on the ground. And the symbol on the coin started to glow, as did the matching character on his arm. Almost immediately after the mark on his arm started to glow, streaks of lightning started to shoot out of the coin as a bright, thick streak shot straight up. stopping when it reached the height of Alclien. Zack, Ryan, and Violet could hear a humming sound coming from the giant streak of lightning that was not moving. As they looked closer, they realized it was not lightning, but a gateway. Alclien stepped into the gate, and as soon as he was completely in the gate, he vanished, and the gate closed. At the same time, DaMarkus vanished. The three of them could not believe what they had just seen. Still stunned, they did not move, but after a few minutes, they realized they were still in the woods for no reason, so they continued on their way to Ryan's house. They did not talk while they were in the woods. 2 minutes later, they were leaving the woods. They headed down the hill towards the sidewalk that was in front of the Greater Plains Elementary. As they headed down, Violet turned and looked at Zack. "You can pick me up at 7 on Friday," said Violet. "What are you talking about?" asked Zack, confused. "We're going on a date, since you were wrong about the hooded man being Alclien," said Violet. Zack stopped and realized about the bet they had made, and now had to do what his two best friends wanted. And Violet had already decided what she wanted. Chapter 8. A Day with Penny. The next day, Zack woke up fully refreshed, but did not want to go back to school. The only upside was that it was the last day of his lunch detention. Then he could start having lunch with Ryan and Violet again. Zack pulled off the covers, put both feet on the floor, and stood up, stretching. He walked across the room to his closet and pulled out a pair of jeans, and then over to his dresser to get socks, a fresh pair of boxers, and a shirt. Once he had his clothes for the day, he walked to the door by his bed and opened it, which led to his bathroom. About 30 minutes later, Zack re-emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, hair still wet from the shower, brushing his teeth. As he searches his floor for his shoes, once he finds them, he sits in his desk chair that is on the other side of his dresser and puts his shoes on. After getting both shoes on, Zack looks up and glances at his alarm clock, and then back at his desk. When his eyes widen and he cranks his neck back to see his alarm clock reading 9:32, he overslept, which explained why he did not hear his alarm go off. Zack shot to his feet, ran into the bathroom, spat the glob of toothpaste on the sink, and rushed out of his bathroom, grabbed his backpack by his bedroom door, and whipped open the door and flew into the hall. He ran down the hall, and when he came back stairs that led to the kitchen, he took the steps 2 at a time. Halfway down the stairs, he barely missed a step and was thrown off balance, but Zack grabbed the wall to keep him from going down. Once he had his balance back, he continued down the stairs. He hopped to the kitchen floor off the 4th step, and as he landed, there was a loud thud that shook the house. Zack threw his backpack on the counter as he opened the fridge to grab something to eat and shut the door. All that was going through his mind was how he was going to get to school and explain that he overslept and did not have a note. He was so worried about that, he almost completely missed the note on the fridge for him. As he shut the fridge, he headed for his backpack, but stopped, noticing that the paper taped to the fridge was for him. He pulled it down from the fridge and began to read. "Zack, I turned your alarm clock off after hearing that school was canceled due to the attack at the dance. They wanted to make arrangements to make sure the school was safe after 2 school attacks. There will be school tomorrow, though. Enjoy your day off. Love, Mom." Zack took a deep breath of relief, knowing that he did not oversleep, and finally something about the mark on the back of his neck was starting to be something good for him. Without having to go to school, he put back what he grabbed from the fridge, pulled out the milk, and ate some Fruity Pebbles and some orange juice. He took his breakfast into the living room and turned on the TV. Once he finished his breakfast, he grabbed the phone and called Ryan, but he only got his answering machine. So he called Violet and got her answering machine. So Zack sat and watched TV until 10. Then he decided to go over to Ryan's house since he was not answering. Knowing him, said Zack to himself, he's still sleeping. About 10 minutes later, Zack was knocking on the side door of Ryan's house, but no one answered. He knew his parents had to go to work, but he still should have been there. At least that is what Zack thought. After 10 minutes of knocking, he decided to try Violet's house. When they arrived, he saw her dad's car was missing and knocked, but she did not answer. The day just turned into a nightmare. School was canceled, yet his 2 best friends were not home to hang out with. Zack headed home and turned on the TV, which he only watched for another 10 minutes since nothing was on that interested him. So he decided to play some video games, and that is what he did for the rest of the morning. Around noon, Zack went to get some lunch and saw a $10 bill laying on the table. He thought this money was for him because his mom never left money around. After all, she knew he would take it if she did. Zack would never go through his mother's purse, but if she left change or bills out and he saw them, he claimed them as his own. After looking at what his options were for lunch, he quickly decided he was going to use his money to go to McDonald's. So he grabbed his bike and rode 4 blocks on Richards Ave and came to Chestnut Street. He crossed the road and rode past the Methodist Church, crossed separately Lake Avenue, and about another block came to McDee's. He rode right up to the bike rack, hopped off, chained up his bike, and walked inside. Zack was in luck. They had not yet started getting busy for the lunch rush. He jumped in line and within moments was giving his order.
Can I help? Who's next?
Asked the cashier. Yeah, said Zack as he moved up to the second cash register. I'd like 2 double McCheeseburgers, 2 apple pies, and a large vanilla shake for here. Will that be all? Asked the cashier. Yeah, said Zack. Your order comes to $5.56, said the cashier. Zack handed the cashier the 10 he found on the table, and the cashier handed him his change back and receipt. After getting his change, he moved to the left to allow the person in line to order. Only one other person was waiting for their order. He was a tall African-American who was dressed in a business suit. Zack waited for 3 minutes when another cashier handed him his order on a tray with his milkshake. He picked up the tray, went and found a spot, and began to eat. He had not taken more than 2 bites out of his first double cheeseburger when Penny walked in. Zack was stunned by how beautiful she was today, but he was like that every time he saw her. She wore a white tank top with a pink button-down shirt, unbuttoned with the ends tied in a knot, and blue jeans and white flip-flops. Penny had her hair down, and it just shone from the sunlight coming through the window. She saw Zack as soon as she walked in and walked over to him. Hey, Zack, said Penny. Enjoying your school-free day? You bet, said Zack. Just wish Violet and Ryan were around. Where are they? Asked Penny. I was hoping to see Violet today so I could say I was sorry for being so mean at the dance. I'm not sure where she is, said Zack. I'm sure she wants to apologize as well. What are you doing with your day off? I was hanging out with Ernie, Penny said. Oh, said Zack. But, Penny said, he was just sitting on his butt, playing video games, and told me that is what he was going to do all day. So I left to do something else and got hungry. Are you eating here? Zack asked. Because if you are, you could join me. Okay, said Penny. Let me go order. Penny headed over to the line that was starting to grow, but only had 5 people in it, and with 3 cashiers, it would not take long for her to get her order. Zack started to think this day was starting to get better. Sure, he would have liked to have spent the day with his best friends, but getting to have lunch with the girl of his dreams was just as good, maybe even better, since it was most likely not going to happen again. A few minutes later, Penny returned with a tray with a salad, yogurt, and a medium drink. The 2 sat and talked as they ate their lunch. It was like old times for them, back before anyone knew who Penny was and was popular. Several times while they talked, Zack pinched himself to make sure he was not dreaming, because it was just too good to be true. After they finished eating, they headed out of the building. Zack got his bike, and he took a bold move and asked Penny if she wanted to go back to his house and watch a movie, thinking she would say no, and she was dating Ernie. To his surprise, she said yes. Zack walked his bike back to his house since Penny had walked to McDonald's. Took them about 15 minutes to get back to his house, and once there, they looked through all the movies Zack owned, which were a lot. He handed over 300 movies. Most of them belonged to his former foster father. He left them behind when he vanished. After browsing for a while, they picked one. Zack put it in the DVD player while Penny took a seat on the couch. Once the DVD player closed, Zack turned and walked over and sat down in an armchair next to the couch. From Penny's face, she was a little confused about why he sat there, but she just moved over to the end of the couch. The movie lasted 2 hours, and when it was over, they decided to watch another since neither of them could think of anything else to watch and nothing good was on TV. After putting the second DVD in, Zack sat down on the couch next to Penny. He had become more comfortable and braver now that they had watched a movie, and she was staying around to watch another. During the second movie, Zack got up and made some popcorn, brought it in, and took a bigger chance and put his arm on the back of the couch, not around her. Penny saw this and just leaned back so the back of her head had rested on his arm. When she did this, Zack pinched himself again just to make sure one last time. When the movie ended, it was almost 5, but neither of them moved other than to turn to look at each other. They began to talk about the guy who attacked Zack twice. Normally, he would have snapped at the first mention of it since he was not happy with what was going on, but since Penny had no clue what was happening, he did not mind talking to her. Even if she did know, he still would talk about it with her. Why do you think this guy keeps attacking you? Asked Penny. I have no clue, said Zack. I don't even know who this guy is. Maybe he thinks my family is rich and by kidnapping me, he could get a big ransom. Little does he know, my mom can barely afford this house. If it were not for Violet's dad paying the back payments on the loan, we would have been kicked out a year ago. Oh, that's nice of him, said Penny. I'm surprised she hasn't tried to use that to get you to go out with her. Violet's not that kind of girl, said Zack. I know she still likes me. I understand why Ryan and I talked about it after the dance. She thought after you stopped hanging out with this, I would start liking her again. But since that did not happen, she cannot understand this, and as much as she tries to let go of her feelings, she refuses since she thinks it's stupid that I like the girl who ditched me and not the girl who stayed by my side. I tried to explain to her that I did not mean to ditch you guys, said Penny. I've never been popular before, and to come back here where I was not before and to have all these popular guys thinking I'm attractive, it just kind of went with it. That's what I was trying to tell her, said Zack. She refuses to listen and thinks you're some awful person. I know you're not. At that moment, Zack reached over and touched Penny's hand, and as soon as he touched her, a jolt of electricity shot through their hands into their bodies. Zack could not believe the feeling that he had from this. Her skin was so smooth and silky, but beyond that, he felt a connection with her. He could tell Penny felt it too when he touched her, and Zack decided to go for it. He slowly started to lean in, and as soon as he started to move, Penny did as well. Their faces slowly came closer and closer, and as their lips were about to meet, the front door flew open. They both jerked their heads to see Zack's mom walk into the house with both arms carrying several bags of groceries. Behind her, Violet followed, helping her by carrying a few more bags, but when she saw Zack and Penny sitting on the couch very close, she froze. Zack could tell she was not happy seeing him with Penny and not wanting another fight. He jumped to his feet. Are there any more bags in the car? Asked Zack. No, said his mom. Violet got the last two. Violet, at that moment, came to and walked into the kitchen and placed the bags on the counter. Penny could tell it was time to go and got up and walked over to Zack, who was not in the dining room. I'm going to go, said Penny. It's close to dinner and my dad is going to want me home. Okay, said Zack. It was fun hanging out today. It sure was, said Penny. Penny leaned over and gave him a peek at the cheek before walking out the front door and closing it behind her. As soon as the door closed, Zack reached up and touched his cheek. He did not want to ever wash his face, or at least that cheek, ever again. He then turned to go into the kitchen when he saw Violet standing in the doorway. What were you going to do with her? Asked Violet. Because I can, said Zack, walking back into the living room. After everything that has happened, Violet said, you still think you're friends? Yes, said Zack. We hung out the whole day. Why was that? Because Ernie was being lazy and sat on his ass all day, said Zack. See, said Violet, she only hung out with you because Ernie and her other friends were not around. When are you going to see that she is only willing to be your friend when it is in her best interest? It's not like that, said Zack. It was like old times today, and even admitted to why she ditched us and was going to start making things right. You are so blind, said Violet. She's just using you and your feelings against you. No, she's not, said Zack. How do you know she's not? Asked Violet. I just know, said Zack. Something that happened told me. What happened? Asked Violet. I don't have to answer you. You're not my girlfriend, said Zack. If you were really my friend, you would be happy that I get a chance to hang out with the girl I like. That hit home for Violet. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. I'm sorry, said Violet. I'm just jealous. I know I shouldn't be. You got that right, said Zack. If you want to know what happened, that tells me that she is not just using my feelings. Then fine. I'll tell you I wasn't going to, but I am now. If you and my mom hadn't come in when you did, she and I would have kissed. Violet was not happy to hear this, but she tried not to show it. You know what? Said Zack. I think you're the guilty one. You are so desperate for me to like you back that you have to resort to a bet to get me to go on a date with you. If you think my feelings are going to change after one date, you can forget about it. That is not going to happen. I'm going to go on that date because I'm a man of my word. This was all Violet could take. Tears started to roll down her face, and she turned and walked over to the front door, opened it, and ran out, leaving the door open. Zack walked over and slammed the door shut. When he looked up, he saw his mom standing in the doorway. You went. The 9th chapter. The Ransom Note. The next morning, Zack got up 10 minutes earlier than normal. He wanted to go to Violet's house first and have time to talk to her and apologize for what he said last night. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Zack grabbed his bag and headed downstairs. His mom was making some coffee and was not dressed for work yet. She did not have to be in until 8, and the fact that she was up before he left was kind of strange. You're going to apologize to Violet? Asked his mom. Yeah, said Zack. That's why I'm taking breakfast to go, so I have enough time to talk to her before we have to be at the bus stop. Does Ryan know you're going to Violet's first? Asked his mom. Yeah, said Zack. I called him last night to let him know to come over to Violet's, and then we'll walk over to the bus stop. What did Ryan tell you to say? She asked. What do you mean? Asked Zack. You know, his mom said. You called him to find out what to say to her. Zack just stared at the counter, trying not to look guilty, but that was impossible. Well, he told me to say I'm sorry, said Zack. To say it a lot. Also, that I was wrong. Good choice of words, said his mom. Whatever you do, don't bring up Penny or your thoughts on the matter. Why do chicks have to be so hard to understand? Asked Zack. Excuse me, said his mom. Violet is not a chick, and you call her that. Be prepared to be slammed. Sorry, said Zack. Zack grabbed an apple for his breakfast and headed out the door. On the way to Violet's, he started to think of how he was going to apologize. But at the same time, contrary to the idea that she had a change of going out, every way he thought, he just saw himself getting slapped and ended up walking to the bus stop with Ryan. After a few minutes, he arrived at her house. He took a deep breath and headed to the front door, which was wide open. Zack knew that Violet's dad had left early, but he had never found the front door left open before. As he approached, he started to have a bad feeling about this, and when he reached the door and peered in, he saw that he was right. The house was torn apart, the couch tipped over, and the TV smashed. It looked like someone trashed the place. Without thinking about whether the person could still be there, Zack ran into the house, up the stairs to Violet's room to see it just as trashed. Zack started to call for Violet, but there was no reply, so he headed back downstairs to see if she was hiding down there. As Zack walked through the house, he called out for Violet, but no one called back. When he entered the kitchen, he saw it torn apart like the rest of the house, and found the back door wide open. Zack walked over to the door and looked outside, but did not see anyone. As he turned to go back in, he noticed a piece of parchment stuck to the door by a knife. Zack would have normally left it there for the police, but since he saw his name on the top of the parchment, he carefully grabbed the knife and pulled it free. As he pulled the knife free, the parchment came out still on the blade. So he pulled the parchment of the blade and quickly read it. After reading it, Zack ran around the house down the road towards Ryan's house. Within a few moments, he arrived at Ryan's side door and knocked. Ryan quickly opened the door, surprised to see Zack standing there. I thought you were going to talk to Violet, said Ryan. I was, but she did not want to talk this morning and told me that she would talk to me after school, said Zack. Why did you come here then? Asked Ryan. I forgot something at home, said Zack. Since Violet's dad is taking her to school, I figured I would get you. Then go get what I forgot and then go to the bus stop. Okay, said Ryan. Ryan walked in, grabbed his bag, and came back out. The two walked up the street towards Greater Plains Elementary School. Once they walked past the last house, Zack quickly took a detour up the hill and into the woods. Ryan was shocked to see Zack go in the opposite direction from his house, so he took off after him, but Zack had a good start on him and was running pretty fast. Once in the woods, Zack turned left on the path that took him towards the cement wall. A few minutes later, Zack stopped running to catch his breath and allow Ryan to catch up. When he finally did, he stopped and put his head between his legs, huffing and puffing from running so far, so fast. After a few minutes, both of them had caught their breath. What are you doing? Asked Ryan. I thought we were going to your house to get something you forgot. No, said Zack. That was all a cover just in case your mom could hear us. Why go so far to lie? Asked Ryan. Because of what I found when I went to talk to Violet, said Zack. I thought you said she did not want to talk to you, said Ryan. I never saw her, said Zack. Her house was torn apart. Both the front and back doors were wide open. When I got to the kitchen, I found this stuck to the back door with a knife. Zack takes out the parchment that he rolled up and unrolls it and hands it to Ryan, who looks at it and starts to read it. Zack Parks, I'm tired of your games and you're denying any part to prevent the mark from being removed. Having Alclien come to your defenses just proves that you did nothing. I have taken your girlfriend back to Eiliria. If you want her to live, you will come to Eiliria. Meet me on the Free Mountains. You will find a piece of metal there on the first mountain coming from the north. Touch it, and it will summon me, and we will make a trade. The mark for the love of your life, girlfriend. You have 2 days to come, or she dies. Gaimji. You mean Gaimji kidnapped Violet? Asked Ryan. Yes, said Zack. That's why I had to lie to get you away from everyone who would think I am nuts and then tell you. There is no way I can go to school knowing that Violet's been kidnapped.
Same here, said Ryan. What are we going to do? We don't know how to get to Eiliria.
I know, said Zack. Alclien does, and he's supposed to be back today. When he shows up, we will show him this and demand he takes us to Eiliria.
Okay, said Ryan. What do we do until then?
We wait until a little after 8, said Zack. That's when my mom leaves to go to work. Then we'll go back to my house where we can pass the time.
What if Alclien doesn't come until after our parents come home? Asked Ryan. They find out that we skip school?
We can deal with that when it happens, said Zack. With that said, they walked the rest of the way to the cement wall, which was not very far. Once there, they sat at the table to waste time. But Zack could not sit still for long. He eventually jumped off the table and started to pace back and forth. Ryan could tell he did not like being here when Violet was in the hands of Gaimji. After 40 minutes, Zack sat back down at the table. I wish DaMarkus would show up, said Zack. He could tell me how to get to Eiliria. This way, I wouldn't have to wait for Alclien.
Yeah, said Ryan. Then once there, what would we do? We don't know where the free mountains are.
True, said Zack.
Why are you so determined to get Violet back?
Asked Ryan. Ryan, said Zack, if you saw the look on her face after I said the things I said to her, only to then find out she was kidnapped, you would want to save her too.
I'm sure I would want to, said Ryan. I think there's more to why you want to save her. I think it's because you care for her.
Of course I do, said Zack. She's one of my closest friends.
I know that, said Ryan. I was not talking about that.
Zack realized what Ryan was hinting at, but he did not want to talk about it. He knew he made it very clear that he liked Penny and no longer had feelings for Violet. For the rest of the time, they sat in quiet. When Zack saw it was 8, they got off the table and walked down the trails towards the back end of the field of Greater Plains. Once out of the woods, they crossed the creek immediately since they did not want the teachers to see them. Once on the other side, they got on the road to block the view of anyone from the school. They quickly headed down the road and passed the spot where Zack and Ernie had fought until they came to Zack's house. They saw that his mom's car was gone, and they went inside and made themselves comfortable. They were not sure when Alclien would return, just that he had said 2 days, and that was today, was the second day. They decided to watch some TV, and when they found nothing on, they played some video games. For the next 3 hours, they found things to keep themselves busy and avoided the phone. Zack's mom called twice and told him that if she comes home and finds him there, he will be in so much trouble for skipping school. He knew she would not come home until lunch break, so they still had an hour or two. At 11, she called again, and Zack started to fear she was going to come home. He started to think it might have been better if they had gone to school. Sure, time was going by, but not knowing when Alclien was going to show up made it not that easy. As it got closer to noon, Zack and Ryan decided it would be best not to be there for the next few hours, just in case Zack's mom came home. They were starting to get hungry, so they grabbed some food, their bags, and were about to head out the door when they heard a humming noise upstairs. Not thinking of much, they headed for the door when they heard footsteps moving across the floor. That's my room, said Zack.
Did you get a dog lately?
Asked Ryan. Do you think I would have told you if I got a dog? Asked Zack. The footsteps sound like a person anyway. 2 of them headed for the back stairs in the kitchen and slowly started to head up quietly as they could. They did not make it more than halfway up the stairs when the source of the footsteps came into view as he started down the stairs. Zack and Ryan almost fell backwards when they saw Alclien standing before them. After taking a deep breath, they walked back down into the kitchen with Alclien following them. It's about time you got here, said Zack.
Sorry,
said Alclien.
I could not get a meeting with the council until an hour ago, and it took me that entire time to convince them this was important.
You should have never left, said Zack. If you didn't, we wouldn't be in the situation we are now.
What situation?
Asked Alclien. Ryan pulled out the ransom note from his bag and handed it to Alclien. He took the note and read it quickly. Alclien's face went serious once he read that Violet had been kidnapped. He finished the note and looked back at Zack and Ryan.
I am sorry, said Alclien. If I had thought that this would have happened, I would not have left.
But you did leave. Now her life is in danger.
I know, said Alclien. If I did stay, there was no way of knowing that Gaimji would have kidnapped one of you. And if he did, which one he would go after.
I know how we could have prevented it if DaMarkus never put this damn mark on my neck to begin with. That's true, said Alclien. He did, and Gaimji has kidnapped Violet. There's no point in thinking of what might have been, since it didn't happen. Fine, said Zack. You can make it up for it by taking us to Eiliria. No, Alclien said flatly. It's too dangerous. I'll go and get her back. Can't you read? Said Zack. It says I have to come or she dies. I'm not going to let you risk her life. True, said Alclien. The reason why Gaimji wants you to come is so that he can have his master sphere remove the mark. DaMarkus was escaping when he came to Earth from this guy. I am not about to let him get back what DaMarkus took. Not after 60 years of battle. What is so important about what DaMarkus took? Asked Zack. Something that could change the tide back in our favor, said Alclien. Help end the war. With that said, and the danger of the mission, you will not be going. Fine, said Zack. I'll just have to figure out how to use DaMarkus's marks and open the gate myself. It is possible for you to figure out how to use the marks on your own, said Alclien. Are you sure of that? Said Zack. Both you and DaMarkus have told me I would be a great warrior, and I've already used the marks before and called DaMarkus's sword out. With some work and determination, I could figure it out. Alclien did not respond to what Zack said and thought about it. Zack just stared at him furiously when he started to get an idea that Alclien was trying to keep him here for another reason that he would not say. After several minutes of quiet, Alclien broke it with his decision. Okay, said Alclien. You can go, but only you. Ryan is going to have to stay here. What? Said Ryan. My life has been endangered with the mark put on him next to. If he's going, I'm going too. Not wanting to argue anymore, Alclien agreed that Ryan could come too. Zack's mom could be home any time. Zack tells them they should open the gate in the woods to avoid anyone who was home for lunch. Alclien agreed, mainly because he did not want anyone else to come along. They headed out of the house and headed for the woods, but they could not go the way that Zack and Ryan had come since the elementary school was on recess and children were out playing. Luckily, Zack knew another way to get up to the cement wall. They headed for the last row of houses and then went through the backyards into the woods. After a few minutes, they came to the creek and crossed over it. They walked up the steep climb, and when they reached it, they came to the path that led to the cement wall, and they followed it. Once at the wall, Alclien knelt, placing one knee on the ground. He took both arms and placed them on the ground in front of him, and then a strange mark appeared on both arms. At random, the marks light up. And after 12 marks had been lit up on both arms, a light shot from his hands into the ground. Once the light left his hands, Alclien slowly stood up, raising his hands off the ground. As he did this, the light that shot from his hands appeared under his hands and started to stretch as he moved them up. Zack and Ryan saw the little lightning bolts shooting out from the light and heard the zapping noises that went with them. Once Alclien was standing, he continued to raise his arms, stretching the light higher and higher until his hands were over his head. The light still stretched to the length of his hands. He quickly jerked his hands, causing it to rip the light open and create a gateway to Eiliria. This gateway looked more like a gateway than the one he used last time. You could see through the gate a grassy field with a blue, cloudless sky. Okay, said Alclien. I'll go first, and then you follow. The gateway will close once the last person enters. Alclien then walked in between the light that formed the gate and vanished. Moments later, they could see him on the other side, so Ryan decided to go next and closed his eyes as he went through. Zack watched and saw once his best friend on the other side. Zack walked forward and in between the light and vanished as a tall, dark figure emerged from the gate. 10. Journey to Free Mountains. Zack walked out from between the circular light into an open field with Ryan and Alclien standing in front of him. It was hard to believe that Zack was in another world, since it looked exactly like a field on Earth. The sky was blue, the grass was green, and it did feel like home, but Zack knew he was not. As he took in his new environment, he did not notice that the gate had closed. After looking around, he saw that Ryan was feeling similar thoughts about this place. All was good until Alclien. This is not good, said Alclien.
We're on the north side of the crumbling mountain. Why is that bad? Asked Ryan. Because we're about a 4-day journey south to the Free Mountains, said Alclien. What? Shouted Zack. Why didn't you open a gateway right to the place we needed to go? Calm down, said Alclien. It is impossible to open a gate to a specific place without using a coin. Why didn't you use one then? Zack, calm down, said Ryan. Alclien did what he could. Did what he could, said Zack. Because of him, we're going to be 2 days late to save Violet. Will you let me finish? Said Alclien. I couldn't use a coin to get us there because the other coin would have had to be located in the mountains, and there is none. Not one I have. When opening a gate without a coin, you open the gate to the location where you are in one world to the same location in the other world. You should feel lucky we did not end up in the ocean. Zack tried to calm down, but he was not happy with the news. He did not want Violet to die because of some stupid mistake by Alclien. If we're 4 days from the Free Mountains, said Zack, how are we going to save Violet from getting killed? Easy, said Alclien. Gaimji will not kill her after 2 days. Sphere won't let him. They need to know for sure that you're not coming. So maybe after a week they might. But the whole point is they have no clue where we will arrive, as well as how long it will take us to get to the Free Mountains. Zack realized he had overreacted for no reason, and that by doing that, he was wasting time that they could be using to head for the mountains. Okay, said Zack. So what are we going to do? Since it's so late in the afternoon, said Alclien, I say we head for Shorn, stay there for the night, and then head for Derail. We should be able to get there in 2 days, and then from there to the Free Mountains. Sounds like a plan, said Ryan. I agree, said Zack. Lead the way. So with the plan set, Alclien headed northwest, more west than north, and Zack did not understand why they were heading north rather than south. That was the direction Alclien had said the mountains were located. After about 20 minutes of walking, Zack had enough of going in the wrong direction. He stopped moving, and as Ryan and Alclien kept moving, after a few minutes, they realized Zack was back about 100 yards, so they headed back to see what was wrong. What's wrong? Said Alclien. Nothing really, said Zack. You were just going in the wrong direction. Zack, said Ryan, you don't need to yell. Sure I do, said Zack, since he has no clue what he's doing. The Free Mountains are south, and we're heading northwest. That's it, said Alclien in a stern voice. I've had it with your whining and complaining. You've been here for 20 minutes, and that is all that has come out of your mouth. The reason we're heading northwest is that that's the direction Shorn is in. And the reason we are going there first is because I do not have enough equipment or food. If you keep this up, I'm going to send you back home and get Violet without you. Zack said nothing, and Alclien, Ryan, and Zack headed on their way. Zack was not happy with how Alclien had yelled at him. As far as he was concerned, it was his and DaMarkus's fault that Violet got kidnapped, and he should be trying to make it up to him. For the whole trip to Shorn, he did not say anything else to Alclien. He just wanted to get where they were going so they could get to the Free Mountains and make the switch and then go home, leaving this all behind him. The trip took about 5 hours to get to Shorn. The sun was close to setting, and Zack and Ryan were very hungry. Once in the small city, they went and found a place to stay. As they walked around the city, Zack and Ryan got all kinds of looks. Their clothes made them stand out. After about an hour, they found an inn that had a room with enough beds. After paying for the room, they found a place to eat. Alclien paid for everything since they did not have any money that would be accepted. Once they ordered their food, they found a table and sat down. Enjoy this meal, 'cause it'll be the last good one you get to Derail, said Alclien. It is going to take 2 days to get there, so we will be eating whatever we can find in the wild, as well as what I buy. As long as it's edible, I'll eat it, said Ryan. Zack did not say anything. He was still mad at how Alclien yelled at him and did not want to talk to him ever again, but he knew that would not happen, so he wanted to not talk to him until he had to. A few minutes after they sat down, their food came and they ate. Ryan got some kind of meat, as did Zack. Alclien ordered something that looked like chicken. A little nervous about what they might be eating, they were both hesitant to try it. Ryan took the first bite and found it tasted good.
So Zack tried, and he liked it as well. After eating, Zack and Ryan found themselves about to fall asleep. The long walk was more than they had ever done in one day. They headed back to the inn and went up to the room and crashed in their beds. Alclien was happy to see this since they were going to be getting up early. Within minutes of their heads touching the pillows, they were both out. The next thing they knew, Alclien was waking them up to get ready to go.
Get up,
Said Alclien, shaking Zack.
we need to get moving. What time is it?
Asked Ryan, rubbing his eyes.
About 5 in the morning.
Answered Alclien.
I have some good news.
What is it? Asked Zack, sitting straight up like he had been awake for hours.
I found a boat rental that'll allow us to sail downriver,
Said Alclien.
We'll be able to get closer to the mountains by tomorrow evening.
Great, said Zack. When do we leave?
As soon as you guys eat and get dressed.
Said Alclien. Dressed? Said Ryan, sitting up.
We're already wearing our clothes. Exactly my point.
Said Alclien, throwing Ryan and Zack a pair of clothes rolled up.
Yesterday, you were getting stares from everyone we passed. You need to blend in. The last thing we need is having someone decide to cause troubles because you look different.
What do we do with the clothes we were wearing? Asked Zack.
Just put the other clothes on over them.
Said Alclien. So that's what they did. They got out of bed, unrolled the clothes, and quickly put them on. The clothes looked close to what Alclien was wearing, just not a cloak and a sword at their side. Zack's pants were black, as his tunic was white and his jacket dark green. Ryan had the same thing, just his jacket was navy blue. Once they put their boots on, they headed back to the place where they had dinner and got breakfast. Zack and Ryan were both surprised to see the place open already. They ordered eggs and got them very quickly since they were the only ones there. Zack and Ryan practically swallowed the whole plate they ate so fast. They did not realize how hungry they were until they smelt the food being cooked. Once Alclien finished his food, they were on their way to the boat rental. They walked several blocks and turned onto different streets before they reached the boat rental. It took them about an hour to get there. Right next to the boathouse was a large river that was moving at a slow pace. When they reached the boat rental, Alclien approached the man who worked there, who was shocked to see people out and about. "Good morning," said the boatman. "I didn't see people out about this early."
True, said Alclien, but when you have a long journey ahead of you, you want to get going as soon as possible.
"That's how can I help you?" said the boatman.
We'd like to rent a boat,
said Alclien. "That is obvious," said the boatman. "What else would you be talking to me this early? Where are you going?"
Gayu,
said Alclien. "Well, that's far," said the boatman. "Like you said, you have a far journey. I'm going to be costing about 72 kev."
That's highway robbery,
said Alclien. "No, it isn't. It's a fair price for what you're heading," said the boatman. "It's enough to have a new boat made after you leave. I rarely see the boats rented out that head to Gayu. Most of the time, they stop halfway and the boat take with them. So you can either take it or leave it, but I can assure you that you'll not find a price cheaper in Shorn or a boat store that is open this early."
Fine,
said Alclien. Alclien reached into his cloak, pulled out a big bag, reached inside, and pulled out 3 purple gemstones, roughly the size of a quarter, and handed them to the boatman. Once he had them, he looked at them to make sure they were real, and then placed them in his pocket. "Follow me," said the boatman. The 3 of them followed him around the back of the shop into a wooden deck that came to an end with a ladder that led down onto a dock with about 10 boats of different sizes, all tied to different posts. Once they were all down on the dock, the boatman took them over to a boat that could easily hold 5 people. Alclien placed his bag into the boat and got on. Then Ryan followed, then Zack. Once in the boat, they sat down and found some paddles under their seats so they could get out to the current as well as get back shore when they wanted to land. "You're going to have to paddle upstream for about a quarter mile before you come to the stream that will take you to Gayu," said the boatman. "Once you get to Gayu, look for a dock with a sign that says Gayu Boat Rentals. It's the first dock as you come downstream. It's my brother's shop, and you can leave a boat with him. Have a nice trip."
Thank you,
said Alclien as he picked up one of the paddles and handed it to Ryan.
You 2 will paddle us upstream.
"Why us?" said Zack.
Because you begged to come,
said Alclien.
You're going to have to be useful.
Zack was beginning to not like Alclien and thought about not talking to him. He took the other paddle and placed it in the water. The boatman untied the boat and threw the rope into the water. Zack and Ryan started to paddle the boat out into the stream. At first, it was not hard, But once out in the current, they found it much harder to keep the boat from going with the current. From the surface, the river did not look like it would have such a strong current, but it did. It took them nearly an hour to make the quarter-mile to the joint they needed to get to. Once they got to the turn, they started to turn the boat towards it. They thought it was going to be hard, but once the boat started to turn, it caught the current, and the boat was pulled down the stream. Zack and Ryan threw the paddles back into the boat and rested. Their muscles were burning from all the work, and Alclien just laughed. "What are you laughing about?" asked Zack. "Just that you were tired from a little rowing," answered Alclien. "Kids your age would have been able to get us to this point in 10, maybe 15 minutes. I bet you guys do that much work in a day." "Yeah," said Ryan. "So what if we do?" "Nothing," said Alclien. "You're going to be going through a lot more over the next few days. I would take this day to save your energy. Today, you get off easy." Zack and Ryan did not understand what Alclien meant by that, but they would. The journey to Geu took all day. For the first part of the trip, Ryan and Zack slept. They were just not ready to get up when they did. But now they could get more. They only slept about 2 hours. The hardwood was not very comfortable to sleep on. When they woke up, Alclien was busy writing something in a book, which he did for the majority of the trip. 4 hours later, Alclien had them paddle to the side of the river to get out and stretch their legs, as well as have some lunch. When they made it to shore, they all pulled the boat out of the water. Zack and Ryan wanted to fall on the ground for pulling the boat, but their legs needed to stretch. Nearby the river's edge was a tree that had fallen. Alclien went over, sat down, put his bag there, then opened it up and pulled out a large knife. "What is that for?" asked Ryan. "To clean the fish we're going to be having for lunch," said Alclien. "Go find some log sticks that come up to your waist." Not wanting to argue, Ryan and Zack found 2, and Alclien took one and began sharpening the tip. After about 10 minutes, the tip on the stick was sharp, and he set the knife down and headed over to the river. He stayed on the shore not to disturb the water. He watched for a few minutes, then pulled back the stick, and then launched it into the water. It hit the water with great force, and Alclien jumped into the river and walked out to where the stick was floating. On the end of the stick was a huge base. Alclien grabbed the stick, walked back to the shore, and walked over to them. After grabbing some firewood, Alclien started the fire and started to cook the base. While it cooked, he went back over and caught one more base about the same size. When the fish were done cooking, they had lunch. Questions had been slowly forming in the minds of Zack and Ryan about what they were going to do. Zack did not want to talk to Alclien, but his questions were bugging him too much not to. "Who is this sphere guy?" asked Zack. "And why did DaMarkus have to steal something from him?" "I've been wondering when you two would start asking questions," said Alclien. "I thought it would have been sooner, but with everything that has happened, I can understand why it took this long. Anyway, the Sphere is one of the 7 lords who call themselves the 7 Lords of Magi. Over 70 years ago, they showed up and started a war with the High Kingdom, but taking over the realm they were from. Sphere is the Lord of Izashore, where we are. With most of the kingdom under their rule, the High King called the Sentinels a secret army that existed to help fight against them. Over 10 years the war was fought," said Alclien. "The High Kingdom was starting to win the war when they found the location where the 7 lords were hiding. They went into hiding once the High Kingdom started to gain massive victories. Everyone thought that it was because they realized they were going to lose. But when the Sentinels found their location, they found out what they were really doing. They were looking for a way to increase their power, and they did. Using forbidden magic, they made a weapon that gave them all the power they needed to win the war. Since then," Alclien continued, "the remaining Sentinels like myself as well as DaMarkus have been fighting them, trying to bring them down. We need our king, who is the first High King said would come and overthrow the darkness. And this king would use 7 marks that represented each seed of Eiliria. Only then he would be able to use them. Knowing this prophecy, the lords took the marks to prevent such a king from having them also. So when this king showed up, he would have to get the marks from them, and they would be able to kill him." "So DaMarkus was trying to get one of these marks back?" asked Ryan. "Not just back," Alclien said. "He got it when he ran into problems,
which caused him to have to retreat to Earth. That's what Gaimji has been after this whole time. The mark that lies in the mark on the back of your neck, Zack.
Oh, said Zack. Can't I just give it to him? You guys will be able to get it back.
That's highly doubtful,
said Alclien.
Sphere will keep watch over that mark until the day every single one of us is gone and pass on to the other lords we are coming for them. They had them for 60 years, and it was the first chance we had to get them back. It's been 60 years, said Ryan. Why not wait until they get older, then fight them? They don't get any older, little dude, said Alclien. The forbidden magic that gave them the extra power keeps them from aging.
So, what are you going to do about the mark when we get to the Free Mountains? Asked Zack.
I'm not sure, said Alclien. I'm working on a plan to make sure they don't leave the mountains with it. But enough of this. We've wasted too much time here. We will be lucky if we get to Gayu by sunset.
They got up, stretched, then put out the fire and headed back towards the boat. Alclien placed his bag into the boat, and then they all pushed off back into the water. Zack and Ryan were happy it was much easier to get the boat into the river than it was to push it out. Once in the river, they jumped back in one at a time and took their seats. Alclien paddled them out to the current, and they were back on their way. It took another 6 hours before they came to Gayu. A few times they had to paddle because the current was not so strong, which caused it to take them longer to arrive. The sun had already set, but there was enough light for them before the city would start lighting the street lamps. As soon as they came to Gayu, Ryan and Zack paddled the boat out of the current and found the dock where they were to leave the boat. Once on the dock, a tall man who looked a lot like the other boatman came out, took their rope, and had them pull the boat in and tied the boat up. It'll cost you 3 ye to tie your boat up on the dock, said the new boatman.
No, it won't, said Alclien. We rented this boat from your brother in Shorn. He told us to leave the boat with you.
Very well, said the new boatman. The three of them climbed off the boat and walked down the dock. Climbed up the ladder. Gayu was a much bigger city than Shorn. Even though the sun had set, a good number of people were still out. Most of them were either heading home or going to the local pub. Alclien told Zack and Ryan to follow him, so they did as they were told. They did not go very far. They went into the closest pub and got some food. Alclien got them what they had for dinner last time. After eating, they wandered into the heart of the city until they came to an inn. Alclien got a room for them, and they headed to the room. Once in the room, Alclien told them to get some sleep. They're getting up early again. It will take them nearly all day before they reach the Free Mountains, and then left. Zack and Ryan did not feel tired at all, but they decided to change out of their clothes and try. It's not long after they laid their heads on their pillows that they were asleep. Once again, they were woken by Alclien the next morning, just as early as they were woken up the other day. They both rolled out of bed, still half asleep, and got dressed. But by the time they finished getting dressed, they realized how much awake they were and refreshed. Alclien led them back to the streets, where they walked around the city until they found a shop that was open. They walked inside, and Alclien grabbed some food and some blankets for the trip. Zack was not sure why they needed the blankets, since they would reach the mountain today, and one sphere got what he wanted, and Violet was free. They were going home. Zack decided not to ask, since they had a feeling he would get an answer he did not like or not want at all. Also, it was too early to argue. Once Alclien paid for the supplies, they made their way out of Gayu. It took them nearly an hour and a half to make it to the edge of the city, and as they were leaving the city, it was just starting to spring to life. The three of them headed south, which would take them to the Free Mountains. After a few hours, they would start to see the mountains in the far distance. Since they were walking this time, they would stop every few hours to take a break, get some water that Alclien had gotten, as well as noon lunch.
What do you think our parents are doing right now?
Asked Ryan.
We've been gone for 2 days, and there's been no word.
I guess they think we either ran away from home or Gaimji finally caught us, said Zack. Since the condition of Violet's house, they're going to think that is where he got us.
I would worry about your excuse for where you've been until you are actually on your way home,
said Alclien.
Why's that?
Asked Ryan.
Since you've caused a problem with Gaimji, said Alclien, that would mean you were messing with a lord's business. It's likely Sphere will have us all killed once he gets what he wants.
What? Said both Zack and Ryan.
I told you, this was going to be dangerous,
said Alclien. The rest of the way to the mountains, Zack and Ryan thought about how they might not make it back home. Sure, Gaimji never said anything like that in his ransom note, but Zack should have known this. It was always in the movies as well as books. The bad guys say they will let you go after bringing the ransom, but they always go back on their word. The trip took the whole day, just like the trip downstream, but that trip was far longer since they were in a boat. The trip to the mountains was long. The whole day, the mountains were at a distance and slowly got bigger and bigger, but it felt like they would never reach them. After walking the whole day and several breaks, they finally came to the base of the first mountains, the one Gaimji told them to go to. The sun was starting to set, and Alclien knew they would not have enough time to get up the mountain before it got dark. "We'll camp down here tonight," said Alclien. "In the morning, we'll climb the mountain and get Violet back." "Why not climb now?" asked Zack. "The sun is just starting to set, and we have more than enough time." "It'll be too dark by the time we get to the top," said Alclien. "We will never get back down." "That doesn't matter," said Zack. "We're going home once we have Violet." Alclien did not want to go up the mountain, but Zack kept arguing with him and finally gave in, and they headed up the mountain. They were to go to the top of the mountain. Luckily for them, it was not far to go. There was a path that took them to the top, but as they climbed, the light was quickly getting darker. "Why are these mountains called the Free Mountains?" asked Ryan as they headed up the mountain. "It is where the first High King and his 6 trusted men defeated the Dark Emperor Hellion at the end of the 4th Age," said Alclien. "What age are we in now?" asked Zack. "The 6th, said Alclien. "It might seem like Eiliria has not been around for a while, but many, many years have passed in each age." After 2 hours, they finally reached the top of the mountain, and all the natural light was almost gone. The top was very large, rocky edge. It wasn't the top. The mountain kept going, but they would never be able to get to it, and if they could, it would not be a place big enough to meet. So this had to be where Gaimji wanted to meet. They began searching for the metal that would summon Gaimji. Not sure what it would look like or big, and with the light failing, they had to look fast. After 10 minutes, Ryan was walking and kicked some rocks when a piece of metal flew into the air and landed a few feet from him. It was about the size of a dollar bill, and when it hit the ground, it made a small cling noise. Zack walked over to the piece of metal and touched it like he was told. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared at the other end of the mountain, and when the light cleared, there stood Gaimji holding Violet. But there was someone else there. It was Gaimji's master. Sphere. 11. Gaimji's master. "I was beginning to think I was going to have to kill the girl," said Gaimji, staring at Zack. "Your time was almost up." "Gaimji," said Lord Sphere, "do not lie. We were never going to kill her. At least not until we knew for sure they were not coming." Lord Sphere was a tall, scrawny man who had greasy, jet-black hair that was long enough to be pulled back behind his ear. His face was long and crooked, with a crooked nose and a sharp, beady eyes that, when you looked at him, felt like he was stealing your soul. His clothes were easy to make out of the dark since they were so bright. He wore a white, puffy silk shirt with a light brown pants that looked similar to leather, but different in some way, with boots that were made of the same material. Around his waist, he wore a belt with a long sword attached. "So, tell me, Gaimji, which one has the mark?" asked Lord Sphere. "That one," said Gaimji, stretching out his long arms and fingers towards Zack. "He is the one that DaMarkus gave what he stole." "I see," said Lord Sphere. "Well, come here, boy, so we can end this and you can get on your way to home." Zack did as he was told and slowly made his way across the rocky ground towards Lord Sphere and Gaimji. He was not sure. Something about Lord Sphere gave him the creeps about going near him. With this idea that Lord Sphere would kill him after he got what he wanted, it did not make him want to get anywhere near him, but unless he did, Violet would not be free. After moving very slowly, he stood only a few feet away from Gaimji and Lord Sphere. Zack thought he looked far more terrifying up close than he did from afar, and everything in his mind was telling him to turn around and run. "This is who gave you so much trouble?" said Lord Sphere, looking over Zack. "He could never be a warrior. Most people have some potential, but I see nothing that gives any reason to believe he could be one." You should be ashamed that this kid stopped you, Gaimji. Lord Sphere, said Gaimji, concerned that his master might be losing faith in him. He was able to use a mark as well as summon a sword to fight. Enough, said Lord Sphere, raising his hand. Those are just excuses for your failure, and I will not have it. You failed, and you must accept this, as well as the consequences that will come with failure. Yes, sir, said Gaimji. Now, shall we end this? Said Lord Sphere. Turn around and face your friends so I can remove this mark of yours. Zack did as he was told. He slowly turned to his left until he was facing Ryan and Alclien. At a distance, Lord Sphere placed both hands over the back of Zack's neck, similar to what Alclien did, but no mark appeared on the back of his hand. The mark on Zack's neck started to glow with bright light in the dark, but red this time, not blue like when Alclien tried to switch marks. After a few moments, the glow faded and Lord Sphere removed his hands. Stand still, said Lord Sphere. I am not done yet. He reached into a pocket in his pants and pulled out a similar pen that Gaimji used to try to remove the mark. He placed the tip on the mark, and the mark began to glow again. This time white. The pen quickly turned bright white like last time. Zack could hear a sizzling of flesh as it burned Sphere's fingers. Lord Sphere let out a yell that echoed throughout the mountains as he dropped the pen to the ground. As the pen in the rock, a faint cling could be heard. With the pen no longer on his neck, Zack turned towards Violet, believing his mark was gone. However, Lord Sphere did not like this and raised his hand, striking him with the back of his hand. The force of the blow knocked Zack down to his knees. Alclien did not like this and pulled his sword and attacked. What Lord Sphere or Gaimji realized was that Alclien had slowly closed the gap between them, as they were busy removing the mark. With only 21 odd feet between them, Alclien's attack would be hard to avoid. In one fluid motion, Lord Sphere reached, grabbed the handle of his sword, withdrew it from its sheath, spun, and blocked Alclien's attack, and pushed his sword to the ground with his on top. Alclien was surprised to see that Lord Sphere was able to avoid such an attack. Lord Sphere just looked at him with his black eyes and a huge grin. Nice attack, said Lord Sphere. Closing the distance while I was distracted and so quietly is a very rare ability. If only I had not seen it out of the corner of my eye, it would have nearly killed me. Let me make a suggestion. Don't do it again, or I will kill you. You're lucky you're not dead already for being a sentinel. Lord Sphere unlocked their blades and Alclien stepped back and resheathed his sword. Lord Sphere did the same as he turned to face Jack when he noticed the mark and turned to Gaimji. Has his mark always been red? Asked Lord Sphere. Yes, said Gaimji. I see, said Lord Sphere. I do not see how I missed this. The reason we have not been able to remove the mark is that DaMarkus is inside it. What? Said Gaimji. That is why he was able to use the sword and mark, continued Lord Sphere. DaMarkus was helping him. He did not do it on his own. We won't be able to remove the mark until he is fully healed. Unfortunately, I'm not a patient man. What do you want to do about it? Asked Gaimji. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, said Lord Sphere, looking at Alclien. You will bring me the stones of time. Once you have them, bring them back here, and the girl will be set free. However, you only have so much time before I get bored and decide to kill you all, except the boy, and wait until DaMarkus finishes healing on his own. After speaking those words, a bright flash lit up the entire mountain. Alclien, Ryan, and Zack could not look at it since it was so bright. Within moments, the light vanished. Lord Sphere, Violet, and Gaimji were gone. Ryan ran over to Zack and extended his hand. Zack grabbed it and pulled himself to his feet. We're gonna sleep here, said Alclien. It's too dark to head down the mountain now and try to find some firewood while I set up camp. Zack and Ryan were not sure why Alclien was in such a bad mood, but they had an idea. Having his attack blocked so easily, and did not want to face the fact that he was not as good as he thought. After searching, they found some wood and brought it back, and Alclien lit the wood on fire with his marks. Once having light from the fire, Alclien pulled out some food and ate. Zack was beginning to wonder what the Stones of Time were, but he was too tired to start asking questions after traveling the whole day. Once they were done eating, they all found a place to lie down. Alclien pulled out some blankets and handed them to both of them, found a place, and went to sleep. 12. Mystery of the Stones. In the morning, Alclien did not find it hard to wake up Zack and Ryan. It was very hard and uncomfortable, so they got up very easily. Once they were up, they were surprised to see the sun was just about to rise. They did not want to know why they were going to be up so early. They packed up their blankets and sat down by a small fire as Alclien gave them some food to eat. "Eat quickly," said Alclien. "We have a long day ahead of us." Zack was not happy to hear that the last few days were long, and his body was not sure how many more days of this he could take. Once they had finished eating, they headed down to the mountain. As they headed down, they started to feel it getting warmer as they got closer to the base of the mountain. It was much cooler on the mountain because of all the wind, but they were happy for the warmth. By the time they got halfway down the mountain, the sun had fully risen, but most of the valley was still in shade since it was not very high in the sky. The whole time, Zack was wondering where they were headed. He wanted to ask, but remembered how Alclien was in a bad mood when they went to bed. He was not sure if he was still mad. When they got halfway down the mountain, the feeling of not knowing had gotten to him. He needed to know what was going on. "What are the Stones of Time?" asked Zack. "Took you long enough," said Alclien, looking over at him. "I could tell last night, and this morning, that you were wondering about something, and I figured it was about the stones. Anyway, the stones are legendary stones that have the power to control time. There are countless myths and stories about the stones and how people use the stones to do good and evil." "So they aren't real?" said Ryan. "Why would you say that?" asked Alclien. You said there were many myths," said Ryan. "Myths are not true. Everyone knows that they are just stories." "Very true," said Alclien. "If they are fake," said Zack, "why is Sphere having us collect them? Surely he knows they do not exist." "Yes," said Alclien. "Being a lord, he would have access to the library of Eiliria, with all the knowledge known about Eiliria, as well as knowledge that was once believed to be true that, with new evidence, has been shown to be false." "That still does not explain why he would have us go after something he knows is not real," said Ryan. "I know," said Alclien. "I was just assuring you that Sphere would know that they are not real. Why, he is a lord and is cruel and likes to have fun at other people's expenses. So it could be very well that we have something he wants and knows he can get it whenever he wants. Knowing what he wants to have some fun playing with us before he kills us and takes what he wants." "That's not good," said Zack, stopping. "Then where are we going?" "The other thing is that he truly believes the stones are real," said Alclien. "Oh, great," said Ryan. "So if he truly believes this, and we know they are not real, he is going to have us go on a wild goose chase. Not to find them, and eventually get killed because we take too long, or he knows, and we find something to do until he is done playing with us and comes to kill us." "That is how it goes," said Alclien. "Sphere is the most feared of the lords, and this is why. It's impossible to know what he does when he does what he does. As for where we are going, well, we're heading for Zaiji. We'll be lucky if we get there by nightfall tomorrow." Zack had his answer, and he did not like the fact that he was found out looking for something Alclien knew was not real, just to know that it ended in their deaths. One thing Zack did not realize was that he did not find out why they were headed for Zaijini. Knowing that he was most likely going to die was enough to distract him. It was not long after they stopped talking about that they reached the bottom of the mountain. Once there, they stopped and rested for a few minutes. "Take the rest while you can," said Alclien. "We have to walk the whole way today to get to Zaijini. but we have to go through Gayu again and can get real food. We will stop there for the night and head out earlier than we did today. We only have so much time before Sphere decides to kill us, regardless of what he thinks the stones are real or not."
That's good to know, said Zack. So, why are we going to Zaygeni? Asked Ryan. You never said why earlier.
"I didn't," said Alclien. "I thought I did. Oh well. We're going there because I have a friend named Dale. He comes from a long line of treasure hunters who have spent generations seeking out every myth and legend on the stones, and through sources who have spent their entire lives studying Eiliria's history. People whom he would never mention, but had evidence to back up what they were saying. From all this time, he has solid evidence that the stones are real, and is very close to finding them."
Would that make the myths not myths? Asked Zack.
"No," said Alclien. "The myths are still myths because they are stories that use the stones but did not happen. And legends are stories that have been proven true."
Okay, said Ryan.
"DL owes me a favor," continued Alclien. "As much as he is not going to like it, he is going to have to give me any information he has on the stones. Once we have this information, we will seek out the stones. Of course, this is all based on it being true that he has a possible location, like I have heard."
What if he doesn't? Asked Ryan.
"Then we will have to take the information he has and seek out the stones from there," said Alclien. "So I hope he has a location."
After they rested, they headed out for Gayu. They headed back the way they came. Ryan and Zack were surprised that they were able to walk even further before needing to take a break. They walked for most of the morning before they stopped for lunch and rested. After eating, they got up, headed on their way, and stopped for a few breaks and reached Gayu a little before the sun started to set. Once they arrived at Gayu, they entered the city until they reached the inn where they had stayed 2 nights ago. Alclien got 2 rooms for them and headed up to the rooms to drop off their things, and then headed out for food. Once back outside the inn, Alclien pulled out a small bag and handed it to Zack with a piece of paper.
"This is enough money to get you both," said Alclien. "I have some things I need to do, so you are both on your own. The paper is a map of the city. I marked on it the inn so you can find your way back. Keep in mind, we will be leaving early tomorrow."
With that, Alclien turned and headed north, following the main road they were on, and vanished within the crowd. Zack and Ryan were surprised that Alclien would leave them alone in a strange world by themselves. Apparently, he had faith in them to be able to walk around and get back to the inn with the map, so they opened the map and found several areas that were circled on the map besides the inn. They found several places to eat and were hungry, but mostly they were sweaty from having 2 layers of clothes. So they headed into the inn and changed out of their normal clothes so they only had the clothes Alclien gave them. They did not get rid of them since they would need clothes to change into once they headed home. Once they had changed, they realized it had been several days since they had taken a bath of any kind.
"We really need a shower," said Ryan.
"I don't think they have showers in Eiliria," said Zack.
"True,"
said Ryan.
I'm sure they bathe in some way or everyone would smell."
"We could ask the innkeeper," said Zack. "See if he knows where we could bathe." After finishing taking off their clothes so they only had 1 set of clothes, they headed downstairs and found the innkeeper.
"Excuse me, sir,"
said Ryan.
"Yes,"
said the innkeeper.
"How can I help?"
"Do you know where we could bathe?" asked Zack.
"Sure,"
said the innkeeper. "There's a bathhouse not far from here. Do you know where Isle Street is?"
"No,"
said Ryan. "We do have a map," said Zack, handing it to the innkeeper. "Oh, I see you're tourists," said the innkeeper. "I'll mark it for you and draw the quickest path." The innkeeper opened the map and quickly located the bathhouse, drew the quickest path, and then folded up the map and handed it back to Zack. "The bathhouse has already been circled," said the innkeeper. "I just put the path on the map, as well as circled an unknown tavern with great food that just started up by my sister-in-law. You should stop by and eat there if you're hungry."
Thanks, said Zack. The two turned and headed back onto the streets and saw that several lampposts had been lit since they went into the inn. The sun had set and it was quickly getting dark. Zack opened the map and found the path that the innkeeper had marked for them. We're on Street, said Zack.
Looks like we need to head along this street for 5 blocks and then turn on to Gaimji Street and go 4 blocks, said Ryan. We'll arrive right in front of the bathhouse.
Okay. Zack and Ryan headed up Street for 5 blocks and were surprised by how empty the streets were getting, but as the sun set quickly behind them, it made finding the turn they needed to make easier. But they saw all the different types of shops and houses along the street. Once they came to Gaimji Street, they turned left and walked another 4 blocks. After a few minutes, they were shocked by how small the bathhouse was. As they were about to go inside, their stomachs rumbled and they realized they needed food before they ate. They decided to head for the tavern, which the innkeeper had suggested since it was only a few blocks down. Once they reached the tavern, they went inside and found a seat, and a girl about their age with bright blonde hair wearing a hot pink dress came over to them.
I'm here,
said the girl.
I'll be your waitress. Can I get you something to drink?
Water, said Zack.
Same for me,
said Ryan.
I'll get those for you,
said Hira as she handed them menus.
Here are menus so you can see what you want.
Hira walked back to the bar and got the water and came right back over and set them back on the table. Once she set the drinks on the table, she walked back over to the bar. After a few moments, Zack and Ryan realized they had no clue what any of the stuff on the menu was, so they called Hira to order.
What can I get y'all?
She asked. What do you recommend? Said Zack.
You should try the taito. That's our best soup, and it's our special for the day, so it's just cheaper than on normal days.
I'll try that,
said Ryan. Same here, said Zack.
Great, said Hira. I'll bring your order in a few minutes.
Hira walked back over to the bar and did not return for a few minutes with the 2 bowls of soup with steam rising from them. She set them down in front of them and then waited a few minutes before they were able to try it. Not sure what they ordered, Zack placed his spoon into the soup, filled it up, and brought it to his lips and slowly slurped it up. As the soup ran over his taste buds, a thin broth triggered his senses with a pleasurable taste. It was so good that he did not want to waste any and plunged his spoon back into his bowl to get more. Ryan saw this and tried it and had a similar reaction. Within moments of slurping the broth into his mouth, he was getting more of it onto his spoon. Within minutes, both of their soup was gone and they felt full and happy. They were both satisfied, having something to eat as well as something delicious. Hira looked over and saw that they were done. She came over and picked up the bowls and left a piece of parchment on the table before heading back to the bar. This must be the bill, said Zack, picking it up and looking at it. It comes to 8 ye.
What is ye?
Asked Ryan. Don't know, said Zack.
Hira, can you help us?
Hira walked over to the table to see what they wanted.
All right, this is going to sound odd, said Ryan.
This is our first time here in Issa Shore, and we're not sure about the money. What is ye?
First off, said Hira, do you have Issa Shore currency?
I think, said Zack, pulling out the small pouch and opening it and dumping out several jewels of all different colors. Hira's jaw dropped, seeing all the jewels.
Where did you get all this money?
Asked Hira.
You could easily have gone and eaten at the Johan for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day this week and still had money to pay for a room there as well.
Oh, said Ryan.
You are lucky you asked me, said Hira. Most people would have lied and taken you for what they thought they could.
That's good, thank you, said Zack.
Here, let me explain what each one is, said Hira. The light blue ones are worth the least, which is why you have a lot of them. They're called VU. The Yi are the orange ones. 56 VU equals 1 of the Yi. Crimson ones are Kiev. 12 of the Yi equal 1 of the Kiev. And 115 VU equal 1 Kiev. The most valuable is the purple. It takes 642 views to equal 1 of the Aeon. 67 Yi for 1 Aeon, and 24 Kiev equal 1 Aeon. My guess is that you have over 45 aeon, which is a lot of money. You are carrying around a small fortune that most people around here will make in their entire lives. I'd be careful who you let see how much money you have.
Thanks for the help, said Ryan. So our bill is 8 of the orange jewels, right?
Right, said Here. 8 ye. Here, said Zack, handing her 2 purple jewels. I can't take that, said Here. That is way too much.
No, said Ryan. You have earned it by helping explain the money to us. Just don't let your boss see how much of a tip he gave you.
Tip? said Here. Yeah, said Zack. You know, extra money for doing a good job. People leave a little on the table for you, a little on the bill, based on how well you did. I've never gotten a tip, as you call it, before, said Here. Oh, said Zack. Well, never mind. Just keep the money and don't tell anyone we gave it to you. Thanks, said Here.
No, thank you,
said Ryan. Hier took the 2 aeon as well as the 8 yi back to the bar. She put the yi in her left hand and the aeon in her right. When she got to the bar, she placed the yi on the bar as the bartender took them and turned and put them away. She turned and hid the aeon. With the bill paid, Zack and Ryan got up and headed for the door. The next stop for them was the Bathhouse. 13. The Bathhouse. Now with their bellies full, it was time to clean themselves so they did not stink. So they backtracked the steps back to the Bathhouse. Within moments of leaving the tavern, they were standing back outside the Bathhouse. It was quickly getting dark, and Zack and Ryan knew they were going to want to get to bed early tonight with a long way to travel in the morning. To waste no time, they walked over to the door, pushed it open, and walked in. Inside, a man stood behind a table wearing a very fancy royal green tunic and had a silver receding hairline and a silvery beard. Not sure what to do, they slowly approached the man.
How can I help you?
Said the fancy tunic man, looking at them.
We would like a bath,
said Ryan.
We be sharing a bath?
Asked the man. No, said Zack.
Please do not shout,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
This is a place where people come to relax, and shouting prevents people from relaxing.
Sorry, said Zack. We would both like separate baths.
How long would you?
Asked the man with the fancy tunic, showing no real interest other than to get the information needed to get them moving on their way.
How long can we stay? Asked Ryan.
The longer you stay, the more it costs,
said the man with the fancy tunic. Well, duh, said Zack. We're not stupid. We want to know how long is the longest.
The longest is 2 hours, and it will cost you 4 AN,
said the man with the fancy tunic, smiling as if knowing they would not be able to pay for it. That's it, said Zack. 4 aeon for one of us, so 8 altogether?
We can pay that, said Ryan. We both would like 2 baths for 2 hours.
What?
Said the man with the fancy tunic.
You can't possibly afford that, and it is 4 aeon for both of you.
Oh, said Zack. Well, then, yeah, we can definitely afford that. Man was not sure what to think. He was sure that they had no money, and his face gave it away that he did not believe them. After a few moments of not speaking, he pulled himself together.
Okay,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
Normally, you would pay after the bath, but I'm gonna have to insist you pay ahead of time.
That's fine, said Ryan, pulling out the bag of jewels and opening it, pulling out 4 purple jewels and placing them on the table.
There you go.
The man with the fancy tunic was shocked that they were able to pull out 4 aeon. Wondering how much they had in the pouch, he pulled himself together and took the money and placed it in a bag. He motioned them to follow him, and they did. They walked through the building and turned every so often until they came to an empty room with 2 big tubs.
You can leave your clothes behind the change curtain in the corner,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
Once you're in the tub, you can pull the string and the water will pour into the tub. Once you pull the string, your time begins.
Thanks, said Zack. He took the bag of jewels from Ryan and pulled out a yi and gave it to him. You most likely don't deserve this after being so rude, but for some strange reason, I am feeling nice.
Thank you, sir,
said the man with the fancy tunic, before turning and walking back the way he came, closing the door behind him.
So,
said Ryan.
Which one do you want?
Doesn't matter to me, said Zack as he walked towards the curtain and started to remove his tunic. Ryan followed him, and they quickly were undressed except for their boxers. They kept them on until they got into the tub. Once they were ready, they got into their tubs and were not sure how the hot water would be, so they decided to pull the string first. Zack walked over to the closest to the door and walked to the side of the tub where the string was and gave it a big tug. Surprisingly, the string was easy to pull, as that panel in the ceiling moved, and as soon as it was out of the way, the water began to pour. The water came down like Niagara Falls into the big wooden tub and began to fill it up. Seeing this, Ryan gave his string a pull, and the same thing happened. Within moments, the tubs were about full, but they were not sure how to get the water to stop. Not wanting the water to overflow, Ryan pulled his string again and nothing happened. Zack gave it a try and the water stopped. Not sure why it did not work, he tried again and the water continued to come down.
What do I do?
Asked Ryan.
I don't know,
said Zack. At that moment, the water stopped pouring from the ceiling and the panel moved back over the hole.
I guess they already know how much water it needs to fill the tub,
said Ryan. I guess so, said Zack as he removed his boxers and threw them back towards the curtain before jumping into the tub. The water shot up into the air and came down with a giant swishing sound. The splash caused the water to move violently around, spilling over the tops of the tub onto the floor.
Zack,
said Ryan,
you made a mess.
So? Said Zack as he surfaced and positioned his back against the top of the tub. We paid for this bath. As you see how full they get, they most likely always overflow when you get in. You should get in. It feels good. Ryan did not waste any time and dropped his shorts and threw them like Zack and jumped in, with a similar effect that Zack had, but less water spilled over the edges of the tub. When he resurfaced, he moved so his back was to the bottom end of the tub, facing Zack. The tubs had seats in them so you could sit down and enjoy the warm water. All the aches, sores, and pains felt so good with hot water. For a long time, they both just sat in the hot water and let their bodies relax from the hurts. After a while, Zack reached up and pulled the string again, and the panel opened and more water came pouring in, causing the water to overflow onto the floor. They both saw that there were drains near the tubs so that any water that spilled over the edges could go down them and be gone. Within a few minutes, Zack pulled the string again, forgetting that the water stopped on its own. So he pulled it twice, and the water stopped, and the panel returned to its normal spot.
Zack,
said Ryan, looking at him funny,
why did you waste all that water?
It was getting cold, and I wanted it hot again, said Zack. We paid for 2 hours. Do you really think they expect us to pay for that long and bathe in cold water?
No,
said Ryan, realizing it was obvious when you thought about it. Again, there was silence. It was not long before the roaring sound of the water poured into Ryan's tub to reheat his bath. Zack just laughed because the panel was right over Ryan and the water came right down onto him, forcing him under the water. Water sprayed everywhere and Ryan pushed off, got out from under the downpour and resurfaced. Zack was laughing so hard he could not breathe. Ryan was not happy, but realized how funny it was and joined in. After several minutes of laughing, they both stopped.
So, what do you think our parents will do when we show up after being gone for so long?
Asked Ryan. I don't, said Zack. I didn't think about it. I'll most likely just tell my mom I need some time away, so I left. What's she gonna do, ground me? Even if she does, I won't listen.
You know, Zack,
said Ryan,
I'm sick of how you treat your mom. She does all she can for you, and all you do is yell at her for no reason. Act like she doesn't love you. You need to start showing her respect. She is all you have.
Why should I show her respect? Asked Zack. All she does is yell at me for not doing anything. If she would show me some respect, I would show her.
It always starts with you, said Ryan. If you started to listen to what she asks, I bet she would listen and not yell at you all the time. When you disagree, don't just say you're going to do whatever you want.
Why don't you just let me worry about my mom? Said Zack. You can worry about your parents. You know, you're going to have to tell your parents why you were gone for so long.
I know, said Ryan. I plan on telling them the truth.
You do realize that they will have you committed to an insane asylum if you tell them the truth, said Zack.
You're probably right, said Ryan. Maybe I'll just leave out going to another world. Violet was kidnapped, so it was possible to just say we were all kidnapped.
I guess, said Zack. The two stopped talking and were silent for the rest of the time they were in the bathhouse. After 2 hours, their water in the tubs automatically began to drain. Seeing how fast the water went, they both got out of their tubs, walked over to the curtain, and changed back into their clothes. Just as they walked out from behind the curtain, the man with the fancy tunic walked into the room.
I see you enjoyed your bath,
he asked. Yes, said Ryan, very, very much.
That's good,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
Well, it was beforehand.
What? Said Zack. We already paid.
I know,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
That was just the down payment, and it cost 8 for the two of you. I only said 4 because I did not think you could pay it.
No, said Ryan. You said it was only 4 for the both of us. Since we paid you already, we're not going to pay you any more.
Listen, you little brats,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
I know you have more money in that pouch, and you're just going to have to give it to me. If you don't, a royal guard is only 3 doors down, and I'll tell him you stole it from me. You can go off to jail, and I'll get the money anyway.
I'll tell you what, said Zack. If you can beat me in a sword battle, I'll give it to you.
I have a better idea,
said the man with the fancy tunic.
Since you don't have a sword, I'll just draw my sword and kill you.
The man with the fancy tunic pulled a sword from behind his back, drew it, and pointed it at Zack and Ryan. He lunged towards them and swung the sword, and both of them jumped to the other side. The man with the fancy tunic went after Zack and swung several times. After a few attacks, Zack realized that he had no real skill, and if he had, he could summon the sword of DaMarkus's again or disarm him. They would have even playing field. Ryan must have read Zack's mind because he came up from behind him, and as Zack was on the other side of the tub, he threw himself into the back of the man with the fancy tunic. He lost his balance and fell into the tub. Zack grabbed the string and pulled it down as hot water came pouring down on top of him. The man with the fancy tunic let go of the sword, and Zack ran over to it and picked it up. As the man with the fancy tunic stood up in the tub, he turned only to have the sword pointed at his neck. Just at that moment, the door opened, and in walked a young girl with 2 guards. "What's going on here?" shouted one of the guards.
They attacked me and stole my pouch of money,
shouted the man with the fancy tunic. "Liar," said Ryan. "He tried to rob us since we were just kids and have a big, full bag of jewels." "You know who you are accusing," said the other guard. "Mr. Trey is one of the most noble men in all of Gaiu." "Oh, great," said Zack. "Give him back his money you took," said the other guard, "and you can leave."
"No,"
shouted the man with the fancy tunic.
"Arrest them."
The guards did as Mr. Trey told them, since he owned the place and moved closer to Zack and Ryan. Zack did not like this, so he pulled the blade away from Mr. Trey's neck, but hit him in the back of his head with the hilt, knocking him out. The 2 guards jumped them and grabbed Ryan and Zack, causing him to drop the sword. They twisted their arms behind their backs. A tall figure walked by, stopped, then walked back to see what was going on. He walked into the room upon seeing what was happening. "What's going on?" asked Alclien, stepping into the room. "These 2 tried to rob Mr. Trey of some money," said one of the guards, holding up the pouch of jewels. "Actually," said Alclien, "he tried to rob them, since that money pouch is mine. My name should be on the side." The guard glanced at the bag, turned it around, and found the name Alclien Drake was on the bag. "I see it is," said the guard. "Mr. Trey, would you like to explain this?"
"I was just trying to get the money back," said Mr. Trey. "I saw them steal it from him."
"That is not what you said," said the other guard. "You just said it was yours. And don't even say you didn't know, Alclien, because he's been coming here longer than I have."
"Okay," said Mr. Trey. "I tried to take it from them since they was just kids. Who knew they would cause me so much trouble?"
"Mr. Trey," said the other guard as he handed the bag to Alclien, "you are going to be coming with us. Attempted robbery is not tolerated, and I am afraid that you will have to close this bathhouse down until you get out." "No need," said Alclien. "I think a deal can be made. I will not press charges if he signs over this place to me."
"What?"
shouted Mr. Trey.
"You've got to be out of your mind. I'll be out of jail in just a month and back in business the next day."
"Well," said Alclien, "sure, with this one charge, but I do believe there are hundreds of other complaints against you that were dismissed because of your reputation and buying off guards. I'm sure they'll be looking into them. I'll be making sure they do, and that should be enough to put you in jail for at least 40 years. However, if I don't press charges, the process does not have to start." Mr. Trey did not respond for a few minutes. He was thinking it over. It was not long before his eyes widened, and he realized Alclien was right.
"Fine,"
said Mr. Trey.
I'll get the deed. It's in the vault in the bank, which is closed.
That's okay, said Alclien. I know Jue, who owns the bank. I know she'll be more than willing to open it up for you to get it. Guards, please escort him to Jue's house and tell her it's for me. And if she needs any confirmation, I am staying at the High Tower Inn. You can drop the deed off once you get it. And don't worry, Mr. Trey, you'll still have a job, just supervised by my new guards. Hey, would you like to work for me?
What?
Said the two guards. Yeah, said Alclien. I'll pay you double what you're making now.
Sure,
said the guards. Great, said Alclien. You start tomorrow, and your job is to keep an eye on him.
Yes, sir,
said the guards. The two guards escorted Mr. Trey over to the door, and they disappeared down the hall. Alclien walked over to Ryan and Zack, who were shocked by what just went down. What? No apology? Said Zack, angry. They found out that we were telling the truth, and they didn't even say they were sorry. That's typical, said Alclien. So, did you enjoy your bath?
Yeah, said Ryan. Well, until we were accused of being thieves. Thanks for helping us out.
Yeah, I guess, said Zack. What are you going to do with a bathhouse? Mr. Trey stole the place from a friend of mine by cheating in a card game, said Alclien. He eventually admitted to cheating in the game, but never returned the deed, saying it had been in his family's possession for decades. Until then, no one knew who owned the bathhouse, so I'll be giving it back to him.
Oh,
said Ryan.
That's good.
We should all be getting back to the inn, said Alclien. We have a long journey tomorrow. 14. Guide to the Stones. The next morning, as usual, Alclien woke Zack and Ryan up at the normal time before the sun had risen. They got up with little problems. Their bodies were starting to adjust to getting up that early. Once up and changed into their clothes, they gathered up all their things, which were just their earth clothes, into Alclien's pack, and off they were to get some breakfast. Zack was surprised when Alclien got it to go. All three of them got the same thing. It was some kind of wrap. Once Zack took a bite, he found out that inside was full of green leaves, but they were not lettuce. Mixed in were some orange sticks that looked like carrots. Besides what it looked like, the wraps were very sweet and tasted like nothing on earth. With breakfast in hand, the three of them crossed the river and were on their way to Zajini. Just like the last few days, it took them the majority of the day to reach Zanjidi, which was mostly spent in silence. Zack had too many things on his mind, and one of them was whether Sphere had killed Violet yet. They would stop occasionally to rest and have lunch, but as soon as they were finished eating, they were on their way again. After a few days of constantly walking, Ryan and Zack were able to walk longer and faster, but not too much longer. The three of them arrived at Zanjini at dusk, and the sky looked as if it were on fire from the sun. The sky was full of orange, red, and pink, all mixed in a master painter's painting. With more than an hour left before the sun would set behind the mountains, Zack, Ryan, and Alclien walked into Zanjini and found a place to stay for the night. They headed for the heart of the city. They passed many different buildings of different sizes. Zack was amazed by the look of the buildings. They were far different from the buildings of Gayu. The city was much bigger than Zajini, but all the buildings were no bigger than 3 stories, whereas the buildings in Zajini were from 1 story to 6 stories. After several minutes, they reached the core of the city. Zack expected Alclien to stop and look for an inn, but he did not stop. He kept walking through the main streets of Zajini until he came to a tall, run-down 2-story building that was in desperate need of a paint job and repairs. Alclien did not stop at the door. He just walked right in. Zack and Ryan followed. Just as they walked through the door, Zack caught a sign that said, Dale's Rare Artifacts. Once inside, Zack was blown away by what he saw. It was completely different inside. The place was full of hundreds of different kinds of weapons, staffs, stone tablets, scrolls, and more. And that was not the only thing. The whole inside looked brand new. The walls looked freshly painted, a sandy brown with new wood panels on the floor. Ryan was just as shocked as Zack and kept looking around, trying to figure out how something so crappy looking on the outside could be so nice on the inside.
Zack,
said Ryan. Yeah, said Zack.
You know, this gives new meaning to it's not what's on the outside, said Ryan. What is on the inside?
You think? Said Zack.
Zack, Ryan, said Alclien.
Both of them snapped to him and turned to see that Alclien was on the far wall next to a counter. As they turned to see them, they saw a young woman walking in the back. They walked over to Alclien, checking out the unique artifacts on their way. Once they reached Alclien, he too was looking at some items they had.
Alclien, said Zack, how is this possible?
What possible?
Asked Alclien.
All of this,
said Zack.
This place is supposed to be a dump. Well, at least that's what it looks like, what I expected before we walked inside.
Oh, that,
said Alclien.
DL is a treasure hunter, as I told you.
Treasure hunting only makes you so much,
said a voice. Zack and Alclien turned to see that the woman had entered, but was standing with a tall, muscular man. He was a few inches shorter than Alclien, but was more built. His curly black hair stuck to his head like Velcro. His clothes looked new and expensive. His tunic was bright blue with dark brown pants and a dark brown leather belt with a short sword attached to it. It also costs money to get an information on whether those other treasures might be located, as well as to go buy enough food so I can explore, continued the tall man. After everything is done, some things become more important, and having a nice-looking building is not one of them.
Oh,
said Zack.
DL,
said Alclien as he extended his hand, and DL grasped it and pulled him in. The two embraced, then released the hug.
It's been a long time.
It has, said DL. What have you been up to? Do you have any news on the war?
I have been busy,
said Alclien.
Yes, but it is not good. We should speak in private.
Sure thing, said DL. Jerry, please keep an eye on the store and do not interrupt us. The young woman looked to be in her early 20s, with her round, beautiful face and shining blonde hair. She just gave DL a nod and went back to what she was doing. DL turned and headed back through the opening to the back, and Alclien followed him. So did Zack and Ryan. They walked across the back until they came to a door that DL stopped and opened, revealing a staircase leading to the second floor. He motioned for them to continue, which Alclien did without hesitation while DL held the door. Zack followed after him, then Ryan and DL, and then shut the door.
How do you get people to come in if your building looks like a piece of garbage?
Asked Ryan as they headed to the second floor. That's easy. Once you get your name out there for what you have, they find you, and once they get what they want, they spread the word to their friends, said DL. Most of the people in Zejeni will most likely never step foot in my shop because they could not afford to buy anything I had, even if I did want it. After a few moments of climbing the steep steps, they reached the second floor. Alclien opened the door and walked in. The rest followed. Zack was wondering where they were going, but he now knew it was where DL lived. He had a small apartment above his store that was just as clean and new-looking as the store below. DL closed the door behind him and quickly locked it, just in case they were interrupted. Alclien, Ryan, and Zack walked over to some chairs and sat down around a small table. DL joined them moments later. So, what's new with the war? Asked DL as soon as he sat down.
We are losing numbers,
said Alclien.
Also, DaMarkus is missing.
What? Said DL.
When did this happen? Few days ago,
said Alclien. What are you talking about? Said Zack. He's in my mark.
I was just about to get to that, said Alclien. By the way, DL, this is Zack and Ryan. DaMarkus had to hide on Earth and put a mark on Zack's neck. However, after I found him, by the time I returned, he was gone, with no clue of where he might have been.
That's not good. What are we going to do without our king? Asked DaMarkus.
He will show up once he does whatever he needs to, said Alclien. The reason why we came is that I need to call in a favor.
Sure, anything. You name it, you've got it, said DL.
I need to know where the Stones of Time are located,
said Alclien. Silence filled the room as Alclien had told DL what he needed. DL's face told you what he was thinking. He was shocked to find out what Alclien wanted, but after hearing it, his face became more serious. His eyes slowly closed partly, and he just stared right at Alclien. Zack and Ryan were not sure why DL, who was so willing to help a moment ago, stopped talking. The glare he was giving to Alclien looked as if he was trying to win an argument, but without speaking. They had some kind of disagreement going on, but neither one was saying what it was, only by staring at each other. After many minutes, the silent argument ended and the verbal one began. "No," said DL. "You don't have a choice," said Alclien. "You owe me. And you told me then, and just a few minutes ago, anything. Now, you're going to have to go back on your word over an artifact?" "Not just any artifact," shouted DL, jumping to his feet, causing his chair to crash to the floor. "Artifacts that are believed to be legend, fictional, not real. By finding them, I will be the most well-known treasure hunter of all time." "I know how important finding these stones are to you," said Alclien, remaining calm and in his chair. "However, I'm in a little bit of a jam, and I need the stones." "You don't even believe the stones are real," said DL. "Why on earth would you be more interested in them now?" DL glared at Alclien again, looking at him, knowing he had no reason at all. His face turned red from his anger, and beads of sweat started to appear. "Spear asked me to get them," said Alclien. DL's jaw dropped, and Zack thought it was about to hit the table. Well, not really, but the look on DL's face was sure implied that his mouth was about to open. He stood stunned from hearing that one of the Lords of Magi wanted the stones. After a few moments of pondering, he bent over, picked up his chair, set it back on its legs, and then sat back down. His face had returned to his normal color, and his anger had seemed to calm down as well. "Why does Sphere want the stones? Why did he ask a sentinel to get them?" asked DL. "Because of DaMarkus," said Alclien. "He was able to get one of the legendary marks, but ran into some trouble and got injured. He ended up hiding on a mark he made on Zack's neck, but that brought Gaimji to him, and he kidnapped one of his friends. Unless we bring Sphere the stones so he can remove the mark and get back his mark, he will kill Violet." "I see. Makes sense," said DL. "If Sphere wanted them for himself, he would do it. But because he needs them to remove the mark, then why not send the people who caused him this trouble?" "But I thought you said DaMarkus was missing." "I misspoke," said Alclien. "He's in Zack's mark, healing." "Fine," said DL. "I will tell you, on 2 conditions." "What are they?" asked Alclien. "I will go with you to find them," said DL. "I will get them after you're done with them." "No problem," said Alclien. "You can even have all the credit for finding the stones." "Good," said DL. "Where are they located?" asked Alclien. "My latest information points me to the UA mines," said DL. "Great," said Alclien. "We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Meet us on the skirts of the city in the morning." "I will," said DL. With that done, Alclien stood, and so did Ryan and Zack. They walked over to the door, while DL remained at the table watching them. Alclien unlocked the door and pulled it open and disappeared down the stairs. Ryan was the last to follow and closed the door behind him. Within minutes, they were all back on the streets of Zajeni, where the light was getting dimmer. They walked a few blocks when they came to a small inn. The building was a little taller than DL's store. It was 3 stories, and it did not look like it should be condemned. The 3 walked in, and Alclien got 2 rooms. After paying the man behind the counter, they walked up to the 3rd floor and found their rooms. "Here are your rooms," said Alclien. "I got some business to take care of. You should have some food arriving soon." "Why didn't we just go out and get food like we did in Geu?" asked Ryan. "I would let you get your own food," said Alclien. "Zaji is one of the few cities where the majority of people are loyal to the 7 lords. I would rather not have you run into any dedicated followers. If they found out you were with the rebels, they would kill you on the spot. You should stay here. You both have got your own room. Make sure you go to bed early." Alclien turned and headed back the way he had just come. Zack was not sure why they each got their own room. He opened the door and got his answer. The room was very small, only enough room for 1 bed and a dresser with some space to move around. 2 beds would make it impossible to move around if you left space between the 2 beds. Ryan went into his room as well, but came over to Zack's a few minutes of being bored. They sat on the bed and talked for a few minutes. before a knock came on the door.
Who is it?
Asked Zack.
I was told to bring up some food,
Said a voice.
Oh, hold on.
Zack walked over and opened the door. Standing in the hall was a young kid, about the same age as Zack. He was not much taller than Ryan and wore ragged clothes with holes in them, as well as patches on other holes. His shirt was faded green with pants that were not in much better condition, which were also faded black. He held a tray with plate of some kind of food that smelled delicious, and the smell reached his nose, which followed a loud grumble from his stomach. Thanks. Do you have any other room's food as well? Asked Zack, taking the tray from the young man.
Yeah,
Said the young man. He's not in his room.
I am right here,
Said Ryan, peeking out from behind the door.
Oh, sorry,
Said the young man.
let me get yours.
The young man disappeared down the hall, but was back in a few moments with a tray with the same dish that was on Zack's plate. He handed the tray to Ryan, who grasped the tray and pulled it to him. Once Ryan had the tray, the young man turned and headed back down the hall. Using his foot, Zack closed the door and returned to his spot on the bed, where Ryan was already sitting and eating his dinner. They both eat what turned out to be spaghetti, but a different type of sauce, very quickly. It was not long after they finished eating that they both started to nod off to sleep. Ryan realized this and got up and headed back to his room, but he took both of their trays and placed them out in the hall. Zack acknowledged Ryan by being able to fully lie on his bed. Within minutes, he was out, but the night passed so quickly, the next thing he knew was Alclien shaking him awake.
What?
Said Zack, half asleep.
It's time to get up,
Said Alclien.
Seems like you don't need to change since you slept in your clothes.
Huh? Asked Zack.
Nothing,
Said Alclien.
just get up and get Ryan and come outside.
Zack knew Alclien had left, not because he saw him, but he really could not see anything since his eyes were still closed. He heard the loud bang as he slammed the door, and his bed shook from the vibrations. It took Zack a few minutes before he was able to get out of bed and to his feet. Once he had his balance, he walked over to the door and opened it, and walked out into the hall. He walked down to the next room and knocked. Ryan opened it. He was far more awake than Zack was.
Time to go,
Said Zack.
Okay,
Said Ryan.
what happened to you?
I just woke up. Why are you so awake? Zack asked as they headed down the hall.
I woke up about 20 minutes ago when Alclien first came in,
Said Ryan.
I just had to change.
Oh, said Zack. They came to the staircase and took all the main floor and out onto the street. The sun was just starting to rise. The dark blue sky with different shades of pink and orange was starting to push the darkness away. The two spotted Alclien just up the street, his back to them. They walked over to him, and he turned slightly and saw them coming and began to walk off. Zack began to wonder why he did not wait for them, but from the way he was walking, he was trying to lose them, just keep some distance between them. After walking for a few minutes, Alclien took a sudden left, which took him deeper into the city instead of to the end.
I thought we were heading off for the mines,
Ryan said before Zack could say the same thing. Did I? Said Zack with a puzzled look on his face. Over the next several minutes, the three would take several sudden turns onto different streets. Just when Zack thought he figured out where they were going, Alclien would take another turn. Eventually, Zack just gave up trying to figure out where they were going. After about 15 minutes of sudden changes and going in circles, Alclien finally stopped in front of the three houses. Zack and Ryan were finally able to fill in the gap between them.
Why did we just go in circles?
Asked Zack. We passed the same building 4 times.
I counted 6,
Said Ryan. Oh, said Zack. Now I think about it, I started counting after the first 2 times.
Quiet,
Said Alclien. Zack and Ryan saw that Alclien had a very stern look on his face, which told Zack there was a reason for what they had just done.
I had to make sure no one was watching where we were going,
Said Alclien.
What do you mean?
Said Ryan.
We're going to a place that no one can see us go,
Said Alclien.
That's why we passed this place 8 times. But yes, we did pass that one building 6. You two are still not fully awake.
Where are we going that no one can follow us? Asked Zack.
It's a stockpile,
Said Alclien.
People who were loyal to the High Kingdom, some were willing to give space for the Sentinels to store items for their members. They're all over Eiliria. But recently, the numbers have started to dwindle. The lords are cracking down on finding out who is helping us. The one we are going to is the last stockpile in Ishashore.
which is why I had to make sure no one was following us. Okay, said Zack and Ryan, now understanding why they did what they did. Here's what we're going to do, said Alclien. The house on the left at the bottom of this hill has a door to its basement. I'm going to walk the street we already walked down twice and cut the alley to the basement. I want you two to wait 5 minutes before walking down this street. Once you reach the bottom of the hill, take a quick left into the alley. As soon as you're in the alley, you'll see a bunch of boxes stacked up about 10 feet, not far down. On the other side, you are the entrance to the basement. Knock 3 times, continued Alclien. Then once, and wait. If I am inside, the door will open. If I am not inside, more knocks will come, which you will need to respond to in this order. 1 knock, pause. 6 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, half pause. 1 knock. If not done correctly, on the first time, they will not open the door without the sign, and if you cannot do so, don't mess it up.
Alclien turned and headed down the road they had already traveled down twice. Within a few moments, he was out of sight. Zack and Ryan stood where they were, waiting for 5 minutes so they could head down the other road that they had yet to go down. Zack could not believe how long it took for 5 minutes to go by. Let's go, said Zack. Has it been 5 minutes? Asked Ryan. I have no clue, said Zack. If it hasn't, it'll take us at least the rest of the time to get to the bottom of the hill. Okay, said Ryan. The two headed off down the road to their right and passed by several huge buildings as they walked by. They quickly began going down a steep hill that twisted and turned. After several twists and turns, they came before they realized they were no longer going downhill. They had been walking for a few minutes on flat ground. How long have we been walking downhill? Asked Ryan. At least a few minutes, said Zack, looking at Ryan with sudden realizations. We passed where we were supposed to turn. The two turned and ran back the way they came. It was only a matter of minutes before they started to feel a slight incline. They turned now to their right and saw a few feet behind them was an alley, so they turned and walked over to it. As they reached the alley, Zack realized it was exactly where the hill flattened out. He was so saddened, he did not feel so bad about missing it now. Ryan walked into the alley first, followed by Zack. They quickly noticed the box piled up and ran over to them, and once there, walked to the other side only to find more boxes. The boxes on the side where the entrance was supposed to be were not piled up as high as the one blocking them. They were more thrown on top of each other, but no entrance. Zack quickly became confused and started to wonder if they were in the wrong alley. Ryan looked further down the alley to see if it was not directly behind the boxes, but no such entrances existed. We must be in the wrong alley, said Ryan, looking at Zack with a puzzled look. We can't be, said Zack. I did not see any other alleys, and Alclien told us that it was directly at the bottom of the hill. Then maybe the boxes are covering up the entrance, said Ryan as he walked over to the boxes. He bent over, grabbed one of the boxes, and began to lift it when the whole pile started to move. Zack, I think we found the entrance. I think so, said Zack. A little help? This is heavy, said Ryan. Zack walked over to Ryan, grabbed a box, and began to lift. As they began to stand up, a board appeared under the boxes. Ryan helped the one with all of his strength, and Zack let go of the box with his right hand and grabbed the board. Once his right hand had it, he let go with his left and grabbed the board as well. With Zack having both hands on the board, Ryan slowly let go of the boxes, hand by hand, and grabbed onto the board as well. With both of them holding the board, they began to lift upward. They found out it was much easier to lift and stopped up to see that the board was attached to a hinge that allowed the board to move towards the wall. Once the board was as close to the wall as it was going to get, they looked down to see a set of steps that led down to a door. Ryan went down first as Zack held the board in place, but he noticed in the corner was a piece of rope tied to the board. He realized that the board would stay in its place and the rope was there to pull it closed once down the steps. So he let go of the board and followed after Ryan. The steps went about 7 feet below the street, and their hands were completely covered. Zack and Ryan looked at each other at the wooden door that was before them. Zack stepped up to it and raised his hand and knocked on the door as Alclien told him to. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. The knocks echoed through the alley, bouncing off from each building as Zack hit the door. Once he finished, Zack waited, hoping that Alclien was there. because he was not sure if he could remember the response he needed to give if more knocks came. After a few minutes, a loud bang came from the other side of the door. Zack's fear came true. He had to remember. He stepped back up to the door, raised his hand, and just as he was about to start, the door opened. Alclien stood before them. "What took you so long?" asked Alclien. "I was about to come looking for you. Why did you not close the board?" "I thought we did that after the door opened." "No," said Alclien, walking out of the basement into the stairwell. He grabbed the rope and gave it a quick tug, and the board came crashing down on them. But slowly, just as it was about to hit, it came to rest without making a sound. "You need to close the board before knocking. Oh, come in." Ryan and Zack walked into the basement, and the door shut behind him. Zack turned and saw a beautiful blonde-haired girl about their age standing before him. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She wore a long white nightgown, not changing before they got there. "What took you so long?" asked Alclien. "We walked right past the alleyway," said Ryan. "We didn't even notice it until afterwards," said Zack. "If you were paying attention," said Alclien, "you would have noticed it is the only alleyway." "Sorry," said Zack. "Once we realized we found it, the boxes threw us for a loop." "Did you think it would be visible to anyone who walked back here?" said Alclien. "Of course, it is covered. You two have no common sense." "Sorry," said Zack. "Don't worry about it," said Alclien. "You're here now. Time to do business. Heirs, can you please take them to the back and give them the items I asked for?" "Yes, Alclien," said the blonde-haired girl. "Follow me." Heirs turned and walked her to her left to a hallway. Zack and Ryan followed her, not sure what Alclien was talking about. They followed her for a few moments before she stopped suddenly and turned to face them. They stood there for a few moments, seeing what they were not moving. She broke the silence. "In there are 2 rooms," said Ayers. "You will find your chainmail and swords. You can change in there, then come back out once you're done." Not waiting for them to move, Ayers pushed past them and headed back to the main room and disappeared. Zack and Ryan walked into the 2 rooms. Zack took the room to the right, while Ryan took the one on the left. There was no door to the rooms, just curtains, so he closed the curtains, then turned around to see a chainmail shirt lying on the chair with a sword leaning up against the back. Not wanting to keep Alclien waiting, he quickly removed his tunic and grabbed the chainmail, put his head through the opening, pulled it over his head, and pushed his arms through the proper holes. Once he had the shirt on, he realized the chainmail only covered his chest, not his arms. Not too worried that he would be going to be fighting, he figured Alclien wanted us to have some kind of protection. With the chainmail on, he put his tunic back on and grabbed the sword and slid the belt through the loops on the sheath of the belt, and then placed the belt around his waist. Now dressed, he turned and pulled the curtains back and returned to the main room. 15. Thieves Bank. Zack walked back into the main room where Alclien was waiting for them. Ryan was still in the changing when they waited together, mostly in silence. Zack was still not fully awake. His body had gotten used to walking long distance, but was still getting used to less sleep. A few minutes passed when Ryan came walking into the room without his tunic on. Zack laughed while Alclien just stared in disbelief. "You were supposed to put your tunic back on after you got on the chainmail," said Alclien with an annoyed look. "Oh," said Ryan. "We were told to put on the chainmail not under our tunics." "When have you ever really seen someone not purposely going to battle wearing chainmail?" asked Alclien. "Never," said Ryan. "That's because they hide it under their clothes," said Alclien. "Oh, that makes sense," said Ryan. "You two are idiots today," said Alclien. "Hey," said Zack, interrupting, "we are not used to getting little sleep and functioning, so we are a little slow today. But you're expecting us to know how your world works when we live in a world completely different?" Silence. No one said anything for several moments. Ryan went back down the hall to get his tunic and came back with it on, with his sword on his belt. They stood there for a few more minutes, and the silence was broken by Air coming back into the room from another hallway, turning and seeing Zack and Ryan already. "Your horse will be at the main gate waiting for you," said Air. "Horses?" asked Ryan. "Yeah, the journey is long," said Alclien. "After you two went to bed,
I met with some local sentinels and found out that Sphere is running low on patience. We don't have 3 days. It will take us to get to the mines. By horse, we'll be able to get to Cliffe with a quarter day's journey.
Good, said Zack. Maybe our legs won't be so tired tonight.
It won't be your legs that are sore tonight. That is sure,
said Alclien.
We better go. Thank you, Air. Give your father my thanks.
I will, said Air.
Come on,
said Alclien. Alclien turned and walked over to the wooden door, grabbed the handle with his left hand on the handle of the long black latch. He pulled the latch, unlocking the door, and pulled the door open. He motioned to Zack and Ryan to go in, so they did, with Alclien following behind. Air closed the door behind them, thud. With the door closed, the three of them stood in darkness. Alclien did not move. A few seconds after the door closed, a loud bang came from the other side of the door, the sound of the latch being secured.
Listen up,
said Alclien.
When I open the hatch, do not move. I will make sure no one is around, and then motion for you to move. Do not move unless I tell you to.
With that said, Alclien slowly moved in the thick darkness towards the stairs. Zack was not sure if he was moving in the right direction. He had lost a sense of which way was which. A few moments of nothing but shuffling around, a slow squeak came as the hatch began to slowly open. A moment later, light poured into the darkness, allowing them to see but stunning their eyes. Zack immediately shut his eyes as the light hit them. After a few moments, he slowly opened them so they would adjust. When he fully opened them, Alclien was standing outside, glancing around to make sure no one was around. Not long after Zack opened his eyes, Alclien was motioning for them to move. Ryan went first while Zack followed. Once out, Alclien pulled the hatch back down until it was shut. With the hatch to their secret door covered, the three of them were now ready to head for the city's edge. The three walked down the alleyway, the way Zack and Ryan came, and out onto the street. Once on the street, they turned left following Alclien. After a few moments, they arrived at the city's edge, where 3 horses were tied to a post. Both Zack and Ryan were surprised by how close they were after all the walking around. They were sure they were in or close to the middle of the city. They continued walking until they reached the horses. Alclien took his bag and attached it to the saddle on one of the horses.
All right,
said Alclien.
Let's get saddled up and on our way.
Aren't we going to wait for Dio? Asked Zack.
He left last night,
said Alclien.
I thought I told you this.
No, said Zack. You didn't.
He figured to save us time and to get the right to claim he found the stones, said Alclien. He figured he would have to leave ahead of time. This way, he could find the stones and have them ready for us. Or we arrive and help him find them.
Okay, said Ryan.
Now that is settled, let's settle up and get on our way.
One problem, said Zack. We don't know how to ride a horse.
What?
Said Alclien.
You have to be kidding me.
Remember, said Zack, we come from a different world where we have cars for transport.
True,
said Alclien.
I guess I can't get mad at you for that. It is easy since the horses are already settled for you. You just need to climb on. Let me show you.
Alclien grabbed the reins with his left leg and the cattle with his right. He placed his left foot into the stirrup, and with his left leg bent and close to his gut, using his extended right leg, he pushed off the ground, sending his body up against the body of the horse. He moved his right arm, and with power from pushing off the ground, he swung his leg over the saddle and quickly yet gently sat down on the saddle. Once on, he slipped his right foot into the stirrup.
See how easy that is?
Said Alclien. Said Ryan. I guess.
Now you try,
said Alclien.
Make sure you have a good grasp of the reins and the saddle before you push off the ground.
Zack and Ryan walked over to the other 2 horses. They untied the reins from the post, grasped the mane as well as the saddle. Zack went first. He put his left leg into the stirrup and then pushed off the ground. But he did not get nearly enough height, so he tried it again. He planted his foot on the ground and checked to make sure he had a good grip. Once he was done checking, he tried it again. He pushed off the ground and got more than enough height. He quickly moved his right hand, swung his leg over the horse, and settled down into the saddle. That was not so hard, said Zack, turning to look at Ryan. Ryan was not on his horse, but on the ground. He tried as soon as he saw Jack was on, but then lost his balance and fell on his butt. Ryan got up, brushed himself off, and tried again. It took him 7 tries before he finally got on his horse. First few times, Zack and Alclien laughed, but after the 4th time, they could see Ryan was getting mad, so they stopped. Once Ryan was on the horse, they were ready to set out. "Now," said Alclien, "before we go, you will need to get to riding. You see the forest in the far?" "Yeah," said Zack and Ryan. "We will walk until we get close," said Alclien. "Once we get close, I'm going to take off, and you will need to follow. If we walk, it will be pointless to have horses, so you will have about an hour to get used to riding." "Okay," said Zack, not too sure if he should be able to get used to it by that quickly. "Let's go," said Alclien. Alclien squeezed his legs and the horse began to walk, but Zack and Ryan's did not. Zack took the reins and slapped them so they would go, but the horse did not move. When that did not work, he kicked the horse with the side of his foot again. Nothing happened. "Alclien, how do you get your horse to move?" shouted Zack, annoyed with his horse. "You just have to squeeze with your legs," said Alclien without turning back. "Oh," said Zack. Zack squeezed his legs and the horse began to move at a slow walk. Ryan saw this and tried, but his horse did not move. Just as Ryan was about to call for help, the horse began to walk. They both rode on their horse for about 20 minutes. But just like when they were walking around the town earlier that morning, there was a gap of space between Alclien and them. Feeling comfortable, they gently tapped the horses with their feet. The horses began walking faster. Within a few minutes, the gap was longer. "I see you two are getting more comfortable with riding," said Alclien as they came up on his rear. "Since you're comfortable, let's get going." "We're not at the forest yet," said Ryan. "We're not going to the forest," said Alclien. "That was just a visual marker for you to know when we're going to ride hard." "Oh," said Ryan. "Here's what you're going to do," said Alclien. "Kick the horse and snap the reins, and the horse will enter into a full gallop. Be careful, the horse might rear up, and if it does, you could easily fall off. If this happens, lean as close as you can to the horse's body and hold on. Don't get too close, because once they get back on all fours, your head could smack your chin on them. Let's go." In other words, Alclien took his reins, snapped them as he jabbed sides of his feet into the horse's sides. The horse took off at a full gallop. Within seconds, that gap was no more than not double in size and was quickly increasing. Zack and Ryan, not wanting to get left behind, did as they were told. They snapped the reins and jabbed their horses. However, they did it a little too hard. The next thing Zack knew, his horse was rearing up. His body began to throw itself towards the ground, and he remembered what Alclien said. He grabbed the saddle and pulled himself as close as he could. It seemed like 10 minutes had passed before the horse was back on all fours. As soon as the horse placed its legs back on the ground, it took off with great force. Zack again almost found himself on the ground. He held on with every ounce of his strength he had. The horse moved quickly, and the wind made it even harder for him to stay on the saddle. After a half hour, Zack was starting to get used to the gallop and turned to see that Ryan was having just as many problems. The 3 of them spent the rest of the day traveling north. Every few hours, they would stop and rest and let the horses rest. After 5 hours of riding, they stopped and had some lunch. They did not get back on their way for an hour, which was fine with Zack. His butt was hurting from sitting on the saddle for so long. He was not looking forward to getting back on. Once they got back on their horses, they did not travel at a gallop. They were still moving fast, but nowhere near the speed they were. Zack began thinking they were getting closer, so he did not need to travel as fast. They did not take many breaks after eating lunch. They stopped only once, and it was because Alclien needed to use the bathroom. Once he was done, they were back on their horses and on their way. 3 hours after they last stopped, the sun set, and it was starting to get dark. 20 minutes after sunset, they came to a large river. Alclien came to a halt and got off his horse. "This is where we will be camping for the night," said Alclien, guiding his horse over to the river. "Tie your horse up by the river so it can get something to drink and eat. We will be staying on the edge of the forest. Once your horse is tied up, go get firewood." Zack and Ryan dismounted their horses and did what Alclien said. Within 30 minutes, they were eating dinner in front of a huge warm fire. After they were done eating, Zack and Ryan decided to take advantage of the river and wash up. They stripped down to their boxers and walked to the edge of the river. Believing the water would be cold, Zack took his right foot and dipped it into the water. Surprisingly, the water was warm, so they both ran into the water. The current was strong, so they stayed close to the shower. The warm water was refreshing and felt good on their sore butts. They were in the river for a long time, and they did not realize that Alclien had vanished. They also did not notice that the horses were startled. After several minutes out of the woods, 2 thieves jumped into the water and grabbed them and hurled them onto the riverbank. 2 more walked out of the woods and drew their swords and put them to their throats.
"Move and die,"
said one of the thieves.
"We are going to be taking your things and your horses. You try anything, and you die."
With that said, the thief motioned to the other 3 with his head to go loot the camp. Nothing much was there other than 3 blankets, Alclien's bag, and their clothes. One thief walked over to the horses to see if they had anything on them. After a few moments, the thief who checked on the horses came back over to them.
"There was nothing on the horses, so the only belongings were the boys' clothes,"
said the thief.
"Well, this is better than nothing,"
said the head thief, holding his sword to Zack's throat.
"Where are the other 2? "They were up by the fire,"
said the thief.
"I don't see them now."
"Go check," said the head thief.
"They might have found something, but be careful. There might be another that we did not know about." "Okay,"
said the thief. The thief drew his sword and walked up towards the camp. Several minutes passed, and neither he nor the others returned. The head thief started to get a little nervous.
"Is there anyone else I should know about?"
"Just us," said Zack. "I don't know what happened to the others."
"You're lying."
"Yeah,
"He is,"
said a voice. The thief turned to see where the voice came from, thinking it might be one of his buddies, but he was wrong. Standing behind him was Alclien with his sword drawn and pointed right at the man's heart.
"Let them go,"
said Alclien.
"No,"
said the head thief.
"Move and they die. You do realize that by the time you kill one of them, I will have killed you,"
said Alclien.
"Possibly even before. So you can live and do your time, or you can die while trying to take one of them with you. It's your choice. I'll tell you what,"
said the head thief.
"You tell me what you did with my buddies, and I'll let them go. They're out cold by the fire,"
said Alclien.
"The first 2 did not see me coming, while the second paid more attention to them and did not notice me standing over him. So I just hit him on the back of his head."
"Ow," said the head thief.
"In that case, I choose death."
The thief turned and jammed his blade into Zack, but the sword never pierced him. The sword hit his chainmail and stopped. The man had little power from the angle he was at. Before he could force the blade through, he fell to the ground from the blow to the back of his head by Alclien with the hilt of his sword.
"You guys okay?"
said Alclien. "Yeah," said Ryan.
"I'm fine,"
said Zack.
"Where did you disappear to?" "This place is called Thieves Bank,"
said Alclien.
"A lot of people are robbed on this riverbank, since the forest is easy to hide in and is so close to the river. I thought I heard some movement in the woods, so I decided to vanish to see if I could catch some thieves. And I did."
"What are we going to do with them?" asked Ryan.
"Tie them up and leave them here,"
said Alclien.
"There are guards who wander the riverbank looking for thieves. They will find them and take care of them."
"Good," said Zack. Alclien grabbed the thief and dragged him up to the camp, where he tied him up with his buddies. Neither of them regained consciousness that night. With the thieves tied up, Zack and Ryan put on their clothes without the chainmail and found a place by the fire, got comfortable, and were out within minutes of lying down. 16. Cliffe. The morning came quickly. Alclien woke Zack and Ryan up with the sun nowhere to be seen. The thieves were still tied up by the horses. From the position of their heads, Zack assumed they were still sleeping or out cold. Either way, he got up and got some breakfast. Alclien had so many fruits out that he was cutting with a small dagger. They were red and round in shape with a stem on top. Zack thought they looked like apples, but it did not seem they could have the same kind of fruits they had back on Earth. "What is this called?" asked Zack as he extended his arm, picking up one of the slices.
"They're called
Apples, said Alclien. I believe you have a fruit just like it on Earth. Sure, said Zack, not believing that they had the same kind of fruits. He placed the slice into his mouth and took a bite, pulling back one half of the slice. The sweet juice washed over his taste buds, revealing the familiar taste. A look of shock came over Zack's face. It is an apple! I told you, said Alclien. How is this possible? Asked Zack. We don't know what is on other planets, said Ryan. For all we know, there could be other planets that have the same things we do. I guess, said Zack, putting the rest of his slice of apple into his mouth. I'm just kind of shocked Eiliria has something Earth has. It's the only thing since we've been here that is the same. Not true, said Ryan, taking 2 slices. We've seen trees and grass and people and mountains and many other things that are familiar. Oh, well, food-wise, it was the same, said Zack. Yes, Ryan, I know the one thing we had tasted like chicken. I've been to Earth a few times, said Alclien, finishing chopping up the last apple, whipping the knife clean and placing it back in its sheath on his belt. We share many things, such as food and animals, but also many things we don't. 2 different worlds, so things are different, but are the same. Something I have come to accept and most likely will never forget. Why? And if I do, then I do. The boys had several slices of apple, some water, and some dried bread that Alclien found while packing up his things. Once they were done eating, Ryan and Zack put their chainmail back on, placed their tunics over it, and were ready to go. Once everything was picked up, Alclien walked over and placed the remaining slices of apple and bread in front of the thieves, who were still asleep. Once the food was placed on the ground, the 3 walked over to their horses, grabbed the reins, and proceeded to lead them across the river. The river was shallow near the shore, but in the middle it got deep. The water came up to the middle of Zack's chest, close to Ryan's shoulders. The horses had no trouble crossing the river. The current was strong, but within a few minutes, they were on the other side. They reached the road where they stopped and mounted the horses. This time, Ryan and Zack had a little trouble getting on their horses. When they were saddled up, Alclien laid out the plan. It's about 4 hours to Cliffe, said Alclien, turning his horse to face Zack and Ryan. It is about another hour from Cliffe to the mines, but we'll be stopping on Cliffe to meet DL. If we are lucky, he will have found the stones and he can just give them to us. If not, we will follow him to the mines and help him find them. How long do you think it will take to find the stones, if DL has not found them? Asked Ryan. Not sure, said Alclien. DL is an expert and knows where to search. The best scenario is him having the stones already. Let's get going. The more time we sit here, the more time we waste. We can use it if we do have to help him in searching for the stones. Gah! Alclien snapped his reins and kicked the horse on its sides. The horse reared up on its back legs. Alclien held on. The horse dropped down to all fours and took off. Zack and Ryan did the same, and they were off. Over the next 4 hours, they mostly rode in silence. They did not stop at all during their ride. They had not far to go, and stopping wasted time. They moved fast, but had to be careful due to the morning haze and fog, making it hard to see. After 2 hours of riding, the sun had risen and burned off the haze and the fog, allowing them to travel as fast as they had the previous day. With the fast travel, they were able to go. Once the sun rose, they arrived at Cliffe, earlier than they had thought. On reaching Cliffe, they dismounted and took the horses by the reins and walked into the city. Zack was quite surprised by how small the town was compared to the other cities that they had been. He could see the end of the city in the distance. All the buildings were 1 or 2 stories tall and made out of wood and painted brown. They did not walk far before a huge bird flew and landed on Alclien's shoulder. The bird had thin, tapered wings, allowing it to fly fast. The feathers were brown and black near the tail. The bird's beak was small compared to the bigger birds, and curved, but not too much. The round brown eyes were locked on Alclien, and on the bird's belly was a mixture of brown and white fur. The white legs were with black talons clutched onto Alclien's shoulder. Around the left leg, a small silver container was tied to the leg. What kind of bird is that? Asked Ryan.
I believe it's a falcon, said Zack.
You're right,
said Alclien, reaching up with his left hand towards the falcon's leg. He placed his thumb and pointer finger on the top part of the silver container and pulled a small rolled-up piece of parchment. Once the parchment was removed, the bird spread its wings about 15 inches from tip to tip, and with one quick flap, the bird took back off into the sky. Zack and Ryan kept their eyes on where the bird was heading, but within moments, it vanished from their sight. They turned their attention to Alclien, who began unrolling the parchment. What is that? Asked Zack.
It's a message from the Sentinels, said Alclien. Couldn't using birds reveal sentinels? Asked Ryan. No, said Alclien. We don't use a certain bird. Also, using birds as a means of sending messages is very common.
After a few moments, the parchment was unrolled and Alclien looked at it. The parchment read, Cliffe's Inn. Alclien turned his attention from the parchment to the direction they were headed and quickly took a left. Zack and Ryan followed him. Zack thought it was going to be like the other day, constant moving around before they got to their destination. But after a few minutes, they stopped outside a 2-story building that had a large faded brown sign that read, Cliffe's Inn.
Stay here,
said Alclien, handing the reins to Ryan and walking over to the door and leaning up against the wall next to the door. He did not move from this spot for several minutes. Zack was trying to figure out why they had to stay where they were when he was just doing nothing. After 8 minutes, the reason for their going to the inn was made clear. A young woman with a black cloak stopped in front of the inn and tied up her horse. Normally, Zack would not have thought much of her, but once the horse was tied up, she walked over to Alclien, who stopped facing the door to the inn. Zack could tell they were talking, but it was only for a few moments before she opened the door and walked inside. Alclien still did not move. He stood in his spot for another few minutes. Once enough time had passed, Alclien got back to his feet and walked back over to Zack. He took the reins to his horse and started walking without saying anything. So Zack and Ryan followed. Who was that you were talking to? Asked Zack.
I did not talk to anyone,
said Alclien. Yes, you did, said Zack. The woman with the black cloak who stopped right in front of the door.
I did not talk to her,
said Alclien.
The door would not open. If I were talking to her, she would have stopped in front of me.
Not if you did not want people to know you were meeting, said Ryan, joining the conversation.
True,
said Alclien.
We were not talking.
Yes, you were, said Zack. I saw your lips moving.
How could you see my lips moving from where you were?
Said Alclien. I'm not sure, said Zack. I would not even thought twice about the woman, but I had noticed something different about you while she was standing in front of the door. It was just before she opened the door when I realized it was your lips.
Well,
said Alclien,
you were mistaken about me talking to her, even though I was moving my lips.
Whatever, said Zack. Where are we going?
To the edge of the town, where DL is supposed to meet us,
said Alclien. They continued walking for a few minutes before taking a right, and then another right, and then a left. Within a few minutes, they were back on the street, where they were when they first came into Cliffe. They continued on this street until they were on the other end of town. As they grew closer, they noticed a man sitting on his horse, as he was waiting for somebody. The closer they got, Zack noticed the figure seemed familiar. Once on the other end, Zack saw it was DL, who was sitting on his horse.
Alclien,
shouted DL as if they did not see him. The three walked over to him as he dismounted his horse. Once off his horse, he extended his hand and Alclien grasped his wrist with his own, as DL did the same. After a few moments, the two released, and DL turned and faced Zack and Ryan.
So, did you find the stones?
Asked Alclien. No, said DL with a long, disappointing face.
However,
we are close to them.
I know it. That is not good news,
said Alclien.
How close do you think you are?
Close, said DL. I may have found them already if I did not need to meet you.
That is good news,
said Alclien.
Let us not waste any more time and ride for the mines.
Glad to hear, said DL. DL turned and placed his foot in the stirrup as he grabbed the reins with his left hand and the saddle with his right. Once secure, he pushed off the ground, moving his right hand as he threw his right leg over the horse and settled down into the saddle. Alclien, Zack, and Ryan all did the same. With everyone saddled, DL turned his horse to face northwest and jabbed his horse in the sides as he snapped the reins. The horse took off, with Alclien, Zack, and Ryan following behind. The ride to the mines did not take them long at all. Within 20 minutes, they could see the mines in the distance. A few minutes later, they'd see the mines, and their ride became steeper as they began to climb up the mountain. Zack realized that he preferred to ride a horse when they were on flat terrain. He bounced more, and his crotch was starting to hurt more than the mountain became steeper. As the mountain got steeper, the horses could not move as fast, so they had to slow down. After 20 minutes of climbing the steep slope of the mountain, they arrived at the entrance of the mines. They all dismounted and walked the horses over to several stumps that were implanted into the ground. As they reached the stumps, Zack saw they had rings on each side so they could tie their horses up while they were in the mines. Once the horses were tied, they walked to the mines. In the main entrance, a large portion had been carved out, allowing many people to stand at one time. The stone walls were lined with 18 torches. In the middle, a large stone basin carved out of the stone from the mountain. Inside was filled with oil that was constantly burning. Alclien removed 2 torches from the wall and walked over to the stone basin and placed the end into the flames. After a few moments, he removed them fully lit and handed them to DL. Now having light, they proceeded into the mine following the path, stopping to take different tunnels every so often. They were so far into the mines that as Zack looked behind him, he could not see the light of the entrance anymore. After walking for half an hour, they came to a fork in the road with 3 separate tunnels.
Which way?
Asked Ryan.
I've already searched the 2 side tunnels,
said DL.
They do not go much deeper into the mountain and are easy to search. I was surprised how much I was able to search in such a short time.
No, you didn't, said Alclien suddenly, handing his torch to Ryan. Tell the truth. You haven't searched the mines beyond this point.
What are you talking about?
Said DL. Yeah, Alclien, said Zack.
Zack, you were right,
said Alclien.
I did talk to the woman at the inn. I had her follow him after he showed up suddenly in the middle of the night before we left, wanting to go ahead of us. This thing is a trap. He brought us here to have some of the Lord's soldiers capture us. So, DL, are you going to keep lying to us, or are you going to call for the soldiers?
No point in hiding it anymore, said DL.
You're right. I set you up. I did not want to, but you left me with no choice. However, thanks to you sending me here while I searched the mines to find the best place to ambush you, I found a clue that told me where the stones are, so I should thank you for helping me search out the stones sooner. So thank you.
DL clocked Alclien in the middle of the head with his fist, causing him to stumble backwards, and took off down the middle path. Alclien was able to keep his balance. He planted his feet, pulling a sword from its sheath, and took off down the path with Zack and Ryan behind him. They followed DL deep into the mountain. The further in they went, the colder it became. Moisture from their mouths became stern as they breathed. The path was straight for the most part. Every so often it curved or began to decline. After several minutes of chasing, DL came to a dead end and turned to face his pursuers. As Zack, Ryan, and Alclien reached DL, they stopped and began to catch their breath. Alclien walked over to him, grabbed onto his tunic, and slammed him against the stone wall. Zack figured this was his way of getting him back for sucker punching him. He slammed him repeatedly with a thud that echoed off the mine walls. Thud covered the other sound that was drawing near. The clinking of armor from the soldiers also bounced against the walls of the mine. After slamming Dale against the wall several times, Alclien pulled him right up to his face so they were nose to nose.
I am only going to ask you this once, said Alclien. Where are the stones located?
Came from DL, breathing heavily.
I'll tell you if you can get past those soldiers.
17. Escape the mines.
What soldiers?
Asked Ryan.
The ones behind you,
said DL, still breathing heavily. Alclien turned around to face Ryan and Zack, who turned to face the direction they had just come from. The light of their torches did little to pierce the darkness of the mines. For a few moments, Alclien stared into the darkness, but nothing could be seen or heard that might give away that anyone was there beyond the edge of the light.
He's lying, said Zack. He's trying to divert our attention away from him.
Oh, they are there, trust me. They are waiting for you to prove that you are not there.
That is bull,
said Ryan. Alclien, you're not buying this, said Zack, turning around to face Alclien and DL. Alclien stood with their eyes closed. Zack could not believe that Alclien was sleeping at a time when soldiers were surrounding them. He could not believe that he was going to stand there with his eyes closed and not check to see if the soldiers were there or question DL any further. After several moments, Zack had enough of Alclien not doing anything. He turned and took a step towards the edge of the light. Boom! A loud explosion came after a bright flash of light flew past Zack's shoulder. As fast as the explosion came, it seemed as if time had slowed down as the light was only an inch away from colliding with him. The intensity of the light nearly blinded him, but not white. He could make out that the light had a bluish tint to it. That was not all. In the mere second it took to pass by him, his whole body became chilled, as all the warmth was removed from his body. This only lasted for a few milliseconds as the light was right next to him, but as soon as the light passed, the warmth returned. After the warmth returned, the next thing Zack realized was that the force of the explosion had knocked him off his feet, and he was on his back. His head swelled as it bounced off the mine floor, followed by the return of the icy chill. While in mid-step, the explosion occurred, and with the force of hitting him moments after, he was knocked to the ground. The icy cold ground quickly made the chainmail he had turn cold. After realizing he was on the floor of the mine, he felt something tight wrapping around his right arm. Not sure what was going on, his body moved from the floor of the mines. He felt as if he was floating, but was not weightless. Also, he could tell he was moving, but was not sure how. The experience of moving without doing anything lasted for several minutes before he could feel the jagged side wall of the mine poking him in his back. The swelling of his head slowly became less, and he began to make out things as fuzzy shapes, as well as two of them, one tall, another short. The lighting was limited, making the fuzzy images harder to make out. Several more minutes passed before the images became recognizable as people. A blunt echo, as it was coming from one of the two. Zack had to concentrate hard to make out what the sound was, and then he realized it was not a sound. It was a voice that was calling his name.
Zack,
shouted the voice.
Are you alright?
What? asked Zack. My head feels like someone hit me with a hammer.
Well, it hit solid rock,
said another voice. What is going on? What caused that bright flash? asked Zack. I did, said the same voice that answered him as the figure knelt. As Alclien did this, Zack's vision was cleared and he could make out the two people. Ryan was the short figure who was checking on him, while Alclien was standing until he knelt. What did you do to cause that explosion? asked Zack.
The soldiers were standing about 2 feet off the ledge of that light from the torch,
said Alclien.
I fired a blast from my mark, kind of like what you did against Gaimji. However, it had enough power to kill if it hit someone.
Where are we? asked Zack.
We're in a side tunnel,
said Ryan, extending his arm to help Zack to his feet.
You were knocked off your feet and hit your head. Alclien grabbed you and carried you into a side tunnel that leads back to one of the other tunnels when DL took off.
Oh, said Zack, grasping Ryan's hand. Zack pulled as Ryan kept still so he would not fall and pulled himself to his feet. Once on his feet, before he could fully plant his feet, he wobbled as his balance had not fully returned. Zack was able to keep himself on his feet, but not without placing a hand on the mine wall. After a few moments, his balance stabilized. What happened to the torch? asked Zack.
We had to ditch it,
said Alclien, now back on his feet.
Once I blasted the soldiers, I told Ryan to ditch the torch and run to his left. I had a floating light from my mark not far down the tunnel. I grabbed you and followed after him. That's why the light is even less than before.
Okay, what now? asked Zack.
We make our way out of this mine,
said Alclien.
If we get caught in here again by those soldiers, fighting them off will be hard.
True, but won't they know which way we are going? asked Zack.
Possibly,
said Alclien.
I'm not sure DL knows that this tunnel leads back around, or they would have come from these side tunnels to fully corner us. How did you know the soldiers were there? Asked Ryan. Also, how did you know there was a tunnel to the left and not a wall? I didn't know the soldiers were there, said Alclien. I knew a quick light would be able to reveal if they were. However, if I just flashed and they were there, they would attack. So I decided to blast them, which revealed the soldiers. As for the tunnel, no miner would cut a tunnel to a dead end without another way out. They always cut another way out. Since there were 3 directions, before we took off running, DL said they were short, meaning he did not fully explore them. And when we came to the end, I assumed the other 2 tunnels linked back to the main tunnel.
Lucky your assumption was right, said Zack, glancing in the direction they came from. I think we should get moving.
I think so too,
said Alclien. Zack turned and faced Ryan and Alclien. With a nod, they took off down the side tunnel back towards the main tunnel. It was not long before Zack noticed the small orb-shaped object that provided the light for them now. It floated a few feet ahead of them and provided enough light to let them see if something was ahead of them. They traveled for a few minutes before they reached a bend that would lead to the intersection with the main tunnel. Shouldn't we turn that light off? Asked Zack nervously, thinking the light might give away their position.
No,
said Alclien, coming to a stop.
No one but us can see the light.
What? Said Ryan, surprised by such an idea.
How can only certain people see the light? Being very skilled with the marks,
said Alclien.
DaMarkus can do the same thing. I believe the soldiers are no ordinary soldiers. I think they have the marks of the Lord and are causing the darkness.
How so? Asked Zack.
Just as we can only see the light, using their marks to make anyone without the marks of the Lord's cannot see their light,
said Alclien.
Usually mines have torches every few feet. This one has none except when we first walked in. Likewise, I am only allowing someone with marks of sentinels to see my light.
How can I see the light? Asked Ryan, looking at Alclien.
That is tricky,
said Alclien.
I've had to do 2 things at once. By making a guide over your eyes that the light registers as a mark of the sentinels. I know it sounds hard to believe, but trust me, no one but us 3 can see this light.
Okay, said Zack. Then let's get going. The 3 rounded the bend, turned right, and were back on the main tunnel. Moments after rounding the bend, a bright light flew out of the dark and hit the mine wall right over Ryan's shoulder. Alclien, Ryan, and Zack turned to see 4 soldiers running right at them.
Stay right where you are,
shouted one of the soldiers.
Zack, Ryan,
shouted Alclien.
Run!
Zack and Ryan did not hesitate and took off in the opposite direction from the soldiers. As they ran, several small lights flashed by, hitting the walls. Small pieces of rock shot from the all as the light hit them, but nothing too big. Zack and Ryan pumped their legs as fast as they could, rounding the bends to get away from the soldiers. After several minutes of running, they noticed that the lights had stopped flying around them. It was then that they realized that Alclien was no longer with them. They quickly stopped and turned to see that Alclien was nowhere in sight. They stood still, wondering what might have happened. 1,000 different thoughts ran through Zack's head of what might have happened. Did one of the lights hit Alclien, and they were so focused on getting out that they did not hear him yell? They stood there in the light of the small orb light and looked like a miniature sun. The only sound they could hear was the panting of each other recoiling off the mine walls.
What should we do now?
Asked Ryan, breaking the silence. I think we should go back and find him, said Zack, still gasping for air.
Alclien told us to run,
said Ryan.
I think we should do what he said.
He's our only hope for saving Violet, said Zack. If anything happens to him, we are stuck here in this world, only to wait for Sphere to get sick of waiting and come kill us. Bang! The entire mine shook, and the loud explosion ricocheted throughout the mine. Zack and Ryan grabbed onto the side of the mine to keep their balance. Almost immediately after the mine began to shake, the light orb went out, and the tunnel became pitch black. Zack did not like this. Now he could see nothing but black. He moved his hand in front of his face, but could not see it. He knew it was there, only because he could feel the cool air that brushed his face. Only moments after the light went out, the unthinkable happened. The entire mine lit up. The mine was flooded with light, chasing the darkness away as if it were on the run like an outlaw in an old western. What shocked Zack the most was the torches that were not evenly placed on the mine wall, all lit, which revealed the light source. Alclien had been right. The soldiers were preventing them from seeing the light. What Zack could not understand was why they could see the light now. Ryan was just as shocked as Zack when the light came back on and the mine stopped shaking. They both let go of the mine wall and looked at each other. Neither one had to say anything. Both knew what the other was thinking. Moments later, they heard the rattling of a metal coming from behind them. They knew the sound was the moving of chainmail since they had heard it every time they ran. Zack turned and placed his hand on the handle of his sword, ready to draw if he needed to. The sound drew closer. Ryan also placed his hand on his sword. In a matter of moments, the sound was right upon them. Just around the last bend, they turned. Beads of sweat started to form on Zack as the sword rattled from his hand, shaking from the fear of possibly having to fight. At last, the sound rounded the bend, and a great sigh of relief came over Zack and Ryan as Alclien rounded the bend at full speed. Upon seeing them, he put on the brakes and came to a full stop. Quickly noticed that both of them had their hands on their sword.
"It's all right,"
said Alclien out of breath.
"It's just... me."
"Good," said Zack, taking his hand off the handle of his sword.
"What happened?"
asked Ryan, also removing his hand from the sword's handle.
"I attacked them after I told you to run,"
said Alclien.
"I knew if I could distract them long enough, you could get enough lead that I could slow them down."
"So you were never with us when we ran?" asked Zack, shocked to hear this. "Do you have any idea how worried we were?"
"Sorry,"
said Alclien.
"It was the easiest way. Having to protect you while defending against attacks would have been a lot harder. Also, it allowed me to keep them together. So when I saw you were nowhere in sight, I blasted the mine ceiling, causing a cave-in. I did not realize that it was going to cause the whole mine to shake. Well, knocked me off balance. You must likely knew something was happening to me, because I lost focus, which would have caused the light to go out."
"That's why the light went out," said Ryan, feeling relieved to know that it caused it. "But why were we suddenly able to see the light of the torches?"
"Just like when I lost focus," said Alclien. "The soldiers who were preventing us from seeing the light were either lost focus, but since the light had remained, they were knocked out or dead. We know I was right about what they were doing, but if I was not so sure that was what they were doing, I should have thought twice about that before moving out into the intersection."
"What now?" asked Zack, looking around confused, but calm.
"DL is not with the soldiers I just fought,"
said Alclien.
"The first blast did not cause a cave-in, since we were stopped for a while, and the soldiers were lying in wait. He got away, but if that is the case, he is going to head back to Cliffe to get his things, and most likely get as far away from us as he can."
"How do you know he's going back to Cliffe?" asked Ryan. "Couldn't he just leave it where the stones are located?"
"Yes,"
said Alclien.
"When he stopped by the other night while you were sleeping, he had most of his gear that he takes with him when going to search for an artifact. He did not have that with him, so it has to be back at Cliffe. He would assume that I would assume the equipment was here all at the mine. He will go nowhere without that equipment. Our best bet is to return to Cliffe and try to find him."
"Okay," said Zack. As you said, he is the only lead we have to where the stones are located. The three of them headed back through the rest of the mine. They were not far from the entrance. Within minutes, they were back out into the open air with the sun shining down on them from high in the sky. They quickly untied their horses and mounted them. Zack realized that DL's horse was missing, leaving him to believe that Alclien was right. Alclien? Said Zack. DL's horse is missing.
Yeah,
Said Alclien.
I noticed that too. We'd better get a move on it. He already has a head start, and most likely already has his stuff ready to go. So all he has to do is grab it.
The three stirred their horses towards the path they had come and kicked them in the side. The horse took off. Going down the mountain was easy. The horses could not go as fast as they could in the open field, but moved faster than they did going up the mountain. It was not long before they were on level ground, and they took off traveling as fast as the horses could go. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the north end of Cliffe, and they dismounted their horses and tied them to a pole with rings. Zack jerks his head back and forth, looking to see if he can spot DL. No luck. He turns and looks at Alclien, who has not spotted him.
We will have to split up,
said Alclien.
If you see him, call out.
Okay, said Zack.
Right,
said Ryan. They all turn and head off in different directions. Alclien headed towards the east part of the town, while Ryan headed towards the west. Zack continues straight on the road that leads right up to the place they first came into when they first arrived. He walked fast down the road, looking around. He did not take more than 10 steps when DL walked out of the tavern 3 buildings down from Zack. Zack turned to see DL, surprised that he found him so quickly, and he did not hesitate.
I found him,
shouted Zack as he took off running. DL did not hear Zack shout, but as he grew closer, it was obvious that he had heard the pounding of his feet. Very few people were on the street, and the ground was very hard. He glanced up. Zack saw the shock on his face when he realized who was charging right for him. Moments after seeing Zack, he took off running. He turned down a side street and ran as fast as he could. Zack took the corner near full speed, nearly losing his balance, but he quickly caught himself without slowing down. DL and Zack moved out into different streets, but it was futile. DL was too big, and Zack was moving as fast as he could, slowing a little whenever DL took another turn. After several minutes of running, Zack could see that DL was getting tired and leaped with a spring. Normally, someone of Zack's size would have just bounced off someone like DL. But with his weight and speed, and with DL moving as well, Zack smacked into the back of DL. They both were sent crashing to the ground with a loud thump. Both were sent rolling out of control once they hit the ground. After a few feet, they came to a halt. Zack jumped to his feet quickly. He saw Alclien was standing over DL with his sword to his throat. He turned his head to see Ryan only a few feet away. He stopped running, seeing Zack pop up so quickly. The adrenaline was still surging through Zack's body, and he did not feel the pain from his scrapes from the roll. 18. Caverns of Shorn. Zack turned and faced Alclien and took a step. As he brought his left foot down, it gave out on him, causing him to lose his balance, but he was able to adjust his weight, preventing himself from falling over. Aware that his ankle was not good, he continued over to Alclien, putting as much weight on his leg as he could without causing it to give out. Ryan joined him and put his arm over his shoulder to help him out. As they got over to Alclien, he had pulled DL to his feet up against the wall with his sword to his throat.
We got past the soldiers,
said Alclien, leaning close to DL.
Now tell us where the stones are located.
You think I'm going to tell you where the stones are? Said DL, especially after how I was just treated. Well, if you didn't run, said Zack, hobbling his way over to the side of the building, I wouldn't have had to throw myself at you like I did. I just saw you running at me, said DL. For all I knew, you were going to kill me.
Don't lie,
said Alclien.
You were trying to get out of here as fast as you could to avoid us because you know that if anyone could get away from the Lord's men, it was going to be me.
Fine. I was trying to get away, said DL.
Think of it this way. Your best friend comes up to you and demands that you tell him everything you know about where your life work was because he happened to need it. Well, then you will know how I feel and why I turned you in. Nothing means more to me than finding those stones. Is your life more important to you? Said Alclien. What? Asked Dio. You heard me, said Alclien. Alclien, said Ryan. You're not going to kill him, are you? I would hope not, said Alclien. He has turned on to the Sentinels and knows information that could be used against us. He could have already told them that, said Zack, sitting on the ground with his boot off, looking at his ankle. He hasn't, said Alclien. Not yet. If they had the information he had, those soldiers would not have stayed and would have reported to Sphere. That's how important the information is. So he has a choice to make. He can protect the location of the stones and die with it, or tell us and trust that once we are through with them, he will get them. In the same way, I will trust he will not give up the information. So DL, what's it gonna be? You won't kill me, said DL. Oh, really? Said Alclien, pressing harder on the sword on his neck, causing a small bed of blood to form. Don't test me, because after what you have pulled today, I would be within every right to kill you. Now tell me, or not, no more time to think. Live or die. Fine, said Dio. You know where they are located. What are you talking about? Asked Alclien. I know nothing about the stones. No, you do know, said Dio. You brought me to the location years ago. Are you talking about the supposed treasure of the Caverns of Shorn? Asked Alclien. Yes, said Dio. Liar, said Alclien. You told me that it was a myth because of what is supposed to be living down there. As you said, it is just a trap for those who have a greedy heart and only think about is money and fame. Funny you say that, since all you care about is the fame of finding such a legendary item that is thought not to be real. I am not lying, said Dio. My last clue I found told the location was in the place of a treasure worth more than a legendary mark. I was heading there and made this place up when you came. I needed to get enough money to hire great fighters to accompany me to fight those evil creatures. If the stones are down there, where are they? Asked Alclien. I am not sure of the exact location, said Dio, since no one has gone down to the bottom level before the drop-off. It could only be assumed somewhere down there. That is all I know. I swear. You better not be lying, said Alclien. If you are, I will find you wherever you are and drag you before the council. Their punishment will be far worse than me killing you. You should know something then, said Dio. What? Said Alclien. Part of the plan was to keep some of the soldiers in town, so when you got away from the ones in the mines, you would be caught here, said Dio with a grin. So, even though I told you where the stones are, you will not get away with finding the stones. Yam! The smack of Alclien's handle of his sword hit DL in the side of the head. DL dropped like a cement block in water and hit the ground with a loud thud. Alclien turned and faced Zack. How's your ankle? Asked Alclien. I think it's fine, said Zack, putting his boot back on. Just rolled it while I was tumbling. I should be able to walk. Good, said Alclien, extending his hand to help Zack up. Once the boot was firmly back on, Zack took Alclien's hand as well as Ryan's, who also reached his own.
Once firmly grasped, they pulled him to his feet. Zack took a few steps, putting more and more pressure on with each step. After 6 steps, he was able to walk normally. "We're good," said Zack, turning around to Alclien and Ryan. "Good," said a voice. Zack turned around to see that 6 soldiers with their swords pointed at them. For the first time, Zack had seen what one of the soldiers of the 7 lords looked like. All of them wore the same thing. Light gray chainmail over their chests and arms, most of it being covered by heavy silver armor chestplate and shoulder pads, which had a symbol of a circle with a triangle piercing the circle. They also had gauntlets on their left hand and that firmly grasped their long silver swords. Zack had a hard time looking at them, from the sun reflecting off their helmets, which were also silver and round. Nothing blocked their faces except for the middle soldier, who was the one who called them out. It was clear that his helmet differed from the others. He was the one in charge.
"Don't even try to run,"
said the captain.
"We have you surrounded, and we'll use our marks if we need to. Come peacefully. You have no other option other than to die." "Zack,"
said Alclien, walking up behind him. "Yeah?" said Zack.
"Duck,"
said Alclien. Zack dropped to a hunched position just as 2 bright orange lights flew overhead. Not taking his eyes off the soldiers, he saw the lights slam right into the chest plates of 4 of the soldiers on the side. They flew backwards, smashing into the side of 2 buildings and dropped to the ground. The 2 soldiers turned to see their buddies hit the ground as they turned back to return fire. They were hit right in the head with another flash of light that caused them to drop to the ground, where they were. That was not all. As soon as the 2 remaining guards were dropped, 4 lights hit the building that the 4 soldiers had hit. Zack turned to see that 3 more soldiers had come from around the corner and had fired, but missed. Alclien turned as Zack did, and in moments they joined their buddies on the ground when 2 more flashes of light hit them in the face. Alclien quickly turned around to make sure no more soldiers were going to attack. "We've got to get moving," said Zack, standing up.
"Yes,"
said Ryan, walking over to them.
"It would be futile. We do not know how many soldiers there are, and where they might be,"
said Alclien, turning to face them. "Some have to have heard the scuffle," said Zack, looking around. "We need to at least get away from this area and wait until we see a chance to get into our horses." Zack turned back to face Alclien, who had stood before him with his eyes shut. Seeing Alclien again in the middle of a battle with his eyes shut did not please him. He was getting sick of Alclien, and he reached over, touched Alclien on the shoulders. As soon as he touched him, a bright flash shocked him, causing him to close his eyes. When he opened them, he was no longer on the ground. He could see the entire city from the tops of the buildings. Thoughts flooded his mind, wondering how this was possible, when he noticed 3 blue dots in the far eastern part of the town with 9 faded red dots around them. That was not all. All over town, Zack counted 20 solid dots moving about. Trying to make sense of it, another flash occurred, and again he closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was again on the ground. Alclien was before him with his eyes open, and Ryan was next to him with a puzzled look on his face. Zack quickly pulled his hands off Alclien's shoulders.
"What just happened?"
asked Zack.
"You saw the town, didn't you?"
asked Alclien, shocked.
"Yeah,"
said Zack. "What were those dots, and how did I get up in the sky?"
"It is an ability the Sentinels have to help you get out of tricky situations,"
said Alclien.
"How did you use it?"
"I didn't," said Zack. "I just touched you on the shoulder, and the next thing I knew, I was not on the ground."
"That is very interesting,"
said Alclien.
"What are you 2 talking about?"
asked Ryan, jumping into the conversation. "I am not sure," said Zack, turning around to look at him. "I swear, I just had an out-of-body experience."
"You did not have an out-of-body experience," said Alclien. "You just saw the whole town from overview. The red dots represented people, the blue dots were used, and the red dots were soldiers."
"Then I take it the faded red ones were the soldiers around us that are dead?" asked Zack.
"Unconscious,"
said Alclien.
"Normally, I would, but killing these soldiers
will just make their buddies madder and thus more determined. I cannot risk that as long as I have you two with me."
"Okay, what now?" asked Zack.
"You saw where all the soldiers were and the purple dots," said Alclien.
"Yeah," said Zack.
"They represent our horses," said Alclien. "6 soldiers are guarding them, so we cannot go get them. We need to get to them without being seen. Once we are close, I can take them out, and the horses will be ours, and we can get out of here."
"Okay," said Zack.
You two can lead the way,
said Ryan.
especially since I have no clue you know how you know this.
"Trust me,"
said Alclien.
Oh, I do,
said Ryan.
Just a little iffy on how you know what you know, that's all.
"Let's move,"
said Alclien. Alclien took off back the way they came. Zack turned and followed with Ryan behind him. They ran down the back alley for most of the way, 3 blocks before they would reach the main street. Alclien stopped as they came to an intersection. Zack stopped and came up behind him, but he did not move or say anything. He went to tap him when he moved and headed down a new street heading up towards the north end of town. Zack followed, every so often. Alclien would stop for a few moments before taking off again. They made several turns, always heading towards the north, but ever so often they would head east. Zack was not sure, but after taking a left, he heard the rattling of armor in the distance. He assumed the soldiers turned and passed by the turn they came. Several minutes later, they came to the last block of buildings. Zack peered around to see that 20 feet from him, 6 soldiers, keeping a sharp lookout for them. The 6 shiny soldiers formed a semicircle around the horse, so if they came from either direction, they would see them. Zack pulled himself back into the alley and turned to face Ryan and Alclien. As he turned, he saw Alclien standing behind him. But he was shocked. His eyes were not closed, but open. However, his eyes were completely black, as if something had possessed him. "Alclien?" said Zack.
Yeah?
said Alclien, not moving his head to look at him.
Are you okay?
asked Ryan.
"Yeah,"
said Alclien.
"I am using the ability to make sure the closest soldiers will not be able to get to us before we can get away."
Why are your eyes all black?
asked Ryan.
"This allows me to move while maintaining a skyward view," said Alclien. "The closest soldiers just turned down the alley. Let's move."
Alclien, pushed by Zack, walked out of the alley and turned the corner. Zack shrugged his shoulders, turned, and followed. The 6 soldiers had not noticed them. Alclien was only 10 feet away when one of them noticed.
You! Freeze!
said the soldier, but cut off as a bright yellowish light crashed into his chest, causing him to drop in his place, and the other soldiers to see what was going on. Before they could turn and make a move, as they saw their fellow soldier drop, 3 more flashes of light slammed into the soldiers, with a flash before they dropped to the ground. With the soldiers down, Alclien took off for the horses. Zack followed, Ryan behind. As he reached his horse, Alclien was already on his horse. They both quickly mounted their horses, and once settled, they kicked their horses into gear and took off back towards the mines. Zack was not sure why they were headed back that way, but followed. As they took off, bright flashes shot over their heads. Zack turned to see 3 soldiers coming out of the alley they had come from. All 3 were running as fast as they could, firing fiercely at them. Within moments, they were out of range and the lights stopped. They continued to ride back towards the direction they came from only 20 minutes earlier. Once Cliffe was out of sight, they slowed down, but kept moving at a fast pace. After 20 minutes, they came to the path that leads to the mines. Believing they were going there, Zack slowed, but he noticed that Alclien was not slowing. So he smacked the reins, and the horse picked up speed again. They passed the path, and Zack noticed that they were moving northeast, passing the mountains. 20 minutes later, Alclien slowed and came to a stop, and Zack and Ryan did the same. Zack was not sure why, but figured it was finally safe.
What's going on?
asked Ryan. Where are we going? Asked Zack. We are going to the Caverns of Shorn, said Alclien. That is our only lead, and DL believed that is where they are located. He lied to us, said Zack, not happy. How can we know he's not lying again? I know DL, said Alclien. I can tell when he's serious. He told us that because I was going to kill him. He also thought that with the soldiers around, we would not be able to get away, and he would be able to get to the stones. I don't think we should trust him, said Zack. I agree, said Ryan. He could just be setting us up for another trap. You convinced me to bring you two along, said Alclien. I have gone along with you. Not waiting to climb the mountain, I have put up with more than enough. However, if you don't want to get your friend back, then that is fine. We can wait until Sphere comes for us. It is your choice. Silence. Neither Zack nor Ryan spoke. Not sure if it was smart to trust DL again, but it was the only thing they had. Zack wanted to look somewhere else. But Alclien had not let any harm come to them, and had put his life on the line for them so many times that he lost track. After thinking and looking at Ryan, Zack responded, Okay, let's go. Good, said Alclien. The journey is about 3 hours of riding. We should arrive a little after noon. That will give us most of the day to search the caverns. Let's go. Hold on, said Zack. What? Said Alclien. I have only one question. What is it? Asked Alclien. That skyward view thingy is how you knew the soldiers were there in the mines, as well as the path was there and led back to where DL took off running, asked Zack. Yeah? Okay, let's go, said Zack. Alclien turned his horse to face northeast and took off with Zack and Ryan following. They traveled at the pace they had been traveling. After half an hour, they came to a river where they had to dismount and walk their horses across. Once on the other side, they remounted and off they were. Over the next 3 hours they rode, Alclien leading since he knew where the caverns were. Every so often, Zack noticed that they were changing direction slightly and heading more east than north. 19. Light from behind the wall. Welcome to the Caverns of Shorn, said Alclien, dismounting his horse. Zack was awestruck. Hundreds of people were all over the place. It was not like anything Zack thought it would be. Looking over, he saw that Ryan was just as stunned by the number of people. They both dismounted their horses and followed Alclien as they made their way up the small hill towards the entrance to the caverns. As they passed by, Zack took in all the different kinds of people. Based on what they were wearing, Zack assumed the person's background. Several men and women were dressed in similar clothing, nothing special, while a few men and 2 or 3 women stood out among the rest. Their brightly colored clothes could be seen from a distance. Not just that, but the texture was clear, silk or a material like silk. It took them a few minutes to make their way through the crowds. Zack began to think it was a mistake to get off their horses. They would have to be able to get to the caverns faster. And that is when he noticed another group of people. Those who were in rags and being walked around in chains by those who had the appearance of wealth and arrogance. This disheartened Zack. He did not even have to ask. He knew these people were slaves. Watching them be forced to walk by their chains that were like long sheets, so they could not stray far. He noticed a young girl with long, wavy brown hair. She wore white rags tied together and make a top and a long loincloth for bottoms. Something about this girl was different. Her face did not bear the same sadness or defeat. It looked as if there was a fight left in her. Watching this girl caused Zack not to see Alclien stop and turn just in time to see and pulled to slow his horse. But the horse did not like being yanked and reared back on its hind legs. Zack lost grip of the reins and fell back onto the ground right on his butt with a loud thud as he hit. Alclien turned and grabbed the reins, keeping it from running off. The horse dropped down on all fours. The horse jerks a little as if it wanted to break free, but Alclien calmed it down. Once the horse was in, Alclien petted the horse's snout. With the horse calmed, he turned to Zack. He extended his hand, which Zack grasped, and he pulled him to his feet. Zack turned to see that Ryan was laughing at his ordeal. "Shut up," said Zack. "Now my butt hurts along with my back and arms." "You've got to watch where you're going," said Alclien, handing him the reins and turning to continue up the hill. "Sorry," said Zack. "I'm just a little shocked by the number of people here. I was not expecting it." "Why are so many people here?" asked Ryan, no longer laughing. "You heard DL," said Alclien. "A treasure worth more than a legendary mark." "Yeah," said Ryan. "Long before I was born," said Alclien. "A legend that a treasure was buried by the first High King in these taverns. As the legend goes, the treasure is more powerful than a legendary mark." "But I thought DL said it was worth more than a legendary mark," said Zack, confused. "Well, if this treasure is true," said Alclien, "it is more powerful than a legendary mark. Then it would be worth more as well. Of course, no one knows how powerful the legendary marks are, but a copy of the marks was more than enough to end the war between the Sentinels and the Lords 60 years ago. Long before my time, but something more powerful than that many people, including the Lords, would pay much to have it, even get people to kill for it." "What are these marks you speak of?" asked Ryan. "The whole reason you're here is because of the marks," said Alclien. "DaMarkus stole one of those marks from Sphere, and he wants it back." "Why is that?" asked Zack. "The marks were used to save Eiliria over 3,000 years ago from an evil prince," said Alclien. "When the Lords showed up, they claimed allegiances to that same prince, using weapons that the prince and his army used. It was not enough to win the war that began, so they turned their attention to the marks, all 7, to use against the Sentinels. When they could not use them, they cloned them using dark magic, and it was enough to end the war they were losing. The power was great, but it was unclear if they had the full power or not." "Why did DaMarkus steal it?" asked Ryan. "The Lord stole the mark from the last High King," said Alclien. "The Sentinels represent the old High Kingdom. Sphere wants it back because the Lords fear something showing up that might be able to use the marks." They reached the top of the hill, where a giant stone building with pillars held up the top. Zack thought it looked like what the Pantheon might have looked like back during the ancient Greece. Next to it was a large fenced-in area with 60 to 70 horses. They all walked up to the gate where the man on the other side stood. "How much to look after our horses?" asked Alclien. "1 aeon per day," said the man behind the gate. "If you don't come out and pay after 4 days, the horses become mine, even if you're still alive. This way I'm not out of my money. Also, it's another aeon extra to feed the horse." "That's fine," said Alclien. "Are your horses branded?" asked the man at the gate. "No," said Alclien. "Then you'll need to put these collar tags on their tails," said the man at the gate. "Make sure you write down the number so I know what horses are yours." "Okay," said Alclien, taking 3 long clothes with 3 numbers on them. Alclien handed one to Zack and one to Ryan. Not sure what to do, they both watched Alclien walk behind the horse and wrap the cloth around the tail as close to the back. Zack noticed he stayed on the side, so if the horse kicked, he would not get hit. Once Zack did exactly what Alclien did, as did Ryan. Once the tags were on, they all wrote down their numbers. Zack's number 2 and 8, while Alclien's 207 and Ryan's 209. "Tie them to the fence," said the man opening the fence. "I'll unsaddle them and put your numbers on them." They walked them inside and walked them down a few feet before Alclien stopped and tied his horse to the fence. After Ryan and Zack's horses were tied up, they walked back over to the fence opening and out. With their horses taken care of, they headed up the steps of the large temple-like building past the long stone pillars. "Why do these caverns have such a fancy building built on them?" asked Zack. "The only way into the caverns is through a cave," said Alclien. "When the legend of the treasure was told, people saw it as a place to make money, so they built a building around the cave entrance to make it look nice. It took years before they built it. For the longest time, it was just a cave. I do believe somewhere in this building, there are beds you can pay to sleep in, but only the rich use them." Alclien was the lead, as always, since he knew the place and how to get down into the mines. Zack was amazed at how big the building was inside, with even more people inside. People were coming and going. He could not make out the side of the building, but the ceiling was smooth on top, and where it met the tops of the walls, it was chiseled to make a swirling pattern, and down through the pillars every 15 feet apart. Zack assumed the pattern went all the way down the pillars, since he would not see most of the walls due to the crowds. After pushing through the crowds, they came to the entrance to the caverns. The entrance looked like what a normal cave would look like. A large rock formation happens to have an opening that leads to caverns. Zack was surprised by how wide the entrance was. The opening had to be at least 15 feet wide. It allowed people to go down and come out at the same time. "All right," said Alclien, stopping and turning to look at Zack and Ryan. "This cavern is huge, and someone can easily get lost in it. What we are going to do is get to the bottom level of the caverns. Once we get to the third level, it will be not so crowded. Only the real treasure hunters go there. But stop at that level, since part of the legend says an evil creature lives down on the bottom. Only the foolish, as people say, will travel to the bottom level. People have traveled down there, but only a few return, and those who usually do die from wounds they have received." "So why are we going down there again?" asked Zack. "That is where the stones will be," said Alclien. "Every inch of the other levels have been completely searched. People still search them, thinking that people have missed something. I know someone who has been down there, mapped it, and was able to get out. It is longer than any of the other levels, and if you're searching for something, then it could take weeks." "Great. By the time we search the caverns," said Zack, "Sphere will be looking for us." "Yes," said Alclien. "That is why we search fast. My friend said it is very open, with only tight squeezes to get into the next open spots. He is not sure he actually mapped the whole level. He left after hearing freaky noises, so he left. Not sure if he wanted to find out what the source of the freaky noises was." "Why do items of rarity or great power have to be hidden in such creepy and hard-to-get areas?" asked Zack. "You've played RPGs before," said Ryan. "It is to keep the items safe from people as well. Hard to get for those who may abuse the item's power." I know," said Zack. "I just didn't think that such things exist would actually be like an RPG." With the plan set, they continued to press through the crowds. As they walked, most people let them by, but others bumped them, causing Zack and Ryan to stumble every so often, but never enough to knock them off their feet. Moving through the crowd slowed their progress, but they made it to the cavern's entrance. Once at the cave's mouth, Zack noticed that the entrance was even wider and higher than it looked when they first saw it. The cave rock was dark and surprisingly smooth, not very rough. They walked through the crowds, which had become straighter, and then a massive blob. 2 lines now existed, one going in and one coming out. Each line was no more than 4 people across, but the one coming out was moving faster than the one going in. They hit their end of moving through people. Now they had to go with the flow. Over the next hour, they moved with the line going further into the caverns. The cave walls were different from the mouth of the cave. The rocks were rougher, jagged, and wet from where water sipped through. Torches were placed every 10 feet to keep the path well lit. Zack noticed every so often they came across another path that sped off in another part. No one even gave the path a second thought. He figured that the paths led to nowhere. Some eager explorer thinking they might have something hidden down them. Zack began feeling a light breeze coming from the caverns below. A slight chill sent through his body. After constant moving and stopping, they came to the heart of the caverns. Well, the heart of the first level. Zack was amazed how open the caverns were. The ceiling was lined with hundreds of sharp, pointed rocks hung from a few hundred feet above their heads. Everywhere you looked, people were moving around. The cavern was so open, with as many people as were down there, it still looked empty. Once they reached the end of the line, Alclien took off for the center of the cavern. Zack and Ryan had to practically run to keep up with him. As soon as they were in the middle of the cavern, Alclien took a sharp left turn, and Zack just caught him, turning left. If he had not been paying attention, they both would have lost him. They continued this trend for several minutes before reaching their destination, which was the path down to the second and third levels. Zack became disheartened as he saw another line, but he quickly noticed Alclien was not going to the line, but around it. They ran to catch up to him, and when they rounded a corner on the other side of the wall, another downward path.
This path has stopped being used since it caved in a few years ago,
said Alclien, heading down the path.
Then why are we using it?
Asked Ryan.
Won't we just have to come back up once we hit the cave-in spot?
No, answered Alclien.
The cave-in was minor, but the word got out and people refused to use the entrance, fearing another cave-in might happen. They never knew the cave-in was due to some Sphere soldiers chasing after a guy they thought was part of the Sentinels.
Oh, said Ryan. The path down to the second level was very steep, and moving too fast would be suicide. Picking up too much speed would have sent the person into the cave wall at the end of the path. With no lines, they quickly reached the bottom and came to a sudden wall. To the left was a 7-foot squeeze spot that was about 3 feet wide.
I guess it was not as cleared out as I thought,
said Alclien. They went one at a time, Alclien going first since he was the more built of the three. After a few moments, he was through, and Zack followed with Ryan. Neither one had much trouble getting through the hole. They were on their way again. The new level had far less room. Well, at least where they were. They passed a few people as they made their way through. Moving on such smaller pathways with a lower ceiling caused them to squat at times to get through. After half an hour, they came to the way down to the third level, where Alclien stopped.
All right,
said Alclien.
Once we get down on the third level, it will take only a few minutes to get down to the bottom of the caverns. People will be few on the third as well, and we will more likely be the only ones down on the bottom level. Just know that there is an edge that leads further down. The only way down is to fall off or climb, but it is unknown how far it goes or if it's climbable. So, in other words, if you fall off, you're not coming back. Got it?
Yeah, said Zack.
Yep,
said Ryan.
Good. Let's keep moving,
said Alclien. Alclien took the path and headed down to the third level. Ryan followed, and Zack was last. The path was much steeper than the last, so he went down slightly at an angle, slowly moving his right leg down and waiting to make sure he was good. A few minutes later, he was on the third level with Alclien and Ryan. Once Zack was on flat rock again, Alclien headed off. He turned left and walked for only a minute, then turned right and began heading down another path leading further into the depths of the cavern. The path was not steep, but it was long and wound around. Zack and Ryan watched their steps, because unlike the other paths they took, there was an edge that if they stepped off, they would not stop until they hit the cavern floor. The further they went down, the darker and colder it got. The lights stopped at the third level. Torches were along the wall, but it burned out and were not replaced in years. They were about halfway down when it got dark enough that if they went any further, they would not be able to see where they were going. Alclien? Said Zack.
Yeah,
said Alclien, stopping. What happened next still amazed Zack. The darkness was pierced by bright lights coming from Alclien, and a bright design band began to glow around both of his wrists, just like when Zack had shot the bright light from his hand to stop Gaimji back on Earth. That was not all. Several columns of symbols appeared, all going up his forearm, all shining with bright light with a bluish tint. Moments after the symbols appeared, several symbols started to glow red. After a few seconds, 6 symbols on each forearm began to glow red when they began to move. They moved in rows and stopped when the symbol glowing red reached the back of his forearm. Within seconds, all 6 symbols formed a column going down his forearm. With the completion of the column, it flashed red and 3 balls of light appeared next to each of them. They were bigger than the one Alclien formed in the mines and provided more light. With the light, they headed down their path and onto the bottom level. With the light, they saw how tall the bottom level was in the open space. Alclien's friend was correct, as it was very open. One thing Zack noticed was a long rock that went from the top of the cavern right down to the floor. Several partial stone columns were all over, mostly pointing up with one point down, just above it. However, that did not stop many spiked rocks from not having a twin below them. This place is a lot bigger than I thought it might be. This place is a lot bigger than I thought it might be, said Alclien. Best is for us to take one section at a time and spread out over it. I would not spend too much time exploring cavern walls that run deep. If the stones are hidden down here, I do not see why they would be hidden far off into one of the existing paths. When they are replaced here, the supposedly creatures that are down here most likely lived here long before that. So the person who hid them would have to know about them. Okay, said Zack. I have no idea what you just said. In a nutshell, said Alclien, the person who hid the stones knew about the creatures down here, which is why he hid them on this level and not on any of the others. Okay, makes sense, said Zack. Let's start in the north. All right, said Zack. Sounds good, said Ryan. They headed to the northern parts of the caves and began to search using their own orb of light. They covered more ground trying to find something that might lead to a room with the stones or a path that led to a room with the stones. The light from the orbs made it very easy for them to search, each going down different paths, squeezing through parts to search other parts of the cavern. Zack found a path that he followed for several minutes before coming to a sudden end. He did not come to a wall, but to the edge of the caverns that Alclien was talking about. On his way back, he searched for anything, a sign, a symbol, but he found nothing. For hours, they continued their search without luck in finding anything. After 6 hours of searching, Alclien found Zack and Ryan, each searching a longer path, but they had nothing. It's getting late, said Alclien. We should head back up to the surface for some food. Now that you mention it, said Zack, holding his stomach, I am famished. Same here, said Ryan. After we eat, said Alclien, we will get some sleep and get back down here early tomorrow morning. They made their way topside and got back to the surface faster than it took them to get down to the cavern's bottom level. When they got back out of the caverns, the sun had set and the stars were already out. Since the caverns were such a hot spot for people to come and try to find some treasure, it was hard to find things that you needed. Alclien bought them dinner from a diner that was set up outside the mines across from the fenced field for horses. While Zack and Ryan ate their food, Alclien made a fire and pulled out the blankets. Once they were done, they found a spot around the fire and off they were. Zack had just fallen asleep when he felt the nudging of Alclien waking him up. He sat up, looked, and saw that on the horizon, the sun's light was just starting to creep over. It would be another hour before the sun was up. Knowing they needed all the time to search the endless caverns. Once up, Alclien had breakfast ready from the diner, and once finished, they were on their way back into the caverns. I bought some food with us so we don't have to keep coming topside to eat, said Alclien as they entered the cave's mouth. With everyone having explored the caverns outside or sleeping in one of the beds in the giant building built around the cave, it was easy for them to get down to the bottom level quicker than the day before. Once there, they picked up where they left off and searched more of the eastern part. This was the habit for the next 4 days, except they decided to sleep down in the cavern. Alclien had a neat little disc that he could light on fire with his marks that would burn for days. Every day they would get up, eat, and begin searching, but found nothing. Faith in the stones being in the caverns was diminishing every day that passed. They did not find anything. They searched the cavern for a total of 5 days, counting the day they arrived. On the 5th day, they had been finishing up the remaining part of the cavern. The day before, they found a long path, and with the luck they have, they decided it was in their best interest to follow it. However, it led to nothing but the wasting of time. That night, they decided they would finish the caverns and search any paths the next morning. As the last 3 days have passed, they woke up, ate, and began searching. Zack was worn out. His back was hurting from sleeping on a rock and from the scraps he had gotten from throwing himself at DL a few days ago at full speed. The morning was uneventful. They found nothing, and after resting, they almost did not finish. But for the sake of things, they did. Zack began searching part of the area where they had not yet searched when he heard his name being called. He turned around and followed the direction the voice was coming from. As he got closer, he realized it was Ryan calling him. After a few minutes, he came moving over rocks and squeezing through an opening. Came to Ryan and Alclien standing next to the cavern wall. "What?" asked Zack.
"I found something I thought you guys should see,"
said Ryan.
"The symbol that is on the back of Zack's neck is engraved into the cave wall."
Zack and Alclien walked over to the wall where Ryan was pointing. As they looked closely at the spot, they saw the upside-down crescent moon with a circular dot in the middle. The symbol was perfectly engraved, but looked old, not worn. Zack reached up and touched the mark, and the mark appeared on the back of his hand glowing. The mark on the wall began to glow red like the mark on the back of his hand. Moments later, the mark faded back to black rock, but then they heard a loud noise. The wall before them was moving. They could not tell at first, but that is when the opening appeared, and the cavern was engulfed with a shining blue light from the other side. The wall was moving up, and the light from the bottom flooded the dark caverns. The light was so strong that all three had to shield their eyes. After several moments, their eyes adjusted, and a few moments later, the entire wall was gone, and in its place was an entrance to a hidden chamber. Inside was just as open as the cavern itself. In the middle of the chamber, there was a single pedestal, which was the source of the light emitted. Cautiously, they walked into the chamber and over to the pedestal. As they came closer, they saw that on the pedestal lay a light blue crystal orb the size of a baseball. The light came from, and it was on a site that was amazing, and it became clear that this was the treasure of the legend and not just the stones. Alclien moved in close, deciding he would take a closer look. He extended his arm and quickly touched the orb. It was not hot, so he grasped a hold of it and tried to pick it up, but it would not move. He tried with more force, but again, it would not move. Not sure why he could not remove the orb, he grasped it firmly with both hands and pulled. Yet the orb did not bulge. "That's odd," said Alclien. "Why can I get that thing to move?"
"Yeah," said Ryan. "It's not glued on, just like it's resting on the pedestal."
"Let me try," said Zack, stepping up and grasping it with both hands.
"Okay," said Alclien. "Don't get mad when it does not move."
Zack planted his feet on the cavern floor, made sure that he had a nice, firm grip, and pulled with all his might. As he began to pull, he felt it move, which is when he realized he pulled too hard. The orb moved with little force, but since Zack used all of his strength, he flew backwards, fell, and landed on the floor of the cavern with a loud thud that echoed. As he hit, the orb was knocked out of his hand, hit the cavern floor, and rolled. Neither Ryan nor Alclien moved. Both showed looks of shock on their face. Zack sat up and looked at Ryan, who quickly cracked a smile. "Don't even think about laughing," said Zack. "My back was just starting to feel better, and there I go, falling back on it again. This time on a rock. I am so going to need a chiropractor when I get home." Alclien snapped out of his shock and walked over to the orb, knelt down, grabbed the orb, and picked it up. He stood up and walked over to Zack. He extended his arm, and Zack grabbed him and pulled him to his feet. Once back on his feet, he handed him the orb. Zack was surprised by how light the orb was, and it was still emitting light, but not as powerfully as before. The chamber was still well lit, but glancing out into the caverns, the light did not go further than the entrance. "This orb is amazing," said Alclien. "I am light, but did not want to come off the pedestal." "I'm guessing that this is the treasure the legend is talking about," said Ryan, looking at the orb. "I would think it is the only thing that we found," said Alclien. "Was hidden in a chamber behind a stone wall that could only be opened by somebody with an Eilirian mark." "It's amazing," said Zack. "The orb is perfectly round. I have never seen a stone or crystal this perfect." For 20 minutes, they took turns studying the orb, trying to figure out why it was down there, as well as its purpose. Alclien studied it for only a few minutes before handing it off to Ryan. He sat quietly as they examined the crystal. Zack looked over at him, and from his face, he could tell he was thinking about something. He wasn't sure what. With enough time passed, he walked over to them and picked up the orb. "Let's go," said Alclien. "Where are you leaving?" "Why?" asked Ryan. "The reason we came down here was to search for the stones. They are clearly not here. After thinking about it, I am beginning to believe that they do not exist. And if they do, we will not find them before Sphere decides to kill us. I actually think he set us up on this quest simply for the thrill of hunting us down and killing us." Why didn't he just not kill us when we were on the mountain?" asked Zack. "He did not have plans to kill us," said Alclien. "When he could not remove the mark, he realized the only way to get his legendary mark back was by killing you, which meant killing me, since I would protect you. Knowing Sphere, he does not like to just kill people. He likes hunting them down and playing with them before taking their lives. This was all just a game for him to satisfy his sick thirst for blood." "Great," said Zack. "Alclien," said Ryan. "We are going to get out of here before whatever lives down here finds us," said Alclien. "I think that is a little too late," said Ryan. Zack and Alclien turned to see 3 figures floating at the edge of the chamber. The 3 creatures stood 7 feet off the ground with no legs. The image of the creatures slowly faded as it got over to the lower body until they were nothing. The light caught them, so you could see they were partly transparent. Each wore black rags that formed a hood over their heads, keeping them hidden. A long black sleeve went all the way down, covering the entire left arm. Only 5 long bony fingers extruded from the sleeve that were longer than normal fingers. The rest were covered in armor, with creatures holding a weapon in their right hand. 2 on the ends both held long, rusty broadswords, while the middle creature held a long staff with a curved blade. "What are those things?" said Zack. "They are wraiths," said Alclien. "Dark creatures that wander the world searching for souls to take. It is believed that if a wraith takes your soul, it can re-enter the living world." "That is not good," said Ryan. "I am understanding some of the rumors I heard about the creatures that live down here," said Alclien. "Wraiths are one of the hardest creatures to kill. Very few ways to kill them." "How about giving us some good news?" said Zack. "Like, how to kill them, or even better, you've killed wraiths before?" "Sorry," said Alclien. "I've never fought against a wraith before. However, I doubt they will follow us beyond this level, or if they do, they will not leave the caverns. They prefer the darkness over lighted areas." "What are you saying?" "I'll fend them off," said Alclien. "Once there is an opening, book it. Take the path to the 3rd level. I'll follow you once you have a good head start." "We are not going to leave you," said Zack, drawing his sword. "We will fight too." "No," said Alclien, handing the orb to Zack. "The only way you 2 fight is if one of them gets by me before I'm clear to run." With that said, Alclien turned while drawing his sword and ran across the chamber towards the wraiths. He did not have to go far. They began to come towards him once they saw he was coming. Zack stood back watching Alclien charge into battle that he most likely would lose. They met not far from the entrance of the chamber, and Alclien attacked first. As they met, Alclien spun as he slashed at all 3, knocking their weapons down. creating an opening as he came back around. He slashed at the first wraith's body, catching it with the wraith, which let a hollow sound like nails on a chalkboard, but with the gurgling of blood. The wraith that was caught dropped back and grabbed its gut. Alclien turned to the next and brought his sword up and sliced it from the stomach right up through the chest. This wraith did not hollow, but followed back upon contact. 2 wraiths out of the fight for the moment, he turned his attention to the third and thrusted his blade into the chest. But the wraith had time to pull his long sword back up. It swung, knocking away Alclien's attack, and slashed at him. Alclien parried, slashed his sword down upon the wraiths, knocking the sword towards the ground, and brought it back up, swinging for the wraith's head. The sword of the other wraith stopped his sword. It re-entered the fight, blocking the blow. Unexpectedly, this allowed the wraith to bring his sword up and slash, catching Alclien across the side of his right leg. Catching the blow caused Alclien to drop to his knees. The second wraith that blocked his attack came down with a blow towards his head, but Alclien rolled to his right, causing the sword to hit the chamber rock floor. Alclien was busy with the 2 wraiths who were teaming up against him. He did not notice the third was back. This one did not go for him, but flew across the chamber towards the boys. Zack and Ryan were busy following the action, taking their eyes off the third wraith as well. Neither realized it had recovered until it struck Zack. The ghostly creature flew full speed across the chamber, threw its shoulder into him. Zack flew off his feet and slammed into the chamber with a loud thud. As his back hit, the orb and his sword flew from his hands. The orb rolled a few feet from him and hit the wall of the chamber and came to a stop. Ryan turned to see what caused the thud when he saw the wraith up close. Frozen, Ryan did not move. He was so shocked by the creature getting by him. The wraith stalked Zack, looking for how it wanted to kill its prey. After making a full circle, it launched its attack with its long staff and curved blade. The creature swung its blade point first towards his chest. Zack looked up as the weapon was coming down, threw himself to his left as the tip of the blade smashed into the chamber floor with a clink, sending small pieces of rock flying. Zack continued to roll until he ran into the wall. He turned back and saw the wraith was coming upon him. He looked around and saw that he had rolled the wrong way. His sword was in the other direction. The wraith pulled its sickle free from the floor and flew at Zack. As it approached, it raised the weapon high over its head, ready to strike as soon as it reached him. Zack turned, looked for something, but all he found was the orb. He grabbed it and turned as the wraith came down with its blade. He rolled to his right, missing the blade by a few centimeters. The blade hit with such force that it got stuck in the floor. The wraith tried to pull it free, but it would not move. Zack moved and saw that the wraith's weapon was stuck. He rolled onto his knees, hands still holding the orb, while moving his right foot. He planted it on the floor and raised back so his back was vertical. The wraith struggled with its sickle, desperately trying to free it. Zack on one knee, without thinking, he pulled back his right arm that he had the orb in and forced forward, letting the orb go. It flew across the gap between him and the wraith and hit the wraith in the head. As soon as the orb hit the target, the wraith dropped the staff, turned, and faced Zack. The ghostly being began to shake slightly, which drew into convulsions. The 2 white lights shot from the hood, mostly from its eyes, and a blood-curdling scream resonated from the beating. Zack grabbed his ears to cover them from such horrible noise. The scream snapped Ryan out of his fear, and he too grabbed his ears. The convolutions grew. The wraith shook, and creaks began appearing all over his body as light sprang from them. Within seconds, several cracks had light shining from the creature, and a blinding flash erupted from the wraith, blinding Zack and Ryan. With the flash, the scream stopped, and only white existed. Over a few moments, the white faded, and the chamber was slowly coming back into view. Zack turned to see the wraith, but it was no longer there. It was dead. 20. The new plan.
What happened?
Asked Ryan, walking over to Zack. I'm not sure, said Zack, stunned at the destruction of the wraith. I think the orb caused it to blow up.
How is that possible?
Asked Ryan. Not sure, said Zack. But if it is, we can help Alclien. Zack and Ryan turned to see where the orb was, but it was not against the wall where the wraith was floating. Zack jerked his head back and forth around the chamber, trying to find the orb. After carefully scanning the chamber on the far side where no action was taking, he did not see it.
There it is,
said Ryan. Where? Said Zack, turning to see Ryan pointing to the far wall only a few feet from where Alclien was fighting. Zack took off running to get the orb. He could see Alclien had his hands full with the 2 remaining wraiths. He pumped his legs and his arms to get to the orb as fast as he could. A sharp pain shot through his back as his stiff muscles were forced to work. He moved quickly, reaching the area of the orb, stopped quickly, bent down, and picked it up off the chamber floor. "What?" shouted a voice. Zack turned to see that it was Alclien, not sure why until it was too late. Zack turned his head to see that another wraith had gotten by him and was upon him, with his sword out aiming for his heart. Zack leaped to his right, avoiding the sword as it pierced the chamber wall with a clang that resonated throughout the chamber. Zack dropped to the ground on his back and rolled. His already hurting back tightens upon impact, sending a shockwave of pain throughout his body. Upon impact, the orb rolled out of his hand and stopped a foot away. Zack turned to see the orb, but as he glanced back, the wraith was upon him. He reached for the orb, but suddenly his whole body froze. Zack tried to move, but he could not. He looked to see that the wraith had its left hand with its long fingers spread out over him. Zack noticed that on the palm of the bony hand was some kind of symbol etched into it. He could hardly see it, but that is when he noticed that the symbol was causing him not to move. The wraith, keeping its hand over him, leaned forward until its head was directly over Zack's. 2 bright purple lights appeared under the hood. Zack assumed that these were the eyes of the creature. Then his whole body began to rise as something was being pulled from his body. He still could not move, but his back remained arched as the painful experience of the wraith trying to take his soul. It seemed as though years passed by as his soul was being ripped from his body, and it did not want to go. Suddenly, his body dropped back to the ground and he could move. Zack sat up and saw the wraith was a few feet away and Ryan was lying on the ground next to him. He could only assume that Ryan had tackled the wraith, breaking the wraith's eye contact as well as moving its long hand away. Zack jumped to his feet and so did Ryan. "Draw your sword," said Zack.
Why?
asked Ryan. "I need you to hold that thing off for me to get the orb," said Zack.
Right,
said Ryan, pulling his sword from its sheath. The 2 took off in different directions. Zack and Ryan went over to where the orb had been, but it was no longer there. The orb had been knocked away as Ryan ran to save him. Zack jerked his head around, trying to find it, when he noticed that it was against the wall. He ran over, scooped it up, and turned to see Ryan blocking the blows of the wraith's attacks. "Ryan is coming!" shouted Zack, launching the orb across the chamber. The orb flew through the air, and with great speed and accuracy, the orb was going to hit the wraith when the wraith slashed, and Ryan blocked, but the force of the wraith's blow knocked Ryan off balance. He fell on his side, dropping his sword. The wraith turned its attention to the orb, and with a swift movement of its sword, knocked the orb away, preventing it from coming close enough to hurt it. The orb bounced off the chamber floor and rolled. The wraith turned its attention back to Ryan. Zack saw where the orb had rolled, but saw that his sword was only a few feet in front of him. He ran, grabbed the handle, and took off, and ran for the wraith with his sword in hand. The wraith came down on Ryan's point of its sword, with both hands on the handle for the death blow. Zack ran, jumped, extended his arms with his sword, nicked the sword, moving it just enough for the blade to hit the floor next to Ryan. Zack hit the floor with a thud, but rolled. He jumped to his feet, and the wraith turned to see him. Zack noticed the purple lights and quickly moved his head so he was not looking right at it directly. The wraith flew at him, but Zack was ready. He picked up his sword. The wraith slashed at him, and Zack jumped back and brought his sword up, clashing the 2 swords, which rang out upon impact. An effective block, but the wraith swung again. Zack dodged, but not fast enough. The blade caught him slightly on his right shoulder, regaining his position, when the warm feeling could be felt dripping down his arm. He turned to see that his arm began to bleed a little, but it was nothing to worry about. The wraith took advantage of Zack being distracted and flew, bringing his sword down on him. At the last moment, Zack brought his sword up and blocked the blow, but the sheer strength knocked the sword out of his hand, and he fell to one knee. Zack's head dropped, but he quickly jerked it back up, only to see the long, bony fingers spread out over him again. Immediately, his entire body froze, not able to move again. Zack was trapped. His sword was at his feet, but even if he had it, he could do nothing with it. The wraith leaned to make eye contact when he started to see the purple lights for pupils, and suddenly he could move again. The wraith's hand was still spread out over his head, but it was not working. Zack quickly felt his left hand jerk up into the air and spread its fingers out. Just as fast as body froze, the wraith stopped moving. Zack glanced at the back of his left hand to see that the Eilirian mark was glowing brightly on it. He realized he was somehow using the wraith's own ability against it. And that is when a giant bright flash shot from the wraith and forced Zack back, throwing him to the chamber floor once again. Once the flash vanished, Zack sat up to see what had happened. But all he saw was Ryan standing just a few feet away from where the wraith was frozen. That's when he noticed on his right hand he saw the orb. While he fought with the wraith, he went for the orb. While the wraith was frozen, he touched it with it, causing it to explode. Zack was thankful that his friend came to help him out. Ryan walked over, extended his left hand. Zack grasped it, and he pulled him to his feet. "A little help?" shouted Alclien. Zack and Ryan turned to see that Alclien was on the floor of the chamber with the wraith upon him, trying to kill him. Ryan did not hesitate. He chucked the orb in the direction of Alclien, but it was a little short. The orb hit the floor of the chamber and rolled. The orb came to rest right at Alclien's side. He grabbed the orb and brought it right up to the wraith's hood. The blood-curdling scream came as the wraith threw itself backwards, allowing Alclien to get back to his feet. As he got to his feet, the blinding flash of the wraith exploding hit him. He caught his balance so he would not fall backwards. Moments later, the light faded, and all the wraiths were gone. Zack picked up his sword once he could see again and sheathed it, as did Ryan. With their weapons once again at their side, they walked over to Alclien, who was sitting against the chamber wall. Zack saw him doing something, but as they grew closer, he saw that he was treating his wounds. The orb rested against the wall right next to him. Once they were standing over him, Zack bent down and picked up the orb and examined it closely. Not a dent or mark on the thing. "How could this thing take such a beating and not have a mark to show on it?" said Zack, still examining the orb. "Most likely the same way it was able to kill the wraiths," said Alclien, standing up. Zack was surprised by how few wounds Alclien had for fighting these 3 demonic creatures by himself. Alclien took the orb from Zack's hand and looked at it. "I'm sure that the orb is the treasure that the legend speaks of, and if it is, the stones are not here, as I said before. It is time to leave." "Okay," said Ryan. "What now?" asked Zack, holding his shoulder. "What's wrong with your shoulder?" asked Alclien. "One of the wraiths cut me in the fight. He drew blood, but not much." "We will need to clean that wound before we head out," said Alclien, walking up to Zack, removing his hand. "We will do that once we are topside again. It will be easier." "Okay," said Zack, wincing from Alclien grabbing his shoulder. "Then what?" "We can discuss that while we clean the wound," said Alclien, turning and heading for the entrance of the chamber. After a few steps, he stopped and turned slightly. "Good job, both of you, during the fight. I'm impressed you both do not have more wounds on you." "Might not have wounds, but I have plenty of them," said Zack. "Mostly on my back and butt." "If you would stop falling on it," said Ryan, "then I think it would stop hurting." "Really funny," said Zack. Alclien headed out of the chamber with Zack and Ryan following. They made their way through the caverns over to where they had been staying. Alclien took the orb and placed it in his carrying bag, where it would be safe. Zack and Ryan picked up their blankets and put them in their bag. Once everything was packed up, they headed up the long path to the 3rd level, moving back and forth up the path. When they reached the 3rd level, there were many people around the path looking at them in amazement. "Were you the ones down there?" asked a man with wide eyes. "Yeah," said Zack. "Why do you ask?" "We heard horrible noises coming from down there," said another man, taller and muscular. "It sounded like creatures were attacking someone." "Yeah," said Ryan. "They attacked us." "What?" said everyone. "Yeah," said Zack. "You can go down there. We killed them. Unless there are more. I'm not sure if if there's more than 3 wraiths that were living down there."
You were attacked by wraiths? Asked the same man. Didn't he just say that? Said Ryan. How are you alive? Asked the man with wide eyes. Don't ask me, said Zack. I'm still trying to figure that out myself. Let's go, said Alclien, making his way through the crowd of people. Zack and Ryan followed him and took the long way to get back up to the surface. Once on the first level, they were surprised by how many people were searching the caverns. They were all trying to get down to the lower levels. News had reached them already that the wraiths were killed on the bottom level, and everyone wanted to be the first one to search for the treasure. When they finally reached the entrance of the cavern, the line to get out was not as long as they thought. Within minutes, they were standing out in the sun. Zack was glad to be back out in the sun. It was much warmer. Having the rays of the sun fall upon his face felt great. Zack did not notice that Alclien had walked over to the fenced area. He was enjoying feeling the sun. He just stood there for several minutes, enjoying it when he heard someone speak, bringing him back to reality. "Come on, you wretch," said a voice. "We have a long journey ahead of us, and I will not let you drag the whole way." Zack turned to see two men walking with colorful robes. One man had bright green with golden swirling patterns. The other one had dark blue with half moons all over. They walked right past Zack holding a chain, which the man with green robes gave a tug, which brought the person attached to the chains before him. It was the girl he had seen when they first arrived. However, the person who held the chains was different. From another hard tug, she tripped and fell on the ground before him. Zack quickly knelt and offered his hand. The young girl looked up at him, surprised to see someone willing to help a slave. Zack was surprised by how beautiful she was. That fight to be free was still in her eyes. He noticed how the sun caught her eyes. Her long brown hair lay over her shoulder, and Zack felt sorry for the girl, knowing slavery is wrong, but he did not know the ways of Eiliria. The young girl reached up and took his hand, and Zack pulled her to her feet. "Why, thank you for helping up our slave," said the man with bright green robes. "How can someone so young be a slave?" asked Zack, turning to look at the girl's owners. "We just bought her," said the man in blue robes. "We do not know how she became a slave, but it is for her mere age that we bought her." "How can you go along with such a vile thing of slavery?" asked Zack. "Listen, boy," said the man in bright green robes. "You do not have the wealth we have, and do not understand our ways. Again, thank you for helping the girl up, but if you hold that tone with me, I'll see how good you are with that sword. From the look of your shoulder, you're not very good." "Come on," said the man with the blue robes. The two men turned and walked away, pulling the young girl with them. She moved along with them, turning to look at Zack one last time and mouthed, "Thank you." She then turned and kept watch of the way she was going so she would not fall. Zack was not happy to see such a beautiful girl trapped in slavery, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was in no shape to fight again. Zack turned to see where Alclien was, but did not see him. Ryan was nowhere to be seen either. He took a few steps looking around, then he turned and saw them both standing next to the fence area. Zack slowly walked over to where they were, his back still sore, but nowhere near how his cut on his shoulder was feeling. Every little movement was a searing pain through his arm. It took him some time to reach the fence. By the time he got there, Alclien and Ryan turned to leave. "Where have you been?" asked Ryan. "I didn't see you guys walk over here," said Zack. "Did you get the horses?" "No," said Alclien. "I was just paying the man so he would keep. We need to clean that wound before we do anything else. Let's go over where it will not be so crowded, and I'll clean the wound." The three walked through the crowds of people until they came to a patch of field where there were not many people. Alclien dropped his bag and began pulling out a cloth and a jug of water. Zack pulled off his tunic and carefully removed his chainmail, which he dropped onto the ground before him. He took a seat on the ground, and Alclien dipped the cloth into the water and began wiping the dried blood from around the wound. Within a few moments, Alclien could see the slash was not deep, just broke the skin in some vessels. The cut was clean and long. It went from the top of his shoulder right to where the chainmail ended, down to the middle of his arm. "That wraith caught you good," said Alclien, dropping the wet cloth. "If you didn't move when you did,
you would be missing an arm.
How does it look? Asked Zack.
It's not deep, but it is long,
said Alclien.
I'm going to put something on it to make it sure nothing inside the cut stays.
Alclien bent over, reached into his bag, and pulled out a small blue bottle with a brown cork in it. Pulled out the cork and slightly tilted the bottle as 3 drops fell and landed on the cut. Zack jerked as the beads hit his cut. A burning feeling raced through his arm. The feeling felt like when his mother used to put alcohol on his scrapes as a little boy, but the feeling was far worse.
Hold on! It is to clean out the cut,
said Alclien.
You have to have a lot of dirt in there for it to bubble like this. It will stop hurting in a few minutes, so relax.
Zack tried to keep his arm still, but the feeling did not fade for several minutes. When it finally did, the pain from the cut was gone. Alclien pulled out of his bag a cloth and wrapped it around the cut to protect it for a few days so it would scab up. With Alclien done, Zack stood up and looked at his arm. All he could see was the bandage. He bent over and picked up his chainmail, and Alclien grabbed it.
You will not want to put that on, Yi,
said Alclien.
It might not hurt now, but putting anything heavy will make all that change.
Okay, said Zack. I'll put it on tomorrow.
Good.
So, what are we going to do now? Asked Brian. We don't have the stones. We don't know where they are. So, what now?
I've been thinking,
said Alclien.
Spear sent us on this journey to get the stones so he could have the fun of hunting us down. He knows that when we discover the stones do not exist, or we cannot get them before he finds us, we will try to hide. I don't think he'll be expecting us to stage a rescue.
What do you mean? Asked Ryan, looking slightly scared.
With Spear busy trying to hunt us down so he can have fun, said Alclien, we might be able to free Violet right under his nose.
With Zack's wound cleaned and bandaged, Alclien walked over to the horse pen to get the horses. Zack grabbed his tunic from the ground and put it back on, not sure what to do with his chainmail. He just stuck it in his bag, along with his clothes from Earth. Once dressed, Zack picked up the bag and immediately dropped it and grabbed his shoulder. His wound throbbed in pain from the sudden use.
I'll carry it, said Ryan, picking up the bag. You've been carrying it since age 80. It is only fair, right?
Sure, said Zack, still holding his shoulder. Riding is going to be fun with my arm hurt.
You think?
Asked Ryan. No, said Zack, giving Ryan a sarcastic look. I think it's going to be painful.
Oh,
said Ryan. With Ryan carrying the bag, the two joined Alclien at the horse pen. By the time they got to the pen, Alclien had already saddled the 3 horses. Each grabbed the reins of their horse and led the horse out of the pen and through the crowds of people. Once they were back in the area where they were before, they mounted up. Zack took it easy getting on his horse, not wanting to aggravate his shoulder. However, it was not his shoulder that ended up being the problem. Zack got up on the saddle with ease and not really pain from his shoulder. It was not until he settled down onto the saddle that the pain started. His butt began to ache the moment he sat down, and a shockwave of pain shot through his bottom. It hurt so much that Zack almost jumped off his horse. After a few moments, the pain eased into a sore that did not fully go away. All the falling on his back and butt over the last few days just made the position of riding a horse very uncomfortable. It took Zack several minutes before he felt ready to ride. When he was finally ready, they snapped up his reins and jabbed his horse in the side, and off they were. The 3 took off riding southwest. Zack was not really sure exactly where they were going. They rode fast, and the constant movement never allowed Zack to get fully comfortable. His butt hurt most of the trip. It was about 3 hours before his butt went numb and he could finally enjoy the ride. Just as his butt got numb, they arrived in Shorn. Zack was not so happy that his butt finally got to the point where it was not hurting and they were getting off. At the front gates of Shorn, they all dismounted, Zack getting off last. Once they were off, they took their horses into the city. As usual, Zack and Ryan followed Alclien through the streets, turning down side streets so often until they were in the heart of the city.
Zack was not sure where they were until they passed the boat rental they used to get downriver. "Are we in Shorn?" asked Zack. "Yeah," said Alclien. "We're staying here tonight, but we are leaving early." "What's new?" said Ryan. "We always leave early. When we get back to Earth, my parents are going to be shocked when I get up before they do." "You've not told us what the plan is," said Zack. "You know, the one about getting Violet right under Spear's nose." "Don't worry about it," said Alclien, stopping. "I will tell you what you need to know when it is right. All you need to know is that we need to get as much rest as we can." Alclien began walking, and Zack and Ryan followed. It was another few minutes before they stopped at an inn. They tied up their horse outside the inn and headed inside. The inn was only one floor, but it took up a whole block, which surprised Zack. Inside, it was very fancy and decorative. There were many different items all over the place that had the look of being expensive, with other items that Zack had never seen before. Alclien did not waste time. He walked up to the main desk, got 2 rooms, paid, and walked back to Zack and Ryan. He handed them their keys, and off they went. They walked out of the inn. They walked across the street, which happened to be a tavern. They walked inside and sat down. A waitress came over to the table. "What can I get y'all?" asked the waitress. Zack could not take his eyes off of her. With the short, dark brown hair that came just past her eyes had a loving feel that made Zack not want to move and just look into her eyes all day. That ended when suddenly a hard pain shot through his arm. Zack turned to see Alclien had punched him in the shoulder. He grabbed his shoulder as the remaining pain lingered. "We will take 3 meals, said Alclien, looking at the waitress. "Which one?" asked the waitress. "We have 6. "It does not matter. Just have 3 delivered to the inn across the street. Our rooms are numbers 45 and 46. "No problem," said the waitress. "Thanks," said Alclien, turning to face Zack and Ryan. "Let's go." Alclien stood up and walked out of the tavern. Zack and Ryan followed him and caught up outside. "Why did you hit me?" asked Zack. "You were drooling," said Alclien, turning to look at Zack. "It was the only way I knew for sure you would stop." The 3 walked back into the inn, and instead of stopping in the lounge, they walked through until they came to a hallway where the only way to go was right or left. Alclien turned left and after a few minutes stopped at a room marked 45. He pulled out his key, inserted it into the doorknob, turned it, and opened the door. "Your room is 1 more down," said Alclien. "Be ready to leave, Zack. I will hit you in your shoulder again if you do not get up." Alclien walked into his room, shut the door behind him. Zack and Ryan walked down the hall until they came to room 46. Ryan had the key and unlocked the door, and they walked inside and shut the door. Zack could not believe how big the room was. It was a whole apartment with a living room, dining room, 2 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. Zack and Ryan went exploring. It was the first time they had ever been in a suite. After several minutes of exploring, a knock at the door came. Zack ran over and opened it. It was the waitress from the tavern. She was holding a bag with their food in it. Zack just stood there, staring at her when the door slammed shut. He jumped when he heard the loud slam of the door. Ryan was standing next to him, holding the bag. "You do drool," said Ryan. "Shut up," said Zack, taking the bag. They put the food on the table in the dining room, pulled out the food, and placed it before them. Zack was hungry. He had not eaten since lunch, which was several hours ago. Ryan and Zack did not waste their time and quickly scarfed it down. Once they were done eating, they decided to turn in. As soon as Zack's head hit the pillow, he felt like he was being shaken. He opened his eyes and saw Ryan standing next to his bed. That's when he realized he was being shook. "You are a pain to get up," said Ryan, letting go of Zack. "You're lucky Alclien did not come in, or he would have hit you in your shoulder." Okay. Pulling back the covers, I'm getting up. "Good," said Ryan. Zack grabbed his clothes and put them on and walked out into the dining room. Ryan was sitting at the table eating something in a bowl that looked like oatmeal. A second bowl next to him, so he sat down and began to eat it. Zack was shocked by how good it was. It tasted nothing like oatmeal, but it looked just like it. He quickly ate it, wanting more, but there was no more. With nothing else to eat, they got up, walked over to the door, and opened it. They walked out into the hall and shut the door. They made their way back to the lounge where Alclien was waiting for them. Alclien was shocked to see that Zack was awake and came out before he had come to get him. "Good morning," said Zack. "I see you got up," said Alclien. "Did you get the boat?" said Alclien. "Boat," said Alclien. "We're heading back to the Free Mountains?" asked Ryan. "Why would we go back there?" said Alclien. "To set a trap for Sphere so we can get Violet back," said Zack. "I never said we were going back to the mountain," said Alclien. "That would be suicide, to try to set up a trap where Sphere made the meeting place. He picked it because he knows it." "Then where are we going?" said Zack. "We're going to Direl," said Alclien. "We're gonna break into Sphere's palace." 21. Palace Dungeons. A plan was set, something that could work, and as much as Zack wanted to get Violet back, he was not so sure he wanted to do this. However, in the situation they were in, it was the only option. But before leaving Shorn, Alclien had them meet up with a contact from the Sentinels, who told Alclien that Sphere was not in Isashore, due to the other lords calling a meeting at the main palace. The perfect time to strike was now. But the only thing was the plan was that Zack and Ryan might have to fight. After the fight with the Wraiths, Zack figured he could last long enough to get away, but in an actual fight, he was dead. The plan was set, but Zack did not know the details. Alclien assured him the whole way that to DL that the plan of getting was not going to be a problem. They rode on their horses the whole day, only breaking for lunch. They arrived at Direl at mid-afternoon, and Zack was unsure that it wouldn't work. Alclien told them before leaving Shorn that he had sent out several misleading messages to the council for the sole purpose of being intercepted. Sphere will believe they are heading back to UA Mines, after no luck in finding the stones in Shorn. Zack was nervous, as was Ryan. They were getting along since they had been in a fight and nearly survived. If it were not for the orb, they surely would have died. Now they were going against people who were just as skilled as fighters, who could not be mysteriously killed by this orb. When they arrived in Direl, Zack could not believe the size of the city. Most of the time, he had been in Eiliria. Every city he went to, he was surprised by the size and the buildings, but Direl was nothing like any of the others. The city was massive compared to the others. Buildings all around were at least 4 stories or taller, and were bluish, reddish, or goldish. Zack quickly picked up that those buildings that had a goldish color were markets, while red were residential and blue were government buildings. There were very blue buildings, one every 3 or 4 blocks. Zack noticed that some residential buildings had gold as well, and figured that these were inns or hotels for people to stay in or places to rent. The roads were crowded in the afternoon, and they guided their horses through the streets, pushing their way through heavy crowds and just walking in open areas. It was not long after they entered the capital of Isashore that Zack and Ryan noticed the center of the city was a huge palace. Zack knew that was where Sphere lived and that Violet was being held captive somewhere in the building. As soon as he knew where she was, he began walking faster, heading right there. He passed by Alclien, moving fast with an angry, ready-for-a-fight look on his face. The nervousness became rage, and I wanted to get Violet back now. Alclien handed off his reins to Ryan and ran and grabbed Zack by his shirt. Zack dropped his reins, turned, and drew his sword all at the same time. "What do you think you're doing?" asked Alclien, letting go of his shirt. "I'm going to get Violet back," growled Zack. "That is suicide," said Alclien. "You don't know where she is, and you don't know how to fight." "I don't care," said Zack. "I am sick of waiting." "I know," said Alclien. "You have to be patient. The whole reason we are here is to free her. But if we arouse the guards now, they will alert tonight when we go in." "She's in there because of you," said Zack. "How can you keep telling me to wait?" "I know," said Alclien. "If we just let our emotions drive us, then we will make foolish mistakes. Zack, have I let you down yet?" "No," said Zack. "Then I need you to trust me now. said Alclien. We're gonna get her tonight. Nothing is gonna change that. I have a plan, and by following the plan, we will be able to get her tonight. Will you please put your anger behind you and trust me? Zack did not answer. He just stared at Alclien, knowing that everything he said was right. He just would get himself killed if he tried now. But he was angry that Violet was taken. It was not at Alclien or even DaMarkus, that he was mad at himself for what he said to her. Not just that, but throughout the whole thing, he realized how much he cared for her. It is because of this that he was causing him to go. Yes, said Zack, breaking the silence. Thank you, said Alclien, turning back to Ryan, who had caught up with them. We need to find a place to stay. Alclien took the reins of his horse and headed right. Zack and Ryan followed him. They followed this street for several minutes before stopping at a red-colored building with goldish trim. The sign on the outside said Phoenix Inn. They all tied up their horses outside the inn and walked inside. The lounge was huge and very spacious. Several chairs all over the place, and a few tables with different pieces on them. Zack assumed that these were pieces to different types of games, such as chess on Earth. Alclien went up to the desk and got their room. When he came back, they followed him to the other end of the lounge until they came to a door, which Alclien opened, and Zack and Ryan went through, and then Alclien closed it behind them. They were in a stairwell, and Alclien started climbing. So as usual, Zack and Ryan followed him. After climbing 7 floors, they stopped and walked out onto the 7th floor. Alclien walked down the hall, turned right to an intersection, and stopped at the first door. He put the key into the lock and then opened the door. He motioned for Zack and Ryan to go in, so they did. Once inside, Zack saw 2 beds and a long chair that looked like a sofa from Earth, just with no cushions on it. The room was nowhere near as big as the rooms they had had the night before. Alclien came in and shut the door behind him. Is this our room? Asked Ryan. No, said Alclien. It is our room. We will be sharing this room. Why's that? Asked Zack, turning to face Alclien. Once we have Violet, we are going back to Earth, said Alclien. There is no point in getting more than one room. Also, we need to rest up now. We leave at midnight to head to the palace. Why midnight? Asked Ryan, looking confused. Won't people still be up? I said we were leaving at midnight, said Alclien. It is about an hour journey from here, on foot, to the palace walls. By the time we get there, it will be past 1, because we will not be taking a direct route. Why's that? Asked Ryan. Because soldiers walk the streets after midnight, said Alclien. If they catch anyone out that late, depending on why you are out, they could kill you or arrest you. It all depends on what they think about why you are out, not why you are out. So we will have to remain unseen. How are we going to get into the palace? Asked Zack. We will go over that before we leave, said Alclien. I suggest you get some rest. I will wake you up around 10:30. We will go over the plan before heading out. Zack was not happy that Alclien was not revealing his plan. He was starting to wonder if he had a plan at all, but Zack had to remind himself that every time it looked like Alclien did not have a plan, it turned out he knew what he was doing. Alclien walked over and laid down on the couch. Zack decided to take up Alclien's advice, took off his shirt and belt, and laid down on the closest bed. He shut his eyes, and before he knew it, he was being shaken. Zack opened his eyes and saw Ryan shaking him violently. He sat up and pushed Ryan off him. Zack looked out the huge open window. The sky was pitch black with thousands of stars and a half moon on the horizon of the city. Zack dropped his legs off the side of the bed and grabbed his shirt and belt. He went to put his shirt on when Alclien grabbed his arm. You do not want to forget to put on your chainmail, said Alclien. Your shoulder should have healed enough to wear it. Even if it hadn't, you will want that chainmail, just in case we have to fight. Thanks for reminding me, said Zack, standing up. Zack walked over to his bag, untied it, and pulled it open. He dug through his and Ryan's earth clothes until he came to his chainmail. He pulled it out and carefully put it on. His shoulder was a little stiff when moving it, but once his arm was through and the other arm, he lowered it down and it was fine. Zack then put on his tunic and his belt with his sword. Once he was dressed, Alclien walked over and sat on the bed while Zack and Ryan stood near him. "Now that Zack has finally woken up," said Alclien, "we could start the briefing." "I'm not that late," said Zack. "It's 11:28, said Ryan, pointing to his watch. "I shook you for 10 minutes before you woke up. You're lucky Alclien was out, or he would have hit you in your cut. I thought about doing it myself." "Where did you go?" asked Zack. "I went to confirm some information," said Alclien, looking at Zack. "The reason why I did not reveal our plan was that I needed to make sure the information was correct." "Oh," said Zack. "How are we getting into the palace?" asked Ryan. "I found out the way DaMarkus got into the palace was to steal the legendary mark was not discovered," said Alclien. "We will be going through there, which has 2 exit points. One comes out in the courtyard, while the other comes out in the basement of the palace. That is where the prisoners are kept. Normally, this would be the only starting point, but since our target is a prisoner, we will be able to get Violet out. Once we have freed her, we will go back into the passage, and once it is closed, I will open the gateway back to Earth. I'll return, take care of everything at the hotel, and return to make sure Gaimji does not come back to get you. Once DaMarkus is healed, he will be able to return to Eiliria with me, and your ordeal will be over." "Great," said Zack. "Should we leave?" "It's not midnight," said Alclien. "I know, but you said soldiers start wandering the streets then," said Zack. "If we get out there before they start, we can get closer to the palace." "True," said Alclien, looking at Zack surprised. "That is a good strategy. Have you ever taken anything on in combat before?" "No," said Zack with a smile. "I like to play strategy games like Risk, where you try to take over the world, but so are the other players." Interesting," said Alclien. "If you were from Eiliria, you would be a good warrior if you were trained." "As I have been told by you and DaMarkus now," said Zack. "I'm not joking," said Alclien. "You have all the qualities to be a great warrior." "Thanks," said Zack. "Let's head out," said Alclien. Alclien stood up from the bed, walked over to the door and opened it. Zack grabbed his bag with his and Ryan's clothes in it and walked out into the hall after Ryan. Alclien closed the door behind him and then turned left and walked until they came to the door to the stairwell. They took the stairs down to the lounge, walked out of the stairwell and through the empty lounge and out of the inn. Once outside, Zack noticed as the horse were gone. He figured the hotel had taken them somewhere. Zack looked at his watch and saw that it was 11:45. Alclien looked both ways, then turned right and headed towards the palace. Zack and Ryan kept up with him since he was not walking too fast. They still had 15 minutes before the soldiers would be on the streets. They walked along for 20 minutes. Zack's watch beeped when it turned midnight, and they thought they should start taking side streets. But when he looked at Alclien, he saw his eyes were black. He was using that special aerial map to tell where the soldiers were. After walking for another 20 minutes, Alclien took a sharp left and turned down a side street. Zack and Ryan followed, and they were halfway down the street when Alclien turned into an alley. When 3 soldiers walked by the street, they turned down. For the next hour, they took side streets and back alleys, avoiding the soldiers. There were several close calls, but they just made a turn before the soldiers came into view. Zack noticed that a few times they backtracked, but they were always going towards the palace. After an hour of dodging through alleys and avoiding soldiers, they came to the palace walls. Zack turned and saw that Alclien put his hand on the wall and headed west. They moved slowly, which did not make Zack happy. The walls were open with no cover, so if soldiers came, they would be spotted. "Alclien, what are you doing?" asked Zack after several minutes of silence. "I am looking for the passage," said Alclien. "The way we came was the way DaMarkus and I came when he went to get the mark. We stayed at the same inn, so I could find the area where this passage is located." "What if soldiers come?" asked Ryan. "They will spot us with ease." "There are no soldiers in this area," said Alclien.
closest are on the other side of this wall, and I am not talking about on the wall. There it is." Scraping of rock bellowed in the quiet night as a small passage of rocks along the palace's walls slowly lowered below the street, revealing a hidden tunnel. Once the cover was completely gone, Zack and Ryan walked into the turn with Alclien last. Once in the tunnel, Alclien saw the 3 orb lights appear, just like when they were in the caverns. Then the scraping of rocks returned as the passage being covered. Alclien did not wait for the passage to be hidden again before heading down the tunnel. The 3 made their way down the long tunnel. Zack was shocked by how long the tunnel was. They walked for nearly 20 minutes before they came to a fork in the road. Alclien stopped examining the 2 paths. The one on the right started to slope upwards, while the one on the left continued down. He quickly knew that they needed to take the left. He continued left, and Zack and Ryan followed. Several minutes later, they came to the end of a tunnel. "Now what?" asked Zack. "There is something that will open the door," said Alclien. "Before I hit it, this dungeon is big from the aerial map. I am seeing 10 people in cells, with a guard on the far end doing rounds. Luckily, there is no one down there. So here is what we're going to do. Once we get in, Zack, you head right, Ryan goes straight, and I will head left. There are 3 rows of cells. There are 8 cells together before another intersection. All 10 people are in the first row. Zack, when you get to the intersection, stay where you are. Ryan and I will come to you. If you find Violet, do not try to get her out. Come to the meeting place. Then we can come back and break her out. Got it?" "Yeah," said Zack. "Yep," said Ryan. Alclien turned and looked at the wall and saw a large stone sticking out from the wall, so he pushed it in, and the scraping of rock began again. The wall before them slowly began to lower below the floor. In moments, the door was gone, and they walked out. Zack walked into the dungeon, turned left, and followed the path until he came to the wall. He turned left and began searching the cells. The first 2 cells were empty, and the next had a young man hanging by his arms from the ceiling. He was out, possibly dead. Zack did not wait to find out. He moved on. The next cell was empty, and his last cell held an old man sleeping on the bed. None of his cells had Violet, so he waited for Ryan and Alclien to come over. He did not wait long. A minute after, he reached the intersection. Alclien and Ryan came over together. "Did you find her?" asked Zack, looking at Alclien and Ryan. "She, was not in the cells I searched," said Ryan. "Same here," said Alclien. "She was not in any of mine," said Zack with a depressed look on his face. "She's not here." 22. 3rd floor. "Where could she be?" shouted Zack, his face turning bright red. "Zack," said Alclien, "be quiet. The guard will hear you." It was too late. A loud, slow scraping of metal against leather echoed throughout the dungeon. The guard heard Zack, but he was nowhere to be seen. Zack looked back and forth to see where the guard was, but did not see him. The 3 orb lights vanished, and the dungeon quickly became dark with a faint light from the torches on the walls every so many 100 feet. As soon as the orbs faded, the footsteps could be heard, slow but heavy, bouncing off the walls, making it hard to tell where they originated from. That is when Zack saw the faint light appear at the far end of the row. The guard had found where the shouting came from and was on his way to check it out. Zack and Ryan turned and walked as fast as they could down the intersection, and turned down the first row they came to. The guard reached the intersection just as Ryan turned to the corner, and a light from his torch lit up the area. Just out of sight, Zack slowly moved back towards the path, 1 foot after another, making sure they made as little noise as they could. After a few moments, they reached the far end of the row, but without their orb, they were not sure where the path was. "Ryan, do you know where the path is?" whispered Zack. "Shouldn't it be right here?" whispered Ryan. "I'm not sure," said Zack. "I did not pay attention to exactly where we came out." "What path are you talking about?" asked Ryan. "You know, the one we came from, Ryan," whispered Zack, turning to face his friend. Zack froze as soon as he saw Ryan. He was not seeing Ryan that made him freeze, but the person who was standing behind him. A large man towered over Ryan, with the torch in one hand and his sword in the other.
Ryan did not realize someone was behind him. He wondered why Zack was not moving. After a few moments, he noticed that Zack was not looking at him, but behind him. Ryan turned and ran right into the chest of the guard, causing him to stumble back, hitting Zack. The two fell to the ground. Zack landed on his butt, while Ryan landed on his back with a loud thud. The guard moved towards them slowly. "Now, where is this path you used to get in here?" asked the guard. "I don't know what you're talking about," said Zack. "Liar," bellowed the man. "I'm going to start removing body parts until you tell me, and if you happen to die before then, well, it sounds like I'll find the path by just searching." Bam! The guard dropped and hit the prison with a thud. Zack was shocked, not sure why the guard just dropped. Then the orbs returned. There stood Alclien behind with the hilt of his sword just where the back of the guard's head was before he dropped. Zack and Ryan quickly jumped to their feet and walked over to Alclien. "Where did you come from?" asked Zack. "I went around to come up behind the guard," said Alclien, sheathing his sword. "Why do you think I turned the orbs off?" "Couldn't only we three see them?" asked Ryan. "No," said Alclien. "I did not think we would be in here long enough to worry about the guard, and it was only one. So if he did happen to see them, I could take care of him before he did anything." "What are you doing here?" asked a voice. Zack, Ryan, and Alclien jumped. Zack jumped so high his head almost hit the ceiling. Thinking another guard had heard them or was in there, they did not know about it. They all turned slowly, did not see anyone behind them. "I said, what are you doing there?" asked a voice. Zack turned to see that the person in the cell to their right had woken up with all the commotion. The light from his orb caught the man and showed his wrinkly skin with long gray hair down to his shoulders and a thick gray beard. His eyes caught the light just right to reveal an amber color. But that was not all. Zack could see the tiredness in his eyes. Not tired as in a lack of sleep, but a tiredness of life, ready to move on from this world. But he had yet to do so. "I'll call for the guard if you don't answer me," said the man coming up to the cell bars. "You mean the one who is on the ground, out cold?" said Alclien. "Oh," said the prisoner. Just then an idea popped into Zack's head. Maybe this man had seen Violet. "Excuse me, sir," said Zack. "We came to find a friend. She would have been brought in about 12 days ago." "Not sure," said the prisoner. "I've seen many girls come through here. My memory is not so good." "Oh," said Zack. "Sorry," said the prisoner. "They all seem to merge, except for one. Odd girl, blonde, very cute, wore clothes unlike anything I'd ever seen before. She claimed she was from another world." "That's her," said Zack with excitement. "Quiet," said Ryan. "Sorry," said Zack. "Do you know where she is now?" "She was only in here for a few days before they took her out of here," said the prisoner. "I think about 3 days after she arrived." "That would have been when we reached the mountain," said Alclien. "Do you know where she is now?" asked Ryan. "I thought they killed her," said the prisoner. "What?" shouted Zack, slapping his hand over his mouth. "Oh, she's not dead, young man," said the prisoner. "I overheard a few days ago that she was moved somewhere else in the castle." "Where?" asked Alclien. "Why should I tell you?" said the prisoner. "I see nothing in it for me." "How about we let you free?" asked Zack. "Deal," said the prisoner. Zack bent down and grabbed the ring of keys off the guard's belt. He stood back up and looked at the ring. There were only 3 keys on the ring. Zack quickly figured out that the keys were to the cells in their rows. It made finding the key for the old man's cell. It was in the middle one, regardless of how you looked at the keys. He picked up the middle key and inserted it into the lock. "Where is she?" You open that door first," said the prisoner. "Fine," said Zack. "Just remember that you don't know how to get out of this place without being caught. I open this door, you tell, and then we tell you how to get out safely." "That's fair," said the prisoner. Zack turned the key, and a loud click came from the lock. He pushed on the cell doors. They squeaked as the door moved. It was clear that the door had not been opened in a long time. With the door open, I moved out of the way, and the old man limped slowly through the door and out into the open dungeon. "Where is she?" asked Alclien.
I heard the guards say she was moved into a room on the 3rd floor, said the prisoner, right behind the back stairs case. She has 2 guards at her door at all times. Thank you, said Zack, turning to look at Alclien. No problem, said the prisoner. Thanks for my freedom. You see that path right there? Said Alclien, pointing to the wall where they came through. Yeah, said the former prisoner. Take that path, and until it ends, said Alclien, it will take you outside the palace walls. Once out there, you are on your own. Guards patrol the streets at night, so if they see you come out, they will arrest you for sure. Be careful. I will, and thanks, said the former prisoner, limping towards the hole. Once the old man was in the tunnel, Alclien pressed a small stone that stuck out a little more than all the other stones. The scraping from the stones reverberated throughout the dungeon as the missing stone wall came up from the floor and covered the hole. Once the tunnel was covered, Alclien turned to face Zack and Ryan. So, we need to get to the 3rd floor, said Zack. How do we get there? Remembering from the plans DaMarkus had of Sphere's palace, said Alclien. We can get back to the staircase pretty easily once we get on the 1st floor. Like always, said Ryan. You lead the way. We follow. Stay close, said Alclien. Be ready to run if I say so, no matter what happens. Okay, said Zack and Ryan. Alclien turned left. Zack and Ryan followed. They went down the road. Zack went by, but when they stopped, they did not turn left. They stopped at the wooden door that was before them. Alclien slowly opened the door quietly and peered out to make sure the coast was clear. After checking both ways, he motioned for Zack and Ryan to move. Zack walked through the door behind Alclien's back, across the hall into the space across from the door that was not in view of anyone who might suddenly come by. Once both were on the other side, Alclien stepped out into the hall, slowly closed the door, and joined them. Zack noticed that as soon as Alclien joined them, his eyes were black. He was using the aerial map. A few moments after joining them, Alclien started walking to their left, so they followed him. They did not stay in this hall long. The first turn they came to, Alclien took. Zack was expecting some soldiers to walk past, but they never did. They took this hall to the end when they came to a small staircase leading to the 1st floor. Alclien held up his hand for Zack and Ryan to stay as he slowly walked up the stairs. Once he reached the top, he dropped his hand and Zack walked up the stairs, followed by Ryan. Alclien walked out onto the 1st floor, took his left, and followed the hall. Zack followed, but was amazed by this palace. The walls were pure white and looked like they were made out of pearl or something, possibly ivory. The walls were lined with bright, colorful banners that he noticed as he passed. Zack expected to walk past some kind of trophy display, but never did. They followed the hall for several minutes before they came to an intersection. Alclien paused for a few moments, then turned right. They took this hall for about 10 feet before turning left and coming into a room. Zack thought they had taken a wrong turn, but then he saw the staircase as he turned to his left. Alclien walked right for them, and up they went. They reached the 2nd floor, and instead of getting off, they continued up to the 3rd floor. Within moments, they were on the 3rd floor, and they were a few steps from the top. Alclien held out his arm, stopping Zack and Ryan. Are you trying to cause us to fall down the stairs? Asked Ryan. No, said Alclien, turning to face them. The old man told us that Violet was in the room right next to the stairs. Yeah, we know, said Zack. We were standing right next to you. Yeah, but do you also remember what he said? Said Alclien. 2 guards outside her door at all times, said Ryan. Right, and he is right, said Alclien. I see 2 guards just at the top by a door, and 1 in the room. They are right outside. Okay, said Zack. What do we do? I will go first and take care of the guards, said Alclien. Then I will motion for you 2 to come up. Sounds like, Hey, shouted a voice. Zack, Ryan, and Alclien nearly lost their balance at hearing the voice. They glanced behind them, but no one was there. Alclien turned his head up the stairs and then pointed his finger so that Zack and Ryan knew where the voice came from. What? Asked another voice. A prisoner got out of the dungeon, said the first voice. He went through a secret tunnel and came out in the courtyard. There might be intruders. Gaimji gave us orders for all of us to search the palace. Fear told us not to move from this door, said the other voice. Sphere is not here at the moment, said the first voice. Gaimji was left in charge. He says that we need to search the palace. So come on with me, and don't worry. I won't say you left your post. Fine, said the other voice. Heavy armor could be heard moving in the other direction, away from the staircase. Zack, Ryan, and Alclien waited a few moments. Then once Alclien motioned, they knew he could see they were gone. The three raced up the last few steps and stopped just outside a large door about 10 feet tall, all white with gold trim, with a silver doorknob. Zack grabbed the doorknob and tried to turn it, but it would not move. Alclien grabbed him by the back of his tunic and pulled him back. He stepped in front, and the symbols appeared on Alclien's right arm. 6 symbols lit up, and a small flash of light flew from his hand into the keyhole. Just as the light vanished into the keyhole, a loud click of the lock. 23. Stones of Time. Alclien gently grabbed the doorknob, gave it a turn, and opened the door. Zack walked in, followed by Ryan and last Alclien, closing the door behind him. Zack was shocked by how huge the room was, the size of this house. Directly in front of them was the balcony that extended out over the courtyard. On the west wall of their left, a huge fireplace with a roaring fire explained the sweet scent of oak wood, with a tint of smoke in the air. Right before the fireplace sat a whole furniture set of bright red couches and chairs with cushions with gold pillows laid on them. A maroon rug with golden trim lay on the floor of the room before the couch. In the far left-hand corner, a few feet from the entrance to the balcony, sat 2 silver poles that were connected by another pole on the top with a long white curtain hanging from them. Zack assumed that this was one of the changing curtains you see in the movies in the 17th century, where a woman changed behind. To their right, a large Victorian bed with gold poles, off-white silk drapes wrapped around the bed. Upon closer look, Zack noticed that someone was in the bed. The 3 walked over to the bed, and Alclien pulled the drape back to show Violet sound asleep under a royal blue silk sheets. Zack sat down on the edge of the bed and gently reached out and touched Violet's shoulder. "Violet?" said Jack, gently shaking her. "Violet, you need to wake up." "What?" said Violet, slowly moving. "What time is it?" It doesn't matter," said Zack. "We came to free you." "What?" said Violet, eyes widening upon realization of the voice. She sat straight up with a surprised look on her face. "I am dreaming." "You're not dreaming," said Ryan. "We came to rescue you," said Zack, putting both of his hands on her shoulders. "Zack," said Violet, wrapping her arms around him and pulling him close. "I missed you too," said Zack. "We don't know how much time before the guards come back," said Alclien. "How did you guys get in here?" asked Violet, letting go of Zack. "We can explain later," said Alclien, turning to check the door. "You need to get your things so we can get out of here." "Okay," said Violet, pulling the sheets off her, placing both feet on the ground and standing up. Zack and Ryan just stared at her. Violet stood there in a golden silk nightgown that tied behind her neck with a low back, which fit snugly to her body. Zack and Ryan had never seen Violet before in such clothes. But it was not just that. The light from the fire hit her, lighting up her beauty with her long, wavy blonde hair that draped across her shoulders. "Why are you two looking at me that way?" asked Violet. "I've never seen you like this before," said Zack, standing up. "You're beautiful." "Really?" said Violet, blushing. "Thank you." Zack and Violet just kept looking at each other. Zack reached out and placed his hand on her cheek. Violet began to lean in as Zack leaned in. Their lips slowly got closer together bit by bit until their lips were just an inch away and were about to touch. "Not now," said Alclien, turning back to see what was going on. "You two can do that when being discovered does not mean the possibility of our lives being lost." Zack and Violet jumped. Zack lost his balance and landed on the bed. Violet also lost her balance, but caught herself after nearly falling on top of Zack. Once balanced, Violet did not hesitate. She turned and walked across the room to the curtain and walked behind it. Zack stood up and looked at Ryan, who just stared at him wide eyes. Zack knew exactly why he was like that. He was shocked he was about to kiss Violet. "You two should change too," said Alclien. "I am not sure when the gate will open, and if you're dressed like that, someone will see you before you can change. You will have a lot of explaining to do."
All right, said Ryan. Zack pulled off his bag, dropped it on the bed, untied the top, and opened it. He reached into the bag and pulled out one pile of clothes and handed it to Ryan. Then reached in and pulled out another pile, which he dropped on the bed. Pulled off his tunic and then his chainmail. He grabbed his shirt, put his head through the top, and his right arm in slowly, not to aggravate his shoulder. Once in, he quickly put his left arm through and dropped the shirt down. Zack sat down on the bed, pulled off his boots, took off his pants, grabbed his jeans, and quickly pulled them on. Zack reached back into the bag and pulled out 2 pairs of shoes. He handed a pair to Ryan and dropped the other on the floor and stood up, slipped his feet into the shoes, and tied them tight. After just tying his shoes, he stood up and saw Violet walk out from behind, fully dressed in clothes. She now wore a pink spaghetti-strap tank top and a dark blue zip-up hoodie sweatshirt halfway zipped up. She had a denim skirt that stopped just above her knee, with a light blue flip-flops. Violet had her hair pulled back into a ponytail that wrapped around her slender neck and draped on her left shoulder. "Ready," said Ryan, turning to see if Zack was dressed. "Good," said Alclien.
How are we going to get out of this palace?
Asked Violet, walking over next to Zack.
"Through a gateway,"
said Alclien. "Open it," said Zack.
"Remember," said Alclien, "this gateway will open at the same location on Earth where we are now. It could be in your ocean."
"Why don't you open the gate with the coin?" asked Zack.
"You have the coin,"
said Alclien.
"It won't open while both coins are in the same world."
"I don't have the coin," said Zack, searching his pockets. "I think I left it on Earth."
"I'll try,"
said Alclien.
"That would be better."
Alclien pulled out the gold coin and placed it on the floor of the room. With the symbol faced up, he placed his hand over it, and the tribal band appeared around his wrist and all the columns of symbols. The symbol on the back of the coin lit up on Alclien's forearm, and the symbol on the coin started to glow bright light blue. Alclien pulled his hand away, and a spark shot from the coin, landing on the floor a few feet from him. As soon as the spark hit the floor, a bright flash erupted from the spark, causing everyone to look away. After a few moments, the light faded, and Zack turned to see a bright light blue gateway before him.
"Hurry,"
said Alclien. "Right," said Zack. Zack, Ryan, and Violet walked over to the gate, and Zack pointed for Violet to go first, so she walked forward right for the gate. But Zack grabbed her and pulled her back. The force of Zack pulling her back, she lost her balance and fell onto the floor of the room with a thud. Just as she fell, a bright beam hit the gateway. Just after the beam hit, the gate collapsed and was gone. All of them turned to see where the beam came from. In the door of the room stood Lord Sphere, with the palm of his right hand opened in front of him.
"Why are you leaving in such a hurry?"
asked Lord Sphere.
"You just got here. Get behind me,"
said Alclien, grasping his sword. "No, what did I tell you the last time you tried that?" said Lord Sphere. "If you try it again, I will kill you."
"You're not supposed to be here,"
said Alclien. "I know," said Lord Sphere. "That is why we call this a trap. However, I will have to admit that if you are so nice in helping a little old man, I would not have known you were here or where the secret passage that DaMarkus used was, so thank you." "How does he know about the old man?" asked Ryan. "He must have turned instead of going straight," said Zack. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" said Lord Sphere. As they were speaking, the old man walked into the room without any guards. As he walked, he was not the same. He no longer walked like an old man, but straight. But that was not all. After a few steps, he was no longer an old man, but in his place stood Gaimji, with a huge grin on his face. "If you did not let me out," said Gaimji, grinning, "I would not have been able to tell Lord Sphere you were here and where you were going. Funny, I was at your disposal. You could have gotten me to tell you where Violet was before you even opened the door, and then left me in my cell. I would have done anything to get out since I was down there for 3 days." Zack stood there, stunned, along with everyone else. He could not believe he let out Gaimji, who knew exactly where they were going,
as he thought it was just too good that the guards walked away from the door as they arrived. It was all a setup to get them to one spot so they could spring their trap at any time.
How could Gaimji appear as an old man? Asked Zack.
Lord Spear used the forbidden magic to make me change my shape, said Gaimji. He did not make me old, so I had to act and walk like someone in the dungeon for a long time.
Great job, said Ryan.
You should win an Oscar for that performance.
A what? Asked Gaimji.
Enough, said Lord Sphere. Now, where are the stones of time? We all know that it was just a trick so you could hunt us down, shouted Ryan. You knew the stones were not real, so you sent us after them because you wanted to have the fun of hunting us. Only been in Eiliria for a few days and you have already figured me out, said Lord Sphere. I guess that since you figured out my plan, I just have to kill you all. Well, not Zack. I need him alive until DaMarkus is healed. Gaimji, kill them. Start with the girl. Not so fast, said Alclien. We have the stones. What? Said Lord Sphere.
What?
Shouted Zack and Ryan.
Where?
Said Zack.
When did you get them?
I had them all along, said Alclien. I knew if I gave them to him after he got the mark back, he would kill us all. So I delayed, coming up with a plan. What about Dale? Asked Ryan. Did he know you had the stones? No, said Alclien. I went to him because he turned on the Sentinels a long time ago. This allowed me to take care of some business as well as delay while I thought up a plan. I knew he would show his true colors if I asked him to help us find the stones. Congrats on finding one of my moles, said Lord Sphere, clapping his hands that sent a loud bang like thunder every time his hands hit. Anyway, we've gotten off topic. Since you have the stones, hand them over, and I will let you go. Well, except Alclien and DaMarkus. They will remain my prisoner and tell me the locations of all the rubble bases, or die.
What about us?
Asked Violet.
Without Alclien, how will we get home?
He will open the gateway once I have what I want, said Lord Sphere. You all will get to go and never see any of my men or me again. It's not like you should care. This is not your world. Now, Alclien, the stones, please. Fine, said Alclien, grabbing a small bag from his belt and threw it to Sphere. Sphere caught the bag, untied it, and opened it. He glimpsed inside before looking up at Alclien. They are real, said Lord Sphere. Zack, would you please come over here, and we will finish you and your friend's involvement. Zack did not move at first. He was very hesitant. He was not sure what was going on. Alclien had lied the whole time about the stones and put them in danger just so he could come up with a plan. Even after all that, the plan he came up with did not work, and here they are. After a few moments, Zack saw Alclien looking at him and nodded to him to do whatever Sphere said. Something was strange. It was like Alclien was expecting to get caught and had something planned just in case. Something he did not share with him and Ryan. Doing as told, Zack walked over to Sphere and stopped a few feet from him. Turn around. I'm going to try to remove it without the stones. It's been a few days, and DaMarkus might have healed enough to come out. If it doesn't work, I will use the stones. Whatever, said Zack, turning to face Alclien, Ryan, and Violet. I just want to get this over with. Once Zack had his back to him, Sphere walked up to him, pulled out the strange metal pen, raised it, and placed it right on the red dot under the upside-down crescent moon. As soon as the pen touched it, the make began to glow with light blue tint. The longer Sphere held it, the brighter it became. The mark became so bright that he turned his head. A few moments later, Sphere dropped the pen and it hit the floor and rolled past Zack's foot. He turned and saw that it was glowing white and could feel the heat coming from it through his shoes. I guess not enough time has passed for DaMarkus to heal, said Lord Spear. That will change in a few moments. Spear reached into the bag and pulled out all 5 stones. Each stone was about an inch in length and flat. Each stone had a different color. One was blue, pink, purple, yellow, and orange. He began placing them around Zack, placing each stone the same distance from one another. When he placed the 3rd stone down, he picked up his pen at the same time. It was back to normal and was no longer hot. When Spear finished placing the last stone on the floor, it formed a circle. Being done, Spear stood up and looked at the stones. He held his hand over the stone right in front of him, and it lit up, giving off an orange glow. A few moments after the stone lit up, the other 4 did as well, each giving off a glow of its color. The glow of the stones slowly began to grow brighter. After several moments, the stones were so bright Zack had to close his eyes. He could not bear to keep them open. The light coming from the stones was so bright that it hurt his eyes. The glow continued to grow brighter and surrounded Zack. Once he was completely engulfed in light, it began to swirl around him. The colors swirled around him slowly but began to gain speed. This continued for several minutes, and suddenly, light from the stones exploded with a bright flash, blinding everyone in the room. It took several minutes for everyone to be able to see again. Zack opened his eyes and saw that the light from the stones was gone. Sphere looked and saw that the stones were back to normal. He looked up and saw that Zack's neck and the mark were no longer red but black. "It's black," said Sphere. "Should only turn black when DaMarkus leaves." "He's not in the room," said Gaimji, stepping forward to see the mark for himself. "I'm not stupid," said Lord Sphere. "Could he have gotten out of this room while we could not see?" said Gaimji. "I guess it's possible," said Lord Sphere. "Send some guards to check the castle. If he is here, he won't get far." "Am I done?" said Zack, turning to face Lord Sphere. "No," said Lord Sphere, backhanding him. Zack fell to the floor from the force of Sphere's backhand. It's not strong, but Zack was off balance when he did it. Sphere turned to see Gaimji come back into the room and walked right over to Sphere. "Some guards outside said no one came out of the room," said Gaimji. "Either he is in the room, or he is still in the mark trying to play a trick on us." "Get up," said Lord Sphere. "I need to try to remove the mark again." "Don't move," said Alclien, standing behind Lord Spear, pushing the tip of his blade into the lower part of his back, enough to know if he tries anything, he would kill him. "Gaimji, you move, he's dead." "How did you get there?" said Gaimji. "He has been slowly moving while we were distracted, trying to figure out if DaMarkus was here," said Lord Spear. "He started moving the moment we were all blinded. I knew you were coming this whole time." "Sure," said Alclien. "If that were true, you would have stopped me." "I have," said Lord Spear. Spear leaps forward, turning to his left. Alclien sees and shoves his sword, but it is too late. Spear turned his body enough that the sword caught only part of his tunic. Alclien lost balance, stumbled, as Spear came back around, swept out his legs, sending him to his back. He hit with a thud and dropped his sword. Spear pulled his sword and placed it to his throat. "I do believe I told you that I would kill you if you tried something like this," said Lord Sphere. "Guess I will only have one sentinel to question instead of 2. Sphere went to thrust his blade into Alclien's neck, but just before he could, a bright flash appeared behind Violet and Ryan. They turned to see that the gateway Sphere had closed had reopened. Sphere quickly looked at Alclien, who was just as shocked as he was. He turned his attention to the gateway, as did everyone else. Moments later, out walked a tall, old, gray man with white hair. Zack was shocked. It was the man he saw coming through as he entered the gate to come to Eiliria. 24. Mysterious Man. "Finally," said the old man. "Back where I belong, even though my time on Earth was interesting. Enough to confirm the stories." "Who are you?" shouted Lord Sphere. "How did you open the gate?" "My name is not important," said the old gray man. "Well, not until I know who is talking to me. As I opened the gate, I felt it open earlier. but for some reason, it closed before I could get to it. When I reached where it was, I found a strange coin lying near it. I just used my mox to reopen it after seeing the symbol on the coin. Now, who are you to demand an explanation from me?" "How dare you talk that way to Lord Sphere?" shouted Gaimji. "You entered his palace without permission. You should feel lucky that he has not decided to kill you for your intrusion on the current matters." "Gaimji, shut up," said Lord Sphere with a strange look on his face. "You have no idea who you're talking to." "So you can read minds," said the old gray man. "I take it you know who I am then." "Read minds?" said Alclien. "Yes," said Lord Sphere. "That is how I knew what you were doing, which is how my feet were in a counter position so I could avoid your attack. Now, I would love to talk with you, but I'm in the middle of something." Seeing Sphere distracted, a bright flash and a sword like the one Zack had appeared against Gaimji at the dance appeared in his hand. He brought it up and knocked Sphere's sword from his throat and rolled away. He quickly got to his feet and charged and swung at Sphere's head. Sphere ducked in mid-sentence and thrusted his sword at Alclien's legs, but he jumped over it. Alclien landed and swung his blade back, smashing into Sphere and holding it there. The two stood staring at each other with their blades locked. "You're not just a sentinel, but you're one of the remaining rogues," said Lord Sphere. "Interesting. I should have known you're too good to just be a sentinel." "Thank you," said Alclien. "However, this will be our last meeting?" "I agree," said Lord Sphere. "Gaimji, kill them all, except Zack. Start with the girl." "My pleasure," said Gaimji, drawing his sword. Gaimji ran right for Violet, and Zack, who was back on his feet, drew his sword and went to block him, but Gaimji just ran right into him. The force of Gaimji's hitting Zack sent him stumbling backwards and right into the old gray man, who was standing a few feet behind him. The two collided and fell to the floor. Zack quickly got back to his feet and ran for Gaimji. But the old gray man did not like that he had been hit. He summoned a sword just like Alclien, but it was black and curved. He swung at Zack, and seeing out of the corner of the eye he was able to dodging the attack, he was forced to leave his feet. He rolled and stood back up. He looked up and saw Ryan fighting with Gaimji. So he turned his attention to the old gray man. Just as he turned, the old gray man was on him, bringing his sword down on his head. Zack brought up his sword as a reaction. The blade clashed, bringing the blade down from the power. He turned his body so the blade hit the ground, but Zack was off balance, and the old man hit him in the face with the hilt of his sword. With a thud, he landed on his back, all the air forced out of his lungs. The old man stood over him, with his blade ready to strike if he moved. Dazed a little from not being able to breathe, Zack noticed the battle that Ryan was having with Gaimji. It was more of a defense. Ryan could not pull off an attack, but was defending from Gaimji's attacks. He saw one attack that hit Ryan, and the force caused him to lose his sword. Gaimji came around him and slashed him across his chest and abdomen. The force of the attack went deep and forced him to forward flip onto his back. Bleeding began to gush from the wound. Gaimji did not finish him, but went right for Violet. Zack became angry, seeing his friends get hurt. He turned to the old gray man, standing his sword over him. Suddenly, he swung his legs, catching the old man by surprise, forcing him off balance. He stumbled back, but was able to remain on his feet, and that was all Zack needed. He brought his legs over his head, pressing on the floor with his shoulder, threw his legs forward and jumped to his feet. Still holding his sword, he attacked the old man, but with great force. Zack swung his blade at the old man's head, but he was able to block it. As soon as his sword hit the old man's, Zack turned his body and came around with another strike. Again, the old man was able to block, but the force of his attacks made it hard for the old man to stay balanced. He continued the forced attacks as if Zack had lost control. He swung with only aim and great power, and when they were blocked, he was able to come up with another just as fast as he threw the last one, each one with great force behind them. After several attacks, Zack brought the sword down on the old man, who blocked,
but the force of the attack caused him to knock the sword out of his hand. Zack came back around and jammed his sword into the stomach of the old man. The old man stopped suddenly as the sword entered his body. Zack pulled out, sending the old man to the ground. He did not bother finishing. He ran for the balcony where Gaimji had chased Violet. Zack came on the balcony and saw Gaimji had Violet cornered at the middle of the balcony railing. He was several feet from her, but it was enough to stop her from going anywhere. Zack took off running and came up on Gaimji as he closed the distance on Violet. Gaimji swung his sword at Violet's head, but he ducked and his sword hit the railing and got stuck in the wood. Gaimji pulled to free the sword, but it would not come loose. Zack saw this as he reached them. Instead of using his sword, he used his momentum. Feet from Gaimji, he jumped, extending his right leg and aimed his kick right at Gaimji's neck. Moments after jumping, he caught Gaimji right where he wanted to, at the base of his neck. The force and the power of the kick forced Gaimji forward over the railing and out of sight. Zack landed on his feet and turned to see that Violet was okay. She ran over to him and wrapped her arms around him. "Thank you," said Violet, releasing the hug. A strange look appeared on her face. She was shocked by what she saw. She saw great fury in Zack's eyes, but also a glowing mark on his forehead. The mark was of a minotaur head. Zack whipped his head back towards the room to see Alclien fighting with Sphere, but not having much luck. "Check on Ryan," said Zack before running back towards the room. Violet did just as Zack asked, and she followed him, but stopped at Ryan as Zack continued for Sphere. When he reached the fight, Zack swung his sword at Sphere's back. Just as the blade was about to connect, he dodged it and turned to face him. Zack came back with another attack, but Sphere avoided it and brought his sword, parrying and brought his sword down on Zack's head. Seeing the sword coming from him, Sphere dodged but turned just as Alclien's sword came and crossed his chest. The force of his attack sent Sphere off balance and landed on the floor next to the old gray man. Alclien's attack had ripped open Sphere's tunic, and blood began spilling from the wound. Surprisingly to Alclien, Sphere got to one knee. That was not what surprised me. It was seeing the wound stop bleeding and began to heal. The old man saw this, and he reached his left hand and touched the base of Sphere's neck. Sphere's body jerked backwards as soon as the old man touched him. Zack saw an opening, rushed in, and thrust at Sphere's exposed chest. The wound from Alclien's sword stopped healing. Zack's sword pierced his chest right in the heart. He pulled his sword from Sphere, and he fell to the ground, dead. He turned to Alclien, and he was shocked to see the minotaur on his forehead. At that moment, the old man stood up, the wound from Zack's sword in his stomach gone. "Well, I see I'm too weak to continue with this fight," said the old man, brushing himself off. "However, I did get something out of it, and that will come in handy." Zack turned, raising his sword to attack, but the old gray man burst into a bright light. Zack and Alclien had to turn their heads from him since the light was so bright. Moments later, the light vanished, and when Zack turned back around, he saw that the old gray man was gone. Alclien walked over and placed his hand on Zack's shoulder. He turned, forcing his hand off him, ready to strike. When Zack saw that it was Alclien, he stopped himself from attacking. The mark of the minotaur stopped glowing, where only a black tattoo should, and slowly it faded until it was gone. Zack dropped the sword and turned to Alclien. "Ryan," said Zack, turning to see Violet kneeling over Ryan with her jacket over him. Zack and Alclien walked over to him and knelt by him. Violet's hooded sweatshirt was soaked with blood. She looked at them with fear in her eyes. "He's lost a lot of blood," said Violet, pressing down on the wound. "Let go," said Alclien, placing his hands where hers were. At that moment, the bands and scripts on his arm appeared, and the symbols quickly moved about, lining up like Zack had seen before. Once aligned, a bright light came off in Alclien's hands and filled Ryan's body. His body remained lit up for a few moments, then slowly stopped. Alclien removed his hands. "I've done what I could," said Alclien. "The bleeding has stopped, but he will die if we do not get him medical attention." "You need to open the gate," said Violet. Zack turned to see that the gateway the old gray man had come through was still open. Alclien stood up, walked over to the gateway, and looked over it. He then walked back over to them. I don't know how that old man did it, said Alclien. He opened a two-way gateway. Also, one that has stayed open for this long is amazing. We will pick him up and carry him to the gateway.
Then what?
Asked Violet. We can call 911 once we get back, said Zack. Violet will have to do that, said Alclien. You're staying here.
What?
Asked Zack. I'm going home. Don't you see? Said Alclien. You used the Minotaur mark. DaMarkus is not the true king we have been waiting for. It is you. 25. Missing mark. Are you Violet? Asked a voice. Yes, said Violet, looking up to see a doctor wearing green scrubs and a matching green head covering. I wanted to let you know that your friend is going to be fine, said the doctor. If you were not able to get the bleeding to stop before you were able to call for help, he would have died.
Thanks. Can I see him?
She asked. Not at the moment, said the doctor. He's being moved to a room. Once he is settled, I will send a nurse to come get you to take you to his room.
Thank you,
said Violet with a relieved look on her face. She took her seat as the doctor walked away. She could not believe what had happened in the past few days. Being kidnapped, taken to another world that she had only found out existed a few days before that. Even though she was treated well, she was still horrified by what had happened when Zack and Ryan showed up to save her. Ryan was mortally wounded while he tried to protect. If not for Alclien doing whatever he did to stop the bleeding, Ryan would be dead now. What she could not believe was that Alclien said after he healed him, telling Zack that because he was able to use the Minotaur mark that DaMarkus had on the back of his neck meant that he was some kind of king of Eiliria. You need to stay here, said Alclien. It is your destiny. Destiny? Said Zack. I'm not even from Eiliria. How can I be the king you are all awaiting for? I can explain, said Alclien. That will need to wait until we can get away from here. Once Ryan and I are back on Earth, and we can get to a place where we can talk about our lives at stake, I'll explain everything. If I cannot convince you, I will send you back. Zack did not respond right away. Violet could not believe he was considering it.
Zack, said Violet, we need to go home.
I know, said Zack. I'll stay once I know Ryan is safe. Okay, said Alclien. Violet was shocked that Zack decided to go with Alclien. They carried Ryan through the gateway and stayed until the ambulance arrived. Not wanting to be seen, the two stayed in the woods next to Greater Plains. Violet saw them leave as the paramedics put Ryan on a stretcher. Not sure where Zack was, she was relieved to know Ryan was going to live. Violet, said a voice. Yeah? Said Violet, looking up to see her dad sitting down next to her. I finally got a hold of Ryan's parents, her dad said. They're on their way. The doctor just came out and told me that Ryan is going to make it, said Violet. That's good to hear. How are you doing? Asked her dad. I'm doing okay, said Violet. Just glad to be home and to know Ryan is safe. What about Zack? Asked her dad. I don't know, said Violet as tears started to roll down her cheeks. If it were not for him, I might not have gotten away with Ryan. While they waited for the ambulance, Zack told Violet the story that he and Ryan had come up with. When she called her dad from the hospital, he brought clean clothes for her, but the police came and she told them how Gaimji had kidnapped her. But Zack and Ryan arrived just as he was leaving and took them as well. He blindfolded them and took them somewhere in the mountain. After several days, they found a way out and ran for it. However, Gaimji had found them, attacked them with a sword. He caught Ryan trying to protect her. Zack fought with him, allowing her to get away with Ryan. Once safe enough away, she did all she could to stop the bleeding before making it back to the school, where she used her cell phone to call for help. You know you are going to have to tell Zack's mom what happened, said her dad. Can't the police do that? Asked Violet. I don't want to have to relive it again. I can do that, said her dad, if you don't feel that you can. Thanks, said Violet. I'm going to try her again, said her dad. Mr. Davis stood up and walked back the way he came, and soon vanished around the corner. Violet stayed where she was, wondering why all this had happened. She tried to get her mind around how Zack could be some
awaited king that Alclien and his people have been waiting for when he's not even from Eiliria. Violet sat there thinking what seemed like hours when she heard a voice that she did not think she would ever hear again. "Hey," said Zack. Violet looked up and did not believe she was seeing Zack standing before him. She jumped, threw her arms around him, and pulled him close. Several moments passed before she let go. She did not want to let this moment go, just in case she was just dreaming. "What are you doing back?" asked Violet. "I thought you were going to stay with Alclien." "I was, but we went back through the gateway," said Zack. "We did not get far before we were attacked. At first, we thought the word was out that Sphere was dead and the soldiers were searching for us. But they just happened to be at the right place when we came through. We fought them off, and Alclien did, and I kind of helped. After we got away from them, Alclien decided it would be easier and safer for me to return home until he could get to the council without me." "Council?" asked Violet. "It's what rules over these Sentinels," said Zack, "his group that he is a member of, the Rogues. He said he would come for me when he arrives at the council's hidden base, but not to expect him for a while because it's a long journey for him. He gave me a coin, then opened the gateway that opened in the forest." "I'm just glad you're back," said Violet, giving him another huge. "You need to tell your mom you're back." "She already knows," said Zack. "How do you think I got here? She's waiting for Ryan's parents. Your dad thought you and I should have some time alone." "Oh," said Violet, letting go of the hug. "Yeah," said Zack. "I agreed. I'm sorry for what I said when you came over before you were taken." "It's okay," said Violet. I shouldn't have overreacted. I know you don't like me like you used to. I'm okay with it if you want to date Penny." "You see," said Jack, I don't." "What?" Violet said. "While I was on Eiliria trying to find the stones," said Zack, "all I could think of was how I treated you before. Not just that, but I realized that I still do care about you." You do?" said Violet with tears in her eyes. "Yeah," said Zack. "I do believe I still owe you a date." "You do," said Violet. "Hopefully," said Zack, "there'll be more after this as well." Violet grabbed Zack and hugged him. She was so happy to know that Zack still liked her. She held him for a few moments and then let go of the hug. At that moment, Ryan's parents walked over to him with his mom and Violet's dad. "Thank God you were all right," said Mrs. Jitter, hugging Zack. While Zack hugged Mrs. Jitter, Violet noticed that the mark on the back of his neck was gone. Once Mrs. Jitter let go, a nurse came over to them. "Ryan has been moved to a room," said the nurse. "I was going to come get someone to see him." "Yeah," said Zack, turning to face the nurse. "His parents just arrived." "Follow me," said the nurse. The nurse turned and headed down the hall as Mr. and Mrs. Jitter followed. Zack, his mom, Mr. Davis, and Violet sat down, waiting for their turn to see Ryan. Zack and Violet sat next to each other with their hands together. After a few moments of sitting, Violet decided to ask him. She leaned into Zack. "Your mark is gone," whispered Violet. "It is," said Zack, grabbing the back of his neck. "I guess Alclien was wrong. I am not their king."
You've been listening to Marks of Eiliria, Strangers from Another World, a novel by Timothy R. Green, narrated by Adam Daly.
You're about to listen to the original, unedited prologue intro episode of Season 2 Storytime Podcast, where we go into the background on Marks of Eiliria, Strangers from Another World. Nothing has changed. It is literally from beginning to end the same episode here on YouTube. So if you decide to go and listen to the Storytime Podcast Season 2, you can skip that episode. Though I would prefer that you not skip it, because we know we must please the holy algorithm.
The holy algorithm.
With that said, enjoy. What's up? You are listening to the prologue to Season 2 of the Storytime Podcast.
It's not a prologue. This is definitely episode 1. You don't really put a prologue in books anymore because nobody reads them. So nobody's going to pay attention to this episode unless we call it episode 1.
It's a prologue, and if they don't listen to it, them. I don't care.
What are you going to do after that? Give them a preface or something? Oh, don't. No.
Now we are.
Oh, damn it.
I'm Tim, by the way.
I'm Adam.
And this is the prologue intro to season 2
It's
prologue.
episode 1.
No, it's not.
It's episode 1.
Nope, this is prologue.
Episode 2 is where you get chapter 1, though.
Nope, it's not. I want to do something different this time along because we're going into my second book I ever wrote, which was part of an 8-book series, and there's a lot more stuff around this that I wanted to talk about, and I didn't want to have to make the episodes go longer when I bring it up.
Okay, good.
Some of it will probably slip in there, but it won't have to go the full stories or anything like that. People want to listen to it, they can listen to it. They don't want to listen to it, they can just go right to episode 1. Go at it.
No, stay.
But
Stay.
I prefer you to stay.
I want you to stay. That way you can also hear about me advertising my channel, ZOP Gaming. Get over there.
Terrible game player.
We are mediocre at being mediocre.
You're really bad at being mediocre.
We're the mid of mid.
You're the king of mid.
Oh, God, yeah.
All right. Well, now we got that plug out of the way. Let me throw one more plug in there. If you go on to enjoy like button, and do it as a prayer to the holy algorithm.
The holy algorithm.
And subscribe because we've got content on this channel. And now, so we'll just go into what I wanted to talk about here. First off, we're going through the first book of my 8-book series called Marks of Eiliria. Yes, I say the E in it because I had something stupid planned for comparison between Earth and Eiliria. Even though we never say the E in Earth.
We should. It's spelled Earth.
Earth. Yes, but we don't. But I decided you have to say the E when you pronounce Eiliria.
It still comes across as Eilira. Eilira.
Eiliria. Yeah.
Eilira.
If you pronounce it without the E, Eiliria.
Eilira.
Yeah. But with the E,
I thought it was an A for a very long time.
but with the E, I was always pronouncing Eiliria.
Oh, for crying out loud, dude.
Yes. This was 2007, 2006 when I started this book series. It was Lylira originally, but when I came up with something for a reason to do a comparison I decided to take the L off.
I mean, you could have just put LIL apostrophe IRA, Lil Era. Just have it be,
No.
a millennial rapper.
No. But the full title of the series was going to be called, Marks of Eiliria, Quest to Find One's Destiny. That was going to be a subtitle of this, the Quest to Find One's Destiny was like a subtitle to it. And here's the reason why, because I told you that there was a reason behind this, Adam.
You have another.
That's the first book's title. This was part of the full thing. So,
Oh dear.
when I came up with this, I was going through a book series called Pendragon. This was written by DJ McHale. He's the creator of Are You Afraid of the Dark, Nickelodeon's 90s series.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
Yes, you are.
So afraid of the dark, man.
But he created that Nickelodeon series. And for Pendragon, I can't remember the full title. Like it was Pendragon, a journey between space and time or something like that. And he had a reason for this explains what's going to be happening for the main character. You're literally traveling through time and space.
Okay.
He wanted them there. So because I was so into that series, I felt Marks of Eiliria needed one like that. And I struggled with it until I finally came up with that works. And on the original, you're not going to be reading that full title. It's going to be what's on the cover. No.
Come on.
No.
Give me the real one.
No. What's on the cover page is what you read in episode 1.
So I have to read what's on the cover page.
No, not everything.
In episode 1.
No, not everything.
I will be there to read every word.
The title and who it's written by, and then yourself as a narrator, not the publishing information on top.
Oh, I can't wait.
No, you're not gonna read that. I will cut that out.
I will have my revenge upon you.
I will cut that out.
The words that you have made me say. The sentences that had no structure.
Wait until you get into this book.
Oh, God.
Some of the made up words for the fantasy. You've seen some of them.
Yeah.
It just gets even worse.
Oh, no. Please don't do that to me.
But yeah, so I just put that on there. The first book is Marks of Eiliria, Strangers from Another World. It's the first book.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I constantly mentioned in season 1 for Angelic Wars was I'm a pantser who had chapter summaries, but I'm a pantser.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm a planner now.
You finally figured out how to plan things?
No, I figured out I was a planner. When I started to craft Marks of Eiliria, I literally figured out. So here's how it came about. 2006, I was an intern for my church with the youth group for my internship for my Bible college and everything. And they had my church at the time. They still do. They had a house on the property that was missionaries. Missionaries, but missionaries started spending more time with other churches who were putting them up because a lot of that for years no one else could. So they just revamped it for the youth house. And so in the living area where we would meet for Sunday school and everything, a lot of time I had a key to it. So multiple times I'd stay after we were done for the day, or I'd come back later in, and I'd bring my gaming chair in, and I had my laptop, and I'd work on my writing to get out of my parents' house. And at the time, I was working on my longest project, which, yes, I had been planning this entire time, but I was still a pantser. And then I had this idea. I had a few series.
You were planning on pantsing.
I had a few ideas for a few different stories. I had the Rogues of, I don't know what it was called. It was the world's name.
Yeah.
The Rogues of this, and it was another portal fantasy, very similar like this, but I didn't know the story. I tried to come up with things. Alclien, who's one of the mentoree in the series, he came from that.
Oh, okay.
I came up with that name with that, and actually I took a lot more from some of the few ideas I had for this. But I had that story, but I just didn't know because it was really supposed to be, because again, Christian at the time, Jesus' story. Alclien was the Messiah. He was going to die at the end and then come back to stop whatever the main villains were doing.
Really?
That's what was the plan of that story. That was going to be the plan of that. Oh, it's going to get a little bit worse, Adam. For this one. But I couldn't really figure it out, and remember, writing is hard, and I hadn't really realized that. It hadn't synced in after writing one book.
No, of course not.
And not having and being a planner and not accepting that yet. But I also had a thing called Mythera. I hadn't written nothing. I only had a few lines of a scene written for this. In a visual for the magic. The scene was basically a woman gets chased. Some people invade town. Who are on this barrier of a mist that is so powerful that if you go into it, you'll die if you go too far in because it's very powerful.
Oh yeah.
Across the mountains, you go in. No one knows what's beyond it because no one can weary it. And some soldiers chase a woman there to not do nice things with her.
Okay.
And as they're about to, she fights, but then they can't. Someone comes out of the mist and says that he lives in there, deep in there, and no one can survive in there. And they fight, and the magic system happens. It was basically this idea of you had a symbol on your forehead, hands, and I think chest. And depending on where you could, you'd draw power, and it'd be these rings would come in from you'd see them a full one across the sky as it shrinks down into as it hit the.
Yeah, you really, using hand gestures on an audio show.
Yeah, it's more for you than anything else.
I don't need it.
I know, but like it comes into it hits there, and I think there's like a limit of you can only do 3 of these, and the soldiers could, and this guy's just like, no, I can do more than that, and he does. Basically kills the soldiers, and that was all I had. But I had liked this idea of a glowing mark and this visual, and then one day I just like, I can't do this one story. It's too much. I can't figure it out. I can't do this. I had a new idea of what became the basis for the first chapter of the Marks of Eiliria, Strangers from Another World. And I had like, cool. Oh, what if I put this down in Endicott, because that's where it's right next to my Bible college, the town. I could do some stuff there before we go off to another world. I had these ideas, and in the living room of this big house, was what they called it. I wrote the first 5 chapters of Marks of Eiliria, pantsing them.
Okay.
Got to chapter 5 after finish it. Okay, this is all I saw. What now? I don't know. So I went back to working on Forbidden Realm, and then I was working on it, and I'm just working on like some fleshing out parts of the world. I'm like, wait a minute, I should do this for Marks of Eiliria, because I have a lot of ideas what I want to include in the story. I should just flesh it out while I'm thinking of the story. So I started doing that, and then I like, wait a minute, am I a planner, not a pantser? That's literally what it took. And then I'm like, I've been planning this entire time with this thing. Why haven't I'm a pantser.
Yeah.
That was there. After I spent a year of working on fleshing out the world, here and there, I would actually write full synopses for each of the 8 books. There's a reason why it's 8 books and not 7, which I originally wanted, was the original plan.
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Prepare for a stupid reason.
What is it?
I didn't want readers to think I was copying Harry Potter.
Really?
Yep, that was the real reason. So I just tacked on an 8th book before I had anything planned out for 8 books. But I'm making it 8 books.
Okay.
But that was the reason why I didn't want people to think I was copying Harry Potter. Not because of the structure, the story demanded 8 books. Not because of anything, just didn't want to copy Harry Potter. I went on to write 7 synopses, detailed synopses for each of the books. Book 1 was the shortest one. Book 7 was the longest one. Only there was a problem. I came up with a solution where if these legendary marks that Zack as the chosen one, and by the way, yes, there's still a Christian allegory for this. It's not Jesus' life and death.
No.
It's the end times.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be end times without any of the end times shit in there. Like the bowls, the turbations, and all that crap.
What? No 7th horn?
Nope.
Damn it.
So
I wanted the horns.
I bet you wanted the horns.
You got the horns, kid.
But in the 7th book, the thing was, when the coming king, the true king, got all 7 legendary marks, anyone who had a copy of the mark, a fake mark, would die, and all the villains, including the main villain, had a copy. So they apparently all had to die in book 7. But I had a plan for book 8, and we got to stop the main villain, but at least he had to survive. And what? I literally, in the summer of 2000.
There's a simple way to fix that.
What's that?
You make their marks not be copies.
Or, just not follow that rule.
Yeah, that too.
I got rid of the rule. But basically, in the spring of 2007, I just got back home a few weeks after the spring semester ended, trying to figure this out. And a friend from school was online. I end him because that was a thing still.
Instant message.
AOL Instant Messenger.
Aimed.
Yep.
You aimed all over that person.
Yep. And I told him what I was working on, and I'm struggling on this, and he starts rattling off all these ideas I'm sure he thought was brilliant. And I'm like, no, they suck. Like he didn't listen to a word I said.
Ooh.
Type thing. It's like AI. It's like AI now.
okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, at least I go, okay, this sounds really, really dumb, but
Yeah. Well,
and you're like, surprisingly, those are funny, but no, we're not going with that.
it's like when I brainstorm with AI. I tell it what I'm looking for. It gives me these ideas. They're terrible, but I eventually come to figure out what I want because I had to focus so much on trying to figure out how to tell the AI
that you
I figured it out.
That's actually what AI should be for.
And that's what I use it for. I know. I go
like,
into
why
it.
are you not getting it? Oh, because I'm not asking the right question. Let me try it again.
It is helpful when you give it this scene and you know what you want already to help figure out flaws and everything. But if you're trying to just start from scratch brainstorming, ugh. Anyway, but I started thinking through the main villain's plan, and it's always been I always like this idea of the villain is right. This is how
absolutely.
This is how they go about it is wrong. That's why so many people loved Black Panther so much.
Yes.
The main villain, Killmonger, yeah, Killmonger was right,
He was right.
but how he was going about it was wrong.
Yes.
Very wrong.
Yes.
So I started thinking about it. I'm like, what if Hilion's plan is correct, but he's just going to go about it wrong? So I started thinking about
Thanos
it. Yeah.
resolving necessity issues.
Yep.
He went about it the wrong way. He could have just doubled all the food.
I know. But no.
No.
Let's kill people. So I started thinking about it, like, but how did I didn't understand the mechanics of what he needed to do. So I dove into the mechanics. Figured out some stuff. Figured it out. I'm like, okay, I got this out. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be it. We're gonna get rid of the rule about the clone marks, them dying and everything. I literally sat down and I wrote the synopsis I was gonna write the synopsis for book 8. It didn't turn out. It was not a synopsis.
No.
It was a chapter for chapter, bullet for bullet, 68-page outline. Like it was a super detailed outline.
Damn.
And then I had to go back through and I turn my synopsis into outlines like this.
Yeah.
And I already knew I was a plan with like this is how I became an outliner. Really, but going quick to the other things I wanted to mention in this one is when I finally sat down to write the first book in 2008.
Yeah.
I wrote it in 30 days.
Oh.
Over 6 months.
So it took you 6 months to write.
Yes, but because I kept track of all my time, and so what I was doing was I was writing. I had to write 4,000 words at a time. Over a period of time.
Yeah.
But I was burning myself out.
Just getting that done.
Getting a week of that going. And then I couldn't write for 2, 3, a month or two. Because I just burnt myself out. I thought I had writer's block or I just didn't want to write. Hindsight, I like, oh no, after I did a bunch of things on like research on like just creative energy, all this stuff.
Oh, you were burning yourself out on trying to get yourself hyped up.
No, I burned myself out on the creative energy, the juices flowing. Like I can't remember who it was who says, "You want to avoid writer's block? Stop in the middle of he'd go to the point in the middle of a sentence. I can't do that, but he says stop in the middle of what you're doing and pick it up the next day because it solves the blank page problem, and B, it
No, that is the scariest bit of advice I've ever heard.
He says, and then because you'll pick up, where you want to go and go from there.
No, not my brain. My brain legit looks at it and goes, "What the F was I doing?"
Yeah, that was a big issue with me early on in writing too.
Because even going to bed and waking up, sometimes I'll still be like, "Oh, I know how to finish that sentence," but then it's like, well, yeah, but where was I going?
Well,
I see it, but
the same thing is I had my outline, so I knew where I was going and everything. So that kind of helped. But like, I was very much a completist too. Like I needed to complete the chapter, not the scene, the chapter. But I was being so creative, and like all my creative I needed time to replenish it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that back then that's what I was doing. And what took me, if I was able to mitigate that to a point, I technically did write a novel in 30 days. Because I burnt myself out, it took me 6 months to write those 30 days.
Damn.
And the only thing I want to mention in this here is, I mean, what was the thing I had problem with in Angelic Wars about foreshadowing?
That you would shine a bright light upon it and throw a brick through someone's front door just so that they recognize that you were totally foreshadowing here.
Or just a line, throwaway line.
Or you did the opposite and you didn't even give enough information for people to understand what you were trying to say.
Because I wrote all the outlines, I knew the whole story for each book ahead of time.
Yeah.
In this book, I was actually put something in that comes in this book, the first book, that we won't figure out what it actually is for until, I think, book 6 or 7.
Really? We're going to actually foreshadow something that I don't need to, that I'll just go, oh, when I read that book later on, I'll be like, hey, I remember them talking about this.
Well, if
like,
that book was ever written, but yes.
Like with He Who Fights with Monsters, some of the things that happen in, like, I think book 7 are things that were foreshadowed upon in book 1.
Oh, cool.
But there was never a plan for it. It's just all right, that worked out.
It's probably more if Travis's brain connected it.
Oh yeah.
He's like, oh, this work actually connects to this.
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, so I mean, there's the item. I think you'll probably figure out what the item is when we get to it in the book. But it's importance around it, but we didn't. It's never told what it is for. You know, this is probably important for something because what it's.
Why are you putting the Sword of Damocles in there, bro?
But we never. I don't actually say what it's for because I wanted it to be when I brought it back up.
Right.
Like, oh, that's what that was. Oh, he put that back in book 1.
Yes.
Type thing. And I will point it out when we get to that chapter and it's revealed. I'll explain what it is. I'm keeping like Killian's plan and everything kind of secret for now. I'll eventually tell what the story was, the plan was, because I have no clue when I revamp this story for an adult novel instead of a YA novel, if that's gonna be the full plan.
Okay.
Because I have a lot of stuff I'm wanting to change for that. But yeah, but that's the kind of background on this. Like, I wanted to write a series. I actually figured out all the books,
nice.
The story, instead of trying to come up with these individual stories
and
here
then
and there,
building from there,
and then trying to figure out how to write a overall series arc, but individual stories. Because as a new author,
it's still possible.
But we'll be interested to see if my writing improved. You're gonna have to listen to the
if
season.
My narration has improved, you're going to have to tune in to episode 2, chapter 1.
Episode 1, the first episode, because no matter what Adam says, it's still episode 1.
This is episode 1.
This is the prologue.
This is episode 1.
No, it's not.
This is the first episode that what video is this? Is this the first video of the series?
No, because we don't have any reading in it. So,
Shut up.
So it is a prologue. Episode 1 comes next. That's all we have here. We'll wrap it up here. If you enjoyed this one and you're looking forward to season 2 of the Storytime podcast, we'd love it if you go and hit that like button and do it. Do it as a prayer to the holy algorithm.
The holy algorithm.
And subscribe because I got writing content on this channel, and it'll be on screen now. If you are interested in some terrible gameplay, go check out Adam's ZOP Gaming.
We are really mid at being mid.
And I believe there's a link or something to your channel
probably
on there as well. Go over there and check that out. Maybe not now, maybe later. Whatever. See what you want to watch next, and we'll see you there. Thank you so much for listening. Bye.